Well, back, guys, to Fog Entertainment, and it's time for another retrospective here. It's season 2 of The Sopranos. There's a lot to unpack. 13 episodes. The death of Richie Aprile, the death of Big Sal, the death of that guy for Terminator. Well, let's be honest, his bank account died a death because, by God, he got demolished this season in his wee store. And remember, he was trying to kill himself in the basement, and his wife walked in. Fun times with Big Davy. But yes, we also have more Junior, Livia, and the good old crew, Tony. We also have those two donuts. What do you call them? Matt Belwakwa and the other guy. Good season. Good season retrospective coming up. All 13 episodes included here. Our retro reviews. Looking forward to it. Obviously, this season took place timeline wise, I believe, across 99, 2000. Came out in the year 2000, the year I was born. So let's not waste any more time. Let's get into it. Tony Soprano is back. The Sopranos is back. It's season 2. Did it deliver with a bada bing bing boom? Or did it go bada bing? No. What did it go with? Let's find it. Because Tony's back. Opening montage. We've had a few months time skip. What did you make of the episode?
I didn't like the opening montage. I thought it dragged on for way too long.
When I was 15.
And it's like, normally these montages, like, they would show one person and then that's it. This montage showed, like, multiple people, like, multiple times.
I tell you what, see the song, it was straight out of Better Call Saul.
It was, but like, normally I thought montages were kind of just to kind of give you a wee update on what everybody's doing. But it showed you, like, Tony multiple times. It showed you his mum multiple times. It's like... And it just dragged on forever. Like, I don't mind montages, but I felt like I was sitting there thinking, right, this is going to end now. Is it going to end now? Is it going to end now?
I think it lasted about 6 minutes. When I turned 15, then went to 17, 21, 35, and then I believe there was a few like ages after that are relevant to me. So, yeah, but basically it all ends with Tony walking down his driveway. He gets his newspaper. And then, right, this guy is top man, right? He is the boss. And did you not feel like when he spots this car
He shot himself.
and he's running up the fucking driveway?
He's like half running, but half looking behind him, and it's like, come on, Tony, be a man.
I'm sorry, right? I see if Clay, right, is wearing his patch, or I say Clay's wearing his house coat, right, with his patch underneath, and he goes out to get the newspaper, and he sees a fuck.
He just whips off the house coat and brings the shot. He's got a shot. He's got a shotgun inside, and.
No, how could people actually define this guy as badass? Like, to me, this is fucking...
He's a fucking loser, like, it's weird, he's a mentally ill...
No, this is...
Fucking freak loser.
No, this is sad, like, I can't think of a TV show where someone's actually fucking visibly ran away here.
Well, he did it, so...
He did it, but turns out who steps out of the car? It's another fellow fat fuck. It is Pussy Bond Pensero. And he emerges and says, can they talk? And Tony's like, yeah, let's talk in the house. And then he's like, you've got to promise me, Tony.
Give me your word, Tony.
If we go to that house, Tony might come in our live, player. Tony's like, aye, they basically, I'd try to say this was the best scene of the episode. These two talking.
Yeah, I'd say so.
It's a shame it happens like 10 minutes in and we don't get really anything else relevant, but basically he lets him know where he was. His back went and said due to things up here. He went to Puerto Rico and he was loving life and he decided to come back because guess what? He needs to pay for his kids' colleges and all that good stuff.
But he also kind of suggested the reason he went was because they all thought he was a rat.
Yeah, he's like, Tony, when you came to my house at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and told me how much of a good friend I was, I knew it was time to go. But, I mean... That's another thing. He goes to Puerto Rico, right, and leaves his family in the lurch. Obviously, right, in the mafia, if you don't know, family's off limits. You can't attack the family. It's like an unwritten bylaw.
It's all about the family.
It's all about the family, but he returns, right, and then we do kind of get Tony basically feeling like he's returned to the rest of the group, and then Silvio does his impersonations from the...
Just when I thought I was out... They pulled me back in.
Yeah, exactly, which I just did not get this in the slightest. But, again, right?
He does it all the time, mate. What do you mean you didn't get it? It's like a banter.
No, I do, but I mean, I think the way they're laughing at it, right? I've watched The Godfather. I don't think the impersonation's that fucking good. I feel like literally everyone else in the room could do a better one than him. Well, do you think it was good? Have you seen The Godfather?
No, but that's his gimmick. He does that all the time.
I knew it was you, Fredo. Well, there's something else, Silvio, mate. You boring bastard. Come on. Right. And it turns out, see the guy that kills the guy at the airport?
Philly Parisi, he gets killed. Turns out he's GG at a puffery. He basically used to be a part of Junior's crew, right? But it says this on the Wikipedia page, right? But I've already watched this show before, so I had an inkling of what's going on. But see, you didn't have a fucking Scooby.
Well, neither did the people watching this review, because you just basically said, aye, some guy got shot, no description of what happened.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going to run into the show. I don't feel like it's very well done.
I don't think your description in this review is very well done either.
So this guy gets dropped off at the airport by Polly. This other guy picks him up. Turns out the guy who's picked him up is essentially acting boss because of a Junior's incarcerated.
Yeah, so the guy driving's spilling the beans about Tony. Tony and his mum fell out, left her for dead in a care home. Junior's away, and Tony is a psycho freak who's seen a psychiatrist. So these two guys are all pally talking, and then the next minute he pulls over to let him out, and the guy shoots him, not once but
you
twice.
Big mouth fuck.
And it's like, that's all good in the hood, like, but I had literally no idea who these people were.
Yeah, it was. I don't think it was a very good job that they've done this.
As far as I'm aware, this is just two random people, and one shot the other.
Yeah, literally, and that's another thing, right? There's months that have passed here, so you try to tell me that this guy has literally been like running things, and they're only acting now. This seems very stupid in my opinion, but the Soprano fanboys, Benjamin will be Soprano. Tony, give me the Prozac, brother. Testify.
Aye, because people understand. People know who he is.
Oh, well, they get to know who he is. They know who we are, don't they? Aye, they know who we are. But right, Tony then phones Melfi and says, "It's all right, you're safe. It's all right, you can come home." Wait, cause this guy get killed, it's all right for the therapist to come home. This bum that we don't even know, she doesn't know. What did you make of Christopher doing an exam, but was a Asian guy doing it for him?
Well, the Asians are smart, so if you want to get somebody to pass you a test, probably good to have the Asians do it.
That's pretty much it. But we get.
Although I was a bit surprised when he calls out Christopher's name and some Asian-looking kid turned around. It's like, aye, me.
Here. Well, I mean, I guess Christopher couldn't pass it on. But I mean, again, see, back in those days, probably didn't really have cameras and all to check who's who and all that good stuff. But we're introduced, right, to these two guys, Matt and Sean. They want in the mafia, they want in the Soprano career. We get a really funny scene later on, but I mean, we'll talk about this scene as it is. They basically just batter this guy because he didn't do a good job. And again, like, this just isn't a good look. I mean, they're not trying to go legit, but they're trying to portray a legit business, and these two are fucking battering a guy with coffee. Are you not surprised that this is like another Brendan situation, but even worse? Because I mean, it's not like Brendan was ever in like a role of doing something like legit. It was always like he was doing him and Christopher were doing their own thing illegally. Here, I thought this was pretty stupid, and then like the rest of the crew find out and they're raging about it, aren't they?
Right.
But guess who shows up? Some fat whale. It's like Tony with lipstick. His sister Janice has arrived. Thoughts on his sisters that we did not get introduced to before, but here they are.
I don't understand why one gets made it to be a big deal and then the other one who just randomly appears, it's like they're not a big deal. But they're both getting introduced for the first time. But if I could take a word out of your book, I thought it was very stupid in my opinion.
So have I said that a lot?
Aye. Every fucking thing you describe pisses me off.
Right, well, you describe the rest of the episode then.
Right, so Tony's sister, it turns up, Tony makes fun of her weight, but says, you still look like a teen, but unfortunately you're a fat fuck. He doesn't quite put it in that way, but that's basically what he was suggesting. But it turns out that his sister has maybe got like ulterior motives.
You get that one out there.
I did that.
You did alright.
Ulterior motives. She's asking Tony, I'm going to look after Mom, you did your part for the last 20 years, now I'm going to do my part, but in order for me to look after her, I need $400 to get a car started. So Tony gives her money, and she also wants the house. She's going, I'm going to look after Mom in the house and stuff like this, but Tony's like, that house is up for sale, bitch.
I know precisely, that's exactly what's going on.
So, yeah, but straight away you can just tell, it's like, this person is here for the money.
The money.
Because let's be honest, like, you know what I mean? They've never, in the last 20 years, according to Tony, they've never showed up. They've never paid a dime towards the mother. They've never checked in to see how the mother is. So, yeah, all of a sudden, when the mother's, out of her house and on her deathbed, all of a sudden...
That well is looking tasty.
Yeah, that well's looking... There's an opportunity there to, sweep in and see what's available.
take it. And then Tony, he's driving, right? And he's doing dun 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 dun.
Dun,
He's getting into the tune, then he has
But
a
the
panic
tune
attack.
stops, it fucking freezes, so he starts bashing the dashboard to try and get it to work, and then he takes like a mini seizure or something, has a mini fit, and then he crashes into like 1 mile an hour, crashes into like this post, and then
It's literally
the
1 mile an hour.
airbag explodes into his face, and it's like, this is. I mean, you look at him like a big fucking man child behind the wheel, smashing the dashboard because the song is stuck. It's like stuck on a certain word. He's like, and it's like, oh, what are you doing, Tony? Come on. I mean, it kind of fits in on his character, but I still cannot believe this is the mob. This is the mob boss.
I know.
I mean, come on.
It is a bit embarrassing, like, for him. Even when he like shows up to the psychiatrist, it's just he's sitting there with like a big red mark on his face.
He looks like a fucking bum. You'd expect him to be a guy claiming benefits, DLA, scrounger. I mean, he doesn't seem like a mob boss leader to me, like, but
welfare checks in America, that is. But yeah, this isn't a good look for Tony. He visits a new shrink. He basically says, "Here, I'm not going to look after you here because I've seen you on the TV." And then Tony doesn't take well to analyze this. He took it to fucking heart, didn't he, man? He was honestly greeting about this.
I know who you are.
I know who you are.
He was going by some weird name, Tony. He made up a different persona. He was like alias. He was can't remember the name, but it was some goofy sounding name. But the psychiatrist obviously, I've seen you on the news. I mean, at this stage, Tony Soprano's probably got a very like notable face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd assume that most people,
especially in this area.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, he can easily go back to Dr. Melfi, which he will too in due course. But we do get the pool scene where he takes like a psycho inside, then he goes out and just looks at Pussy. He's like, heavy breathing. And it's like, what are you going to do? You going to deck him, kiss him, or just fucking Batista ball him through the swimming
You
pool?
fat fuck.
You know? And then you've got Silvio, Polly, and Hesh afraid to laugh at his joke in case he takes it bad, which I thought was funny, but again, it's a bit pathetic that 3 grown men feel like they can't laugh at a joke because he's there. Even though the joke had nothing to do with him. He was actually making fun of his own wife, what had nothing to do with Tony.
Yeah.
And these 3 are sitting there like, can we laugh, Tony? And Hesh isn't even a part of the crew. He's just some rich guy who gives them money.
Some rich Jew that's just there. So.
And also, Carmelo's mum and dad are introduced, and the dad just gets jobbed out.
Yeah, the dad's getting.
He's told to get fucking.
He's getting
groceries.
ordered to go and get fucking canned pears. It's like.
And they have to be canned. Can't be fresh.
And it's like the way she's talking to him. It's almost like he's our butler or something like this.
I know.
Honestly, it's like, Thingy's mum. What's Tony's wife's?
I don't know. I don't know what Carmela.
What's her wife mum called again?
I can't remember.
But you would think that Carmela's mum is like the sister of Olivia. Because they're just really fucking annoying.
Oh, you would.
The way she was ordering.
Well, you would absolutely.
Him around, like.
I think you would absolutely, but this pool party never really goes anywhere. You can't just get people talking about nothing. Usually at these, I think in the show that before they've done a good job of like.
It is weird though. You've got all these family members, and then you've got these kids sitting next to like mob gangsters on the one bit, and it's like, it's just not a good. So it's not. You wouldn't expect all these people to be crammed into the one wee back garden. You could get me, oh, maybe it's Tony's got a big family and he connects family and business or whatever, but I mean, normally it's not what you would.
But what the thing is, I mean, how many times have they done it in this show already? This is episode 1 of season 2. How many have you seen? Do you actually?
Yeah, like pool parties, barbecue parties, and it's like, honestly, they just seem to do it just to set up like a scene to have like conversations in. It's like, nothing's ever really happened at one of these parties where it was like.
But see, they will now. The fanboys will spin it and be like, "Oh, but it's just to show that's what they do in their regular life." But I see if Walter, I know Walter and Hank, you know, the gang, you know, at the back, they have a few wee. But I mean, it wasn't like 1 every 2 episodes, which I feel like it literally is in this.
Oh, but would he really mix business with pleasure? Would he really have all his captains come around and be
in one location? Easy to wipe out.
No, I don't even mean that. I just mean all his captains have like civilise him with
his kids.
Aye.
But that's it. Though the feud is all one big happy family. That's just the way they do it. But then again, I didn't really get that vibe for Junior. Probably because I didn't have kids and all that stuff. But
I just can't imagine Junior having parties the way Tony does. with all his caps at the back, smoking cigars and.
He loves all the attention though, doesn't he? Big
Aye.
fat fuck, Tony. But anyway, right then we get almost scene of the episode. Basically, Christopher and Adriana are meeting with Sean and what's that guy?
The two
Sean
guys
and
that
Matt,
kiss
right?
Christopher's ass.
And basically, Adriana and Chris are just looking at each other like, we want to kill ourselves, we don't want to be here. And these guys like, hey, can we get in the crew?
And you go,
Chris?
oh, yeah, is Tony speaking about us? It's like
Tony doesn't even know who they are.
Tony doesn't know you fucking exist. And then Adriana tells Christopher to just tell them the truth or something. They're gonna kiss your ass anyway.
Aye, because he left the gas stove on or something. And then
Yeah, she's annoyed that he didn't just use a lighter. And he said, I'm sorry. And then she brings up the fact that he's a junkie.
yeah.
You can just tell them, you can tell these guys you're a junkie anyway. They're going to kiss your ass. Doesn't matter. So, like, Christopher, like, slaps Adriana, but then she slaps him back, and he seemed to fucking react more to him. She almost knocked him out.
He sold it. He fucking flew back in his chair.
And she was like, I'm out of here. I'm storming off. And he's like, yeah, bitch, go get my dinner ready. And it's like, I just like that. I don't think you'd get away with that. Just wouldn't, stuff like that wouldn't be acceptable in today's age.
No. But these two characters, man, they're just two bums, aren't they? It's Tony talking about this ice fangirl and about two guys he doesn't fucking know.
No, but you know the way, like, see the way Christopher, he's portrayed as like, I'm not gonna say he's portrayed as like a really nice guy, but he's not portrayed as like a scumbag.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like in 2023, if you slapped your girlfriend or wife and you told her to go and order the dinner, you'd be treated like a monster.
I will say...
Like an Ed.
I don't
In
feel
Walking Dead, who beat up Carl.
I will say this though, but I don't think Tony would ever hit Carmel.
I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I feel like because Chris is just like he's almost like a
Skinny.
pathetic bastard. He can kind of get away with it. I feel like Adriana would probably beat him 1-on-1.
Aye, true.
So yeah, but Tony, he
Whereas
shows
Tony's a big fucking fat slob.
talking. I mean,
Well, that time we seen him lift the weights. Ah! He was freaking out, wasn't he? Like, it's like, maybe he's got a bit of muscle behind him.
yeah, he turns up at the diner the following morning though. Who's there? Dr. Melfi. She's like, my patients have committed suicide because of you, and he doesn't really give a shit. Why would they though?
He's just trying to think of his next comment.
I know he's sitting there. He's like, yeah, what's she saying?
He doesn't even go, I'm sorry about that, or a poor victim. He's like, forget about that. You gotta come back and work for me. Give me lessons. And he says that, look, no one died because of you, which is another lie. I'm pretty sure he wiped. Did he not wipe that other guy out?
Aye, basically because of her.
Because they knew about the psychiatrist and maybe they thought she could spill beans. So that's another lie there for Tony S. He basically says that, look, it's fine now. Why are you blaming me? Why are you so upset? You can go back into your business. You can continue your life as normal. We can rearrange the sessions for my family. It's all about the family. And she basically tells him, go screw yourself, Tony.
I know, and then Tony walks out, he returns, Carmela's like, why are you home early? He's like, I don't know. And then she reheats spaghetti bolognese in the microwave, give it to him, and that's the end of the episode.
But before that, and during the party, we also seen Tony, when his sister left, we also seen him find the for sale sign in a car, which he put two and two together and blamed her for taking it down.
He started punching the wall again, that
Then
man-child.
Then he starts like
Outburst.
freaking out and he's like punching the walls and stuff like this, and Carmela's telling him to calm down. He's like, oh, my fucking sister, if she was here, I'd strangle her, you know? And it's like, but yeah, I mean, I guess his sister, like we said earlier in the review, you know, she's there. She doesn't really give a shit about the mother or the family. She wants the money, and that's why she's trying to prevent Tony from selling the house, because she wants the house. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. I think
Tony's
we covered
MVP.
everything. I think we covered everything.
We did.
But in my opinion, it was very stupid.
He hoovered that out in my book, but we're going to have to rate the episode out of 10. I thought it was a very weak season premiere. I mean, it ends with, like, there's not a clip, there's no, like, intrigue to watch the next episode. It's certainly Tony eating a fucking bowl of
Spaghetti. It's probably nicer than anything I've eaten in the past year, but still, I mean...
Is it reheated fucking
I
spaghetti?
know, but it's Italian spaghetti. I could imagine there's nice wee spices and flavours in it, you know what I mean?
I don't know. Tony's depressed, and I'm going to give it a 5. I didn't think it was that good.
I was thinking a 5.
I mean, time skip, nothing out of the ordinary happened. I mean, what are you intrigued to look at in episode 2? I feel like the aftermath of season 1, there's potential, and they kind of just fucking hoovered it off you.
We did get to see Junior walking in the prison for like 2 seconds.
We did,
And
and
an orange jumpsuit.
you know what? They introduced a lot of characters, and not one of them feels any bit big.
No. I'll give it a 6.
5.5 out of 10, folks. Next up, episode 2. Don't know what it's called, but until then, check out all the other fids. And I tell you what,
Fairy fids.
I like milking a fairy, but what is the fairy fids here? What if Tony ate pasta instead of spaghetti? Till then, peace. Do not resuscitate, and that's exactly what we're all thinking of Olivia Soprano. It was a very heavy Olivia Soprano episode, and I feel like
So that means it's not a good one, basically.
that's pretty much what we're getting at here. But you know what? I feel like the start of the episode didn't really feature her. And then I feel like the second half, it was like every other scene was her.
Yeah.
Eating her jello, greeting, right? But we kick off with the bit of star power with Tony. He arrives at prison. We've got Uncle Junior. He just pops his wee head through the visitor door. They sit down, and this just seemed like a very weird conversation. Normally, when you see these like sit downs, I mean, like, you see it in Sons where like they're actually sitting across from a table from each other. But here, they're using like the jobber telephones, and Junior's like, "Oh, don't say anything." They've got these all rigged, tapped.
Yeah.
And is Tony really going to sit here and like actually talk about business in a fucking prison? Of course they have it tapped.
I know.
Even though they
What
don't have
do you
it,
think Tony is?
even though they don't have the phones tapped. What? But they could hear you.
What do you think Tony is, an amateur? He's going to start blobbing all his secret info? Come on.
No, exactly. But Tony brings up the fact that why wasn't he put on the visitors list? It's been 3 weeks, big man. And then Junior's like, "Shut your mouth, Tony." And Tony's like, "Oh, there's been a lot of funerals over your side of the wall." Obviously implying here I've had basically everyone in your entire crewmate wiped out. But Junior's line this episode is, "Why don't you make things right with your mother?" Is Junior the only guy that actually likes Livia?
It would appear that way, and it's like I guess he's desperate for Tony and Olivia. I don't know why Junior, I think he's got bigger fish to fucking fry.
I know.
Should he not care about the fact that all his capos have been pretty much wiped out and he's been replaced as the head man?
And the only guy left is this big fat fuck called Bobby.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to care about that. His focus, plus he could potentially go away. He's he's under suspicion for all these crimes. Yet all he really seems to care about is Tony and Olivia making up together, getting back together. Tony forgiving her. But it sounded like to me, he says that Olivia wasn't aware. I think Olivia was exactly aware. I think Olivia wanted Junior to wipe Tony off the face of the earth, so I don't blame Tony for not forgiving her.
Exactly. No, I totally understand where you're coming from. But essentially here we get Tony Soprano. He tells Junior to send his wee errand boy in. And I say his wee errand boy in steps.
He's a big boy, man.
But this is stupid, right? He's one of Junior's soldiers in his crew. And where was he in season 1?
Nowhere to be seen.
And let's not pretend here, troops. If this guy was seen, we'd have seen him, because he's about 6'3", and he must be about 400 pounds. Easy, 400 pounds. And then just when you think things,
I just feel like Sopranos does a bad job of that in general with characters and the pacing. I feel like you'll have characters that kind of just disappear for a bit, and then you'll have characters that were never in it, and all of a sudden we're supposed to believe that they've been like a long standing member, and it's like, not really.
Yeah, it's like even in the last episode in the premiere, he has that Philly Perezi guy killed, and it's like we don't even know who he is.
Yeah, there was no backstory. This character was not built up yet. We're supposed to believe that he is one of Junior's top guys. Well, I mean, surely we'd have
see the
before.
scenes where we've seen the board in the police station that shows you all the names. See if it at least said it on that, I'd be like, fair enough. Even if we didn't see them, at least doesn't the police are looking into it. That makes a bit more sense to introduce it that way. But in my opinion, it's just a mess. And to sum up this mess, the next scene is Junior getting released from prison, and then Tony's like, "Here, you got out fast." No wonder he got out fast. This just seems like forced writing to me. Don't understand why he needs to come out this fast. And then basically we did get a funny scene where Tony tells Bobby about, right, this is what's happening with Junior. Then as he walks out, he's like, "To the victor belongs the spoils." And then Junior,
"Get out, you fat fuck."
Before I shove your quotation book up your fat fucking ass. So yeah, that was a very good line. But again, this is Junior's crew. Junior and this fat guy. That's it.
Speaking of fat guys, then we got a scene with Sal and I guess his
Skip.
second.
Skip.
Skip.
No, Skip's FBI.
Alright, Skip's FBI. And I the first time watching this, I'm totally confused. So it made me feel like this was a flashback because I felt like this was like before Big Pussy confronted Tony because he was saying to Skip how Tony doesn't know that he's back working yet.
I think what you're supposed to
So
get
I
here
thought
though
this was a flashback, but what it actually was a reveal that Pussy is indeed a rat.
and also that he's lying to him right now.
And it's like, what kind of shit? I thought this was a very shit way to like discover that Pussy was the one that was ratting.
Because, like, obviously, like, there was suspicions and he confronted Tony last episode, but it seems so weird that they would go to such great lengths to show that he's not the rat. And then the next
Then
episode
blow it in a throwaway scene where it's like they just randomly expose him being a rat. This is how they reveal it, and it's like there was no big like discovery. It was just him casually sitting in a car talking to another FBI agent. Oh, I am the rat, by the way. Aye.
No. I thought that sucked. And the other story plot this episode was the construction workers here. They're not hiring enough black guys.
That would be like you know a story. It's like, oh, who done it? You know, and then the next minute, two people are just casually driving, like, oh, I am the one that killed all those people.
Roll credits.
You know, I was like, what?
Yeah, I thought that. I mean, some really funny scenes in this episode, right? But like when Tony tells him to get off his fucking car before he flips it, that was another good line when he's speaking to Bobby. And I mean, this whole story arc, this episode about the construction workers, the blacks not getting treated right. I mean, a good scene where Tony's talking to the guy's dad. He's like, World War II, what age are you there? 75. He's like, at 8 years, Tony. 83.
I'm an old bastard.
Old bastard. And yeah, I mean, and Junior's also a World War II veteran as well, man. Look at it. Did Olivia serve in World War II? Did she serve in World War II, man? But we did get a funny scene where Tony's sitting in the car, and then those two fucking retards, Matt, I can't even remember what the other guy's called, but they're, hey Tony, they're fucking waving the baseball bats like absolute fangirls, man, because they see Tony Soprano sitting in a car. And the whole gimmick is he's supposed to lay like a low profile.
Yeah.
He's not supposed to be there.
He's like, screw this shit, I'm out of here, and he drives off. It's like, what the fuck?
I know, honestly, I thought that was
Are they coming over for an autograph or something?
I know, literally, but of course they set up this whole thing where like the protesters get battered, so therefore some of the construction workers pull out, phone in sick, all looks good. Tony's talking about 3 and 2s with the guy at the end of the episode, but to be honest, I mean, this isn't filler, I don't know what is filler. Like, I get it, they've got businesses, but I just feel like there's a better way of incorporating it. Like, I like the guy, I mean, the old guy talking about World War II, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, I mean, any old bastard can talk about what war they were in. It's whether it means anything. And talking to old bastards, let's get to Olivia, right? Janice and Olivia, you can see Janice is here just for her money, and then the whole do not resuscitate thing, she's speaking to Tony about it back in the house, and Tony's like, no, do not resuscitate. Vegetables don't give a fuck when they're dead, which I thought was a pretty good line for Tony, but is, at the end of the day, what's the end game here? I feel like they're just forcing Olivia down her throat.
We want you to like and forgive Olivia.
I mean, it was a 15-minute episode. I'm willing to bet she was on screen for about 15 minutes.
Felt like it.
Honestly, and
15 minutes too long for me.
it is 15 minutes too long, and it's... And then Anthony Jr. shows up, and he's like, I know what DNA is, Grandma, but I don't know what DNR is. And she's like, do not resuscitate, Anthony. Oh, your sister. Women treat their grandmas much better than the boys. I was like, hold on here. Meadow fucked off to see her pal, and he's actually here. And what's she do? Belittle him?
I know, like, I just can't stand her. She's not got a positive word to say about anybody.
And then, like, when he was there, she's, like, putting over Janice. But to Janice's face, she's burying her.
Yep, even though it's clear Janice is only after the money.
And then you think things can't get any worse, and then Junior is having a shave, and he fucking slips.
Does his back in, can barely move. Big man comes over to help him, and that must have been an awkward scene, him having to pull Junior out the shower. Imagine if he fell in the shower. Junior would have been squished.
Junior would have got washed away down the plug.
Had some syrup, you got some pancakes there.
You know, floppy fucking Junior pancakes, but...
And Tony Soprano comes over to see him, and Tony Soprano is like, come on, I gotta take you to the hospital. And he doesn't want to go. He's like, I'm not going in an ambulance. So Tony decides to basically lift him up and just walk out the house with him, which is
This was awful.
weird sight. We also had a scene where Tony meets down with the Reverend's son.
Aye. And then he's like, aye.
Discusses that the Reverend's son is like, he's in on it kind of thing. He's just hyping all these people up. He's just using them really, whereas he's taking money for Tony Soprano. So that the whole fight was kind of like set up in a way, the construction fight where Tony's guys went there to attack all the protesters. It was staged.
Exactly. And back to the Junior Tony stuff.
Exactly.
Boom. Do you not just feel like, though, the whole situation's been diffused?
Aye, it feels like nothing happened.
How does he go for, like...
At the start of the episode, I felt like if Tony could have got his hands on him, he'd kill him. But by the end of the episode,
he's carrying him in a bathrobe?
Yeah, to take him to the hospital.
I don't know, man. It just looked very weak to me. Seeing an old man.
I know it feels very weak. See when someone uses the exact same terminology.
No, but this is weak. This is poor.
Oh, okay.
An old guy getting... See Clay Morrow, right? Seeing his hands flared up, the Jacks fucking pick him up and carry him at the clubhouse.
Imagine he did.
AKs and shotguns, simmer frames and walking sticks, brother. And the wee arthritis things. But anyway, right, we have to do this episode, and I'm going to give it a 4. I thought it was... You know what? See, apart from Tony fat fuck jokes, what was in it?
Not a lot. Yeah, not a lot. It wasn't even a heavy Tony episode either.
That was Olivia heavy episode. It was
like,
a fucking heavy episode in terms of weight.
I feel like there was a lot of heavy loads in this episode. There was a lot of heavy loads in this show, to be honest. But I'll give it a 4. I'll give it a 5.
4.5 out of 10.
It was nothing great.
Do not it's one of those episodes like where if you missed it.
Do not resuscitate. Do not rewatch.
Like obviously Junior getting released for jail is a big deal, but that's it. That's all that happened.
Yeah.
Like, alright, and like Sal's announced as a rat, right? But see, apart from that 30-second scene and Junior getting released, man, you've 48 minutes of garbage.
48 minutes of garbage.
And then knock fat jokes. But until then, 4.5 out of 10. Next episode, Richie April is released from jail after 10 years. So anyway, till next time. Peace.
Toodle ducking. Oh, quack, quack. It is time to review The Sopranos. Season 2, Episode 3. Right here on Fog Entertainment. We get introduced to a brand new character in this episode. An important character. And hopefully he lasts longer than his dead brother.
Aye, because his brother's dead. But we're talking about Richie April. And what's your first impressions of the big man? I think he's good.
I mean, I like Richie Appeal. I'm getting like a kind of badass, not to be messed with. But I'm also kind of getting like vibes. He doesn't really play by the rules. He doesn't strike me as being fair. Now, Jackie Appeal was supposedly the head man of the entire operation. But I don't know, Jackie Appeal kind of came across to me as like a pushover. Someone that would be very lenient and let you away with stuff. Now, maybe it's because when we actually get introduced to him at the very start, he's sick and he's, dying. That could be a reason why we get that feeling from him. But I don't feel that with Richie. I feel like Richie, give him a chance and he'll stab you in the back kind of thing.
Yeah, like Richie definitely seems like he should have been leader, even though I'd argue his methods would make for him not to be leader, because I don't think he's got a level head. He kind of just does what he wants, and you can kind of see why he got 10 years rammed up his ass here.
Yeah, he's a bit volatile. He's a
reckless.
He's he's all of those things.
So he's out after 10 years, right? He pays a wee visit to pizzeria owner. Pizza, it's me, Beansy.
Beansy Guetta, his former partner in crime, who is doing pretty well for himself at the moment. Got a pizza job. Well, I don't know if it's pretty well, but he owns his own business.
Like he basically says to Richie,
he's doing better than us.
Yeah, he says to Richie in like another confrontation later on, like, while you and your brother pissed away the heroin money, I put mine to good use, and I bought a couple of pizza chains, and essentially, then he fell in love with a DiCamio crime family, the Sopranos, and then he's making money with Tony, so that's why he's not allowed to be touched by Richie. But what does Richie do? Richie touches him.
He touches him in a pretty big way. Basically wanted money. When Gator told him to back off, he got a coffee pot to the head.
But I tell you what, right, this Beansy guy's got shite bag mentality, because he was acting like such a shitebag to Richie. But see the wee kid, he was like, "Oh, why didn't you get my fucking sandwich?"
Get him a sandwich, man.
But the Richie, he was like, "Oh, it's okay, Richie." No, I get it, right? This kid's a wee shitebag,
Should
right?
just say so,
He's probably on 4.20 and all.
I'm not your wife. You fucking bastard. You know?
I know, but do you not hate? I know, obviously, it's just that people are going to act shitebags to more people than others, like if they've got a reputation. But I hate people like that. I like people in TV shows who treat everyone the same and they don't give a fuck who it is.
I know, but I think you tend to find this is the way it kind of goes with a lot of these people, you know.
Well, it is, but I think it was a good way to establish Richie. But it made me not really like Beansy. I'm not saying his fate was desired, but I mean, it established Richie, so I was all for it.
I know, but you kind of get this people who are like kind of high up in, you know, organizations, whatever, but they're not the highest. When they're around their minions or people that are below them, they act like the top dog, you know, they act like this tough guy, but when they're around people that are above them, you know, they kind of just retreat into shitebag mode, like you said. So I think that's pretty normal.
But again, I think it just goes back to what
But
you said.
considering this guy had a bit of, you know, considering this guy believes he's got Tony's backing and that nothing's going to happen to him because he's protected, I thought he was awful, you know, like cowardly here in these scenes.
Yeah, like there wasn't even a line of, "Here, you can't touch me because Tony will have your knees." It was like, "Oh, Richie, come on, the pizza's good, son."
Yeah, it was like
All the toppings, just oh my
it was
knees.
kind of like he was asking him nicely to leave him alone rather than saying, "Look, you, I don't owe you nothing. You ain't getting a penny for me, and if you touch me, Tony will be on the phone." You know what I mean? And it wasn't like that. It was like, "Come on, man, please, this is my business. You wasted your money. I invested." You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, but anyway, I thought it was a good start to the episode. And I do like this Richie April character, so we'll see what happens with him.
We'll get to him a wee bit later on, but it's time for a wee frat party. Tony is informed by a police officer that there's some teens drinking inside his mother's house, so he shows up and you can kind of... But no one really looks at Tony here. It's like the police guy's the only guy that knows him.
Yeah, well, I think this guy is on Tony's payroll. Tony gets there, and they're like, I mean, drowning pool, let the bodies hit the floor should have played. There's people being carted out, carried out, helped out, stretchered out, you name it.
Junkies.
Out cold. There's people, I mean, Tony walks into the house and it is absolutely fucking trashed. Puke everywhere, pish everywhere. Just the house pretty much destroyed. And he finds out that it was his daughter, Mido, that was basically behind the party. And yeah, it's fair to say that Tony isn't happy. And he marches Mido home along with her friend whose name is
Hunter Hurst Helmsley.
It's definitely not him.
No,
but yeah,
she's a fucking nose like Triple H.
she does. They get home and basically they have a bit of an argument. And
she storms off to bed. Then the next morning, it's like, right, what's the punishment going to be? And then she comes up with the punishment, saying, right, I think my credit card should be taken away for 3 weeks. To which Tony agrees, but Carmela's like, no, what you doing, Tony? He's like, fuck it, that'll do.
No, she says 2 weeks.
Well, then they up it to 3.
And then they up it to 3. I thought this was right. Tony's supposed to be this fucking badass. And like when they first get in and when Mido's going to bed, AJ's like, he shouts at AJ, says like, what you doing, get out of bed? And he's like, she's the one taking drugs. Yeah, I'm the one getting shouted at. And then Tony tries to lunge at him, but he runs up the stairs before Tony can get him. But it's like, I actually kind of agree with AJ here. I mean, he's just kind of like sitting up past his bedtime, I guess, to see what trouble his sister gets in. Yet she runs upstairs, and before he knows it, he's the one getting shouted at. It's like, what the hell's happened here? But then the next day, Mido's the one that comes up with the punishment. Like, she says, my credit card taken away for 2 weeks, and they up it to 3 weeks. It's like, I don't understand this. I mean, I think it's fair to assume that she doesn't spend that much on it.
Yeah.
How much would really be on it? I highly doubt she's used to spending thousands every single week on a credit card that is supported by her family. So I don't think it's even that much of a loss. And then they decide to up it by an extra week, but like, big deal. And it's like, shouldn't they decide the punishment? I thought it was a bit strange that they let Mido come up with the punishment. Whenever does someone commit a crime and they are the ones that decide? No, I mean, you can't go and murder somebody and go, you know what, I was wrong. I tell you what, I'll do 2 years. And the judge is like, no, I think you should do 3. And I went, okay, 3, fair enough.
No, and I think,
but, you know, it's like,
I get you right, but I think Tony Soprano, to use one of my favourite quotes, he looks weak here for a mob boss. You know why? Numerous reasons, because he even says in bed with Carmela that, here, you know what kids are like these days? They could sue us.
we can't touch her.
What, mate, you're fucking top, man.
You're Tony fucking Soprano.
If he can't get his kids in line, what's the average person got? By getting their kids in line?
Exactly.
It should be what Tony says, that's it.
I mean, I'm not saying Tony should beat the shit out of her. Like, I'm not saying that, but it's like, I'm surprised they went, right, well, I'm taking you're getting your car taken off you. You're grounded for so long.
He should just have to, like, raise his voice the slightest bit, and that should be it.
And it's like, what about making her clean the place or nothing like that? She didn't have to clean the house, didn't get grounded, got a credit card taken off her, but then she later asks for money in the episode and end up giving her money. It was like, I don't think it was a punishment at all. And again, people say this is the greatest show ever. It's just, Tony Soprano doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that would just let this slide. I mean, it's not like it's not like she had a couple of drinks with her friends and she maybe got a bit too drunk and you know, got hungover and puked. I mean, they were all doing drugs and shit. It was all like these fucking nobodies. God knows who was inside it. And they pretty much destroyed the house.
I know.
Yeah. If anything, Carmela seemed more annoyed than Tony.
Absolutely, and Tony actually, I mean, he gets far more annoyed at Janice the next day, where he wings his cereal bowl about halfway across his house.
Yeah, it's weird though, because Janice at the start was kind of defending Meadows' delinquency.
And then once she finds out about how much, because you actually thought that maybe she...
Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's a theory fed, but I actually thought maybe Janice put Meadow up to this and, I don't know, maybe paid for her to get the drink, maybe paid for her alcohol and stuff like that, and allowed her the keys to party, because Meadow keeps saying it's not my fault, but she doesn't explain why it's not her fault. Every time they blame her for this party, she just keeps saying it's not my fault. So I don't know if Janice maybe agreed to let this happen, but she didn't realise the extent that the house was going to get destroyed, or she actually doesn't care about how badly the house is destroyed and she's just like playing up to make it look as if like it was definitely Meadow that did this and not her.
Again, it's not a good look for Tony. If Meadows down the route of here, I tried to stop these people coming in, but they wouldn't listen to me. Surely they know who she is and what her dad does. And surely, if he was really big man Tony, they'd be like, fuck, we can't touch that house.
Yeah.
But again, I think in this show, they try and like downplay themselves to the public.
True. And it was all, yeah, it's
They're not
like,
like Tony
doesn't
the
want his
Sons.
Tony doesn't want his neighbours to know what he's doing and all that stuff. That time they were playing golf and they kept bringing that up like he was pissed off.
Here, I don't do that shit, son.
But it's like, again, I mean, Tony, he takes like a slight interest once he finds out there was people selling drugs, but then he kind of like just quickly forgets about it. And it's like, why doesn't he care? I mean, why is he not pressing this more?
Yeah, I don't get it. There's just so much other stuff he gets far more annoyed at.
Yeah, that isn't even relevant.
Like,
Yeah.
I remember a scene last season when AJ didn't answer the door and he was playing Mario Kart. And he was like fucking threatening to throw him out in the street because he didn't answer the door. And he, but, right, I think it is maybe more an Italian thing, but he definitely seems more lenient towards Meadow than he is AJ. I feel like if this was AJ doing it, he'd have fucking killed him. He'd have Batista bombed him through his SUV.
Fucking ground it for a year.
Honestly,
Car
like,
taken off him.
AJ
Locks on the bedroom door.
AJ stays up past his bedtime and he either gets fucking speared through the stairs.
Tony, who couldn't get his belt out quick enough. Give him some lashes.
Tony Crispy and Wallace Soprano.
Yeah, then we see... So, like, the next day, once Janice kind of finds out the extent of which the house was damaged, she starts criticising Tony and Carmela for not disciplining their daughter enough. Tony ends up throwing a cereal bowl at her. He's not happy.
And I feel like this is actually this actor at his best when he's in these rage scenes.
I agree.
This is when you see him. I mean, it's really good acting, but I guess some people could see it as one-dimensional.
I think Tony's got a lot of dimensions. Like,
No, he does, but I feel like some people could see it that because like, I think the scene where he thinks Polly's killed Big Sal, that was good acting as well.
aye.
And this one is he just. I mean, he moves like that.
It does.
He moves like the Flash.
Definitely mentally not right there. Like,
Basically.
he definitely needs a psychiatrist
Oh wait a minute.
and
Yes.
maybe a bunch of pills as well. Why not?
The fact his psychiatrist is seeing a psychiatrist.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up. Then Carmela kind of loses patience with Janice after Janice continuously criticizes their parenting skills, and she tells her to shut the fuck up, and basically kind of wants her out the house, I guess, at that stage. And it's like, I don't think Janice making her point that she doesn't think they punish Mado enough. I don't think that is like crime of the century. Now, I guess Carmela's taking it bad because she kind of feels like she's been like undermined, or she's been like criticized as a mother for how they dealt with it. But I mean, for me, I still think Janice is entitled to voice her opinion. I mean, there's been no... Janice is the one that I believe she's not really living at the house, but she wants the house or whatever. I just don't feel like I don't feel like the punishment was enough. I don't feel like enough was done. I don't think Janice is horrible for suggesting they didn't do enough either. It's like, man, they should have been saying to me, right, you better go and get your friend April or Hunter or whatever she's called.
April Hunter Hobart.
And you better be over in that house tomorrow morning cleaning that up. I want to see that house looking spotless. I want to see this. I want to see that. And, don't think you're getting paid for it or whatever, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
the anger's very inconsistent.
It's like they fucking trashed the house and Janice is the one that's cleaning it up. So therefore, I think you could understand why Janice would be upset about this. Like, how come they trashed this house, they destroyed it, I'm cleaning it up, and you let her off with, taking away her credit card, but then you're just going to give her money anyway?
Exactly. It's not even a punishment.
So yeah,
If anything, you're just not letting your credit card build up.
So I think Janice was kind of in the right here for, criticising how they dealt with it. But I don't know, maybe it's because it's an Italian thing. Is this the ultimate sign of disrespect?
Telling you how to bring up your kids. But again, she's not some total stranger. She's the aunt. She's Tony's sister. It's not like one of Tony's crew said this and Tony's like, yeah, Christopher, what the fuck you on? You're a junkie, mate.
Aye.
I can maybe get that. But, well, again, Christopher's her cousin, isn't he? So, maybe Christopher could have a wee word here. But look at Dr. Melfi. She's having a dinner with her friends. Tony's sitting down with his crew. You've got Johnny Sack there. She, looks at Tony, and then she's like, I can't even remember what she asked. Tony kind of, blanks her, goes, yeah. And then she's like, toodle-doo. Toodle-oo. Toodle-oo. Well, it was, it was fucking awkward.
It was.
I think that's probably the sole reason she went and seen a psychiatrist.
That's right. Well, I think she's already seen one.
Oh, well, I know, but yeah, that's me. And then she just sum it up. Then she has a dream about Tony running out of Prozac, and he crashes a fucking car.
I feel like The Sopranos does a really bad job though of introducing other characters. Like, there's a lot of time where Tony's meeting up with people, and I'm like, who the hell's this guy?
One of these guys sitting around the table is called Johnny Sack, right? And
But who is Johnny? That's what I mean.
See, he's like one of the top dogs in New York. He's way above Tony, and you would think he's a bum. You would think he's a fucking
But they haven't
jobber.
explained that very well.
I know, that's what I'm
I
saying.
thought Tony was the top man.
I have New Jersey.
Well, New Jersey, New York are like kind of...
No, it's different.
No, but it's... What do you mean he's way above Tony? If Tony's the top man in New Jersey...
Yeah, but New York is considered the five families in New York's like, ho ho!
Yeah, but New York and New Jersey are just like two... It's like two different locations.
New York.
Aye.
New York's a state, mate.
Is it?
Yeah.
You sure?
New York is a state. You've got New York City and then New York the state. New Jersey is in
New
York.
Jersey's a city though.
Aye, and yeah, I know. No, right. See, Tony is like San Bernardino, right?
Right.
And then New York, it's weird because I guess his sons are kind of all like equal in a way. It's a weird one. It's a weird one to describe, but I don't really know how to describe it. But New York is just more important than New Jersey.
Right, okay. But New York's a city.
Aye, but it's also a state.
What's the actual name for the New York State though? It's not New York.
It has to be. New York, New York. That's what it is.
New York, New York. Aye, because there's New York, New Jersey, yeah.
Aye, and then you get like New York, Manhattan, all the islands, Brooklyn, New York. That's why it's called Brooklyn, New York.
So are these guys the headmen of the New York City or the New York State?
I don't know. They don't really explain that.
Right, okay.
Obviously, I think you know what, guys? See, when it comes to East Coast America, I'm not that good. See, when it comes to West Coast, I know my stuff.
I'll be honest, right? See, when it comes to America, I wouldn't say I'm top notch, but I damn know more about geography than the average American does. So,
Exactly.
well, America's weird. You got your states and your provinces and cities and shit, and I guess and area codes. I don't deal with that.
No, but know what it is? It's like Tony's mafia. I mean, the mafias are connected, right? But they're not the same thing. If you know what I mean, they're not the same thing. It's like two different MCs.
But this one's a lot more important than Tony's.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
it's like two cartels, but one's bigger than the other, but they work together.
Oh, I just feel like in other shows, if a top dog is coming and they're like top dog, then they make you aware of that.
Yeah, but he's not the top dog.
No,
But
I
he's
know.
a part of the top dog crew.
But they didn't do a good job. Like, let's take the Mayans, for example. I feel like in episode 1, when the Mayans have to go and explain to Galindo, I feel like they do a good job of basically explaining. Now, I don't know if this tier system would be correct, but I take from episode 1, when they have to explain what happened to the drugs getting stolen, it seems like Galindo's up here
And
and the Mayans are down here.
Yeah.
Now, but when
Maybe at this point.
but see, when Tony's sitting talking to people, it's literally just like it's random fucking people he might have just met that night. Oh, do you want to sit down and have a bite to eat?
Maybe at this point they had no plans for New York, but as the show goes on, New York comes into it a bit more, so maybe there's that element of it, like, but
Who'd no plans for New York? Tony?
the show, in terms of the writing, maybe they didn't want to make New York a big deal in the
So
early
just what you think, you just want to stick to New Jersey?
Aye.
Right, okay. That's fair enough.
I'm not saying like sure fucking season 5, man, it's all about New York, but they talk about it a bit more, is my point.
My point is we should move on before I embarrass myself about any more American geography.
Aye, we'll move on, right? But Richie is warned by Tony in the mall, which he sees as like blatant disrespect because earlier he meets Tony outside the butcher's, and then Chris shows up. He's like, "You ever want to hit my niece again? You're gonna have to marry her, give her her last name. So it's all right if you marry her, you can fucking bat her, slap the fuck out of Adriana, but until you do that, big man, you can't do it." What's their fucking mentality is that? That is dipshit mentality.
Yeah,
I know you could say, "Oh, that's old school," right? But how the fuck does that make it?
Does that mean Tony's all right with someone literally beating the shit out of me though, as long as they're married to her?
Exactly. No, come on. That's fucking ridiculous.
I can't imagine Tony'd be okay with that.
I know. That.
But then again, Tony's so fucking. He's so.
It's just like, oh, he can beat the shit out of her, but I can't stand fucking Tony. What do you mean, AJ, brother?
I know he flips and flops. Like I don't know, but yeah, I thought that was a bit weird. If you want to continue beating the shit out of my niece, then you gotta marry her. You know, like what?
I can see Richie's point here, though. I think it is like almost disrespectful by Tony by how much he's blanking him. Like Richie wants to talk business, and Tony just walks off instead of saying "not here." I think so.
Yeah.
Like I know he's top man, but I feel like the way he did blank him was disrespectful.
Yeah,
And I can actually see a reason why Richie's pissed off here.
True.
Like I can't imagine another show, man, if they went to sit down and they just blanked him and fucked off. He'd be like, "What?"
Yeah, he kind of. Is it Paulie? He says Paulie takes his place.
Silvio sits down. He's like, "I'm not here, big man. You're gonna have to meet him in the mall." Well, so they have to drive 50 miles to the mall just to talk in a phone shop.
But then again, is that not more of Tony just being careful than disrespecting him?
Not. But I think he's trying. I think you can already tell they're trying to.
So you think
push each other's buttons.
You
here.
think Tony's trying to play mind games, even though he's mind-wise he's mentally fucked?
Yeah.
Because if you're mentally ill, I don't think you should try mind games. I think weak, strong people should play mind games, even though they.
Is it because he's just out of jail? Maybe he thinks he's got a deal. I don't know.
Could be, yeah, could be that. But then again, I thought because Tony had a lot of respect for his brother, so I thought he had more respect for him.
Even in this episode, he's like, "I see you as a big brother, Richie."
But anyway, I guess, do you think this is what pushes Richie over the edge and he decides to go and take out in the pizza man?
I mean, it could be, but I don't know. I feel like he's just... I don't know what he's trying to do with the pizza man, honestly. It just feels a bit unnecessary, all right? So he shows up again. He sees Beansy. And then, like, you've
Holds
got...
him at gunpoint.
And Beansy starts running around the car. It was very awkward.
Beansy runs away. I mean, it's like a chase scene for a horror movie. Beansy thinks he gets away, and then he's
It's almost very cringy, isn't it?
He's about to get into his car, and then lights flash on him, and it's Richie who's in another car. And Beansy has time to like run away or run around the other side of his car, but he just decides to stand there like an idiot. And
he gets run over about
lets Richie
15
Aprile
times.
He lets Richie Aprile just like run into him.
And then you get
crushing him between both cars.
You've got No Scrubs playing by TLC. And it kind of took away from it, but made it funny.
And then Richie Aprile backs up and backs over him and then drives over him a few times and drives off. Honestly, I thought he was dead.
He should be dead.
I mean, we've seen like murder hits and kill hits like way worse than this.
I mean, I guess he hit him quite big, but I mean, I guess
it was always like lower legs. He never really.
Aye, and then when he went over him, it wasn't like he was doing it like fucking 50 mile an hour. But best quote of the episode is when Tony says, "I thought I taught you to back off Beansy," and he goes, "I did. I put it in forward." The way he says it, totally fucking serious.
Yeah. So Tony's pissed off that he's done this to Beansy. Tony then goes to visit Beansy in hospital.
And he's humped.
His mother and wife are there and they're not happy. And she's like, yeah, Tony, you're going to let someone do this to your friend? I mean, she better watch it or else she might get slapped, although she is married, so maybe that's not Tony's place. They go away and then Tony Soprano says to Beansy, he's like, yeah, don't worry about it, man. People walk out of here all the time.
I know, he's like, Paulie has a cousin. He was told he could never walk again. He's doing. What's that thing called? Lingo. What's that? You go under the pole?
Lingo dance.
I mean, come on, Tony.
How low can you go? But I mean, it doesn't look like the guy is going to walk again, and the doctor has minimum hope that he'll walk again. But Tony is convinced that he will because Paulie's fucking nephew or something got ran over once, and he can still walk now. So, yeah. Then we get Tony later, like we said, he reprimands Richie for the attack, threatening him with severe consequences should he not follow the boss's orders again. And it's like, I mean, is Tony really Richie's boss as things currently stand?
But see, it is kind of...
I get Tony is the boss or whatever of New Jersey, or I get that, but I mean, is Richie's, is he really... Like, who's Richie belong to? I mean, does he belong to anybody?
See, that's because he would have been under the former regime when he went into jail. You kind of see in this episode he meets Junior. He speaks to Junior. He says, "Is that I'll do whatever you tell me to." So it definitely seems like Richie is in Team Junior camp. Team Junior has gained a member.
Team Junior is back in town.
But again, Junior's just some old... Junior has just got him, Fat Bobby, and now Richie Aprile. There's not much of a team. It's not much of a team effort. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I just feel like they wiped out Junior's team like just like that. Within the space of 10 minutes in the season finale, Junior's team, his squad got completely shot off the face of the earth. We also had Richie kind of following Janice around this episode.
See, like, they get you to believe here, right, that these two... Well, I mean, they had a relationship, like, ages ago. Like, I think when Livia was still fucking... I think when Janice and Tony still lived with Livia, right? But the age difference between the actors is 20 years. And I think you can see that.
Yeah, you can clear... I mean, Janice, to me, I don't know what age she's supposed to be in the show, but...
I think she's 40 in the show.
Wow, she does not look 40. She looks more like early 30s.
She's the oldest sibling, right? And Tony's like late. I think Tony's like 38 in season 1. Janice is like 2 years older than him. But Richie, to me, well, the actor. I mean, I just did it then and now. The actor's 58 in season 2, right?
What's the character in season 2 though?
I would say,
is he Jackie Aprile's older brother or younger?
Older, has to be. I mean, if it's younger, they've done a bad casting.
Yeah,
I would say. In the show, he's at least 5 years older than Janice, but that makes him 45, and he just looks bad. He looks bad for 40. To me, he looks about mid-50s, late 50s.
Yeah.
So, again, Does Richie April need to take a seat? Can you not slap somebody if they're overage or something? I don't know what's going on, but yeah, very weird for Richie.
But yeah, I guess Richie wants to get back with Janice. Does he really care about Janice, or is this kind of just a pawn in his game to try and maybe get one over on Tony?
It could be that, but I tell you what, right? We've buried this show for not developing characters, but see, in terms of pushing one character to the moon, they've did it with this guy this episode, and it's proof it can be done.
Yeah, no. If you give a character time and you develop them, then obviously they can be good. And all of a sudden,
I'm not even joking. Like, I mean, this guy's like second place right now.
yeah, he feels more important than pretty much anyone else.
I mean, Christopher. I feel like Christopher and Junior, right, are obviously up there, but I feel like there's no consistency. I just
I
feel
don't know,
like
I feel
they go missing for a few episodes. And it's like,
I feel like Christopher peaked in the early half of season 1.
yeah, exactly. But Junior, he's just no, he. If Richie's going to listen to Junior, maybe they're going to be playing on the podium position. But aye, Richie's here. It was a Richie featured episode. Tony then shows up to change the locks at the house, and who's he discover? Meadow cleaning the place. But again, this kind of goes back to your logic about Janice, because Janice was alright with it, and then discovered how bad the place was in. Now, why would Meadow go clean it out the goodness of her heart? That kind of tells me that Janice is like, here, we got you that easy punishment.
Wait, when we were watching this, did I not say that was Meadow cleaning it, and you said it was Janice?
No, you did, and then I went, no, you're right, it is Meadow.
It definitely looked like Meadow.
No, you're right. But again, that's how the episode ends, with Meadow cleaning the fucking floorboards. Of all the stuff they did with Richie in this episode, and it ends.
I feel like Meadow cleaning the floorboards is something that should happen in the middle of the episode.
Yeah.
That's your punishment, Meadow.
I think the ending scene of this episode should have been when Tony basically threatened him. If you don't follow my orders, I'll kill you.
Aye, then they have a face-off, and
And they looked, and then when Tony walks off, it can fade to black rather than this here scrub of the floorboards.
Tony walks off, and then you hear tires screeching.
I don't want no scrubs. Anyway, right. I think the first episode got a 5.5. Last week's episode 2 got 4.5. What's this one going to get?
I'll give it an 8.
Yeah, I'm going to get an 8. Richie April, he's fucking up the average for this season big time, and toodle fucking and it's a half an hour review. And
there you go, boom. Yeah,
closing thoughts, go for it. 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. I like the Richie April character. I feel like the show needs more important characters, because at the moment, I genuinely feel like it's like the Tony Soprano show with a bunch of sidekicks.
But no, another thing I don't really like about it, right? This whole, like, they just go to jail. Like, there's just no build-up. There's not even a slight mention. Like, there's not even a mention of this guy even existing before this episode.
Yeah, it's like, how come in a previous episode can you not even, like, drop off a wee mentions, like, Thingy's getting out of jail or whatever?
No, right, if Jackie April dies, right, and then, like, you've got the whole feud between Tony and Junior, surely there should be a thing about, what's Richie going to do when he gets out? He's out in 6 months.
Yeah, no, with Jackie dying and stuff like that, you'd think this Richie April's name would at least got name dropped.
But again, for a show that's considered the greatest of all time, I feel like stuff like that is crucial to a show.
I like The Sopranos, but I think it's hit and miss.
Yeah, and a show that's hit and miss can't be the greatest of all time.
No, I think you need consistency.
And that is it, folks. Consistently inconsistent. But anyway, 8 out of 10. Can it do this for the rest of the season? Can Richie April take us to the heights of a 10 episode? Will The Sopranos get a 10 out of 10 episode?
I'd say so, aye.
There you have it, folks. There you have it. Bold predictions. But until then, toodle fucking oh. Woo! Commendatori, Forza Ferrari, Arriva Ragazzi. The Sopranos arrived in Italy for this episode, and in my opinion, it took all the heat out of Richie April. He wasn't even in this episode. After such a good episode, you expect to carry on for that, and it just kills any momentum it had.
The Sopranos at times kind of reminds me of like a sitcom where it's like episodic television, but it's like not carried over. You know, like those episodic where it's like it's not like a continuous story,
like a Friends.
Yeah, that's kind of what The Sopranos reminds me.
Like, yeah, it's in the same universe, but realistically, you don't need to watch every episode as long as you know the general.
Yeah, they've got so many like standalone episodes that really add nothing to the main story, and I guess you could argue other shows have that, but I do feel like The Sopranos has it more than others. So yeah, we're in Ferrari. I mean, we're in Italy, the home of the Italian Ferrari bottle jobs.
Aye.
And
The Italian stallion.
and then this, in my opinion, this was this episode wasn't that great. It was I thought the best stuff about this episode was Paulie thinking that all the Italians would love him.
But they all hated him.
Yeah, just because he was from like America, but they all like didn't have any respect for him because they don't see him as a real Italian.
But no, the problem is with his logic there, right? They have their own crew in Naples, which we see a lot of, right? Why would the average Italian give a fuck about him?
We know who he is.
No, but why would they? They wouldn't. Why is he expect them to care? Your rank in New Jersey means hee-haw in Naples.
Yeah, but the average Italian walking down the street ain't going to know he's got a rank. They don't know who he is.
Exactly.
I felt like Paulie was walking around Italy expecting to be like royalty.
Like, you've got like 5 guys who are Italian, obviously, in conversation at some like cafe, and they're not even looking at him, and he just goes, Commendatore. What the fuck does he want?
And then later on,
jacks?
they're at the dinner, and Tony's discussing figures. They're trying to finalise a deal, and Paulie just butts in. Hey, this is good food, Tony. Tony's like, would you shut the fuck up?
You're like a kid.
And then like later on, he's sleeping with a hooker, and then he starts talking about, oh, we're from the same. Says she doesn't give a fuck. She wants your money. But
I know.
He thinks it's interesting that they're from like the same part of Italy, or his ancestor is from the same part of Italy as her father. It's like, who cares?
I know that.
She's sleeping with you because she paid her. There's nothing. She doesn't give a shit what part of Italy you're from. Like, it was just, I don't know.
It was funny, but
It was funny, like, but I mean, that was the best part of the show, in my opinion.
it was. But we do kick off the episode. We're in the States. They're watching The Godfather, but it's no working. So Paulie grabs his boot and starts smashing the VHS tape.
Because that's going to fix it into.
I think it just sums up though. It's like, we're mint it, man. We'll go and buy another one. Or steal another one, that's which they tend to do. But what's going on here in the prologue of this episode? Basically, a car gets jacked by 2 black guys, and then like the scene like carries over to like Tony going through pictures, and you're obviously thinking here, well, obviously these guys are paying the blacks to steal the cars. Because guess what? It's the American way, brother, as Ron Perlman would say. But thoughts on this whole car deal business? Because they're stealing cars, right? Shipping them back to Italy. And Tony's like, he seems pissed off about the $5,000 that Annalena or Isabel like tries to take off later on in the episode. Realistically, is it not a win-win? You're taking one of our best guys. This whole car business.
Yeah, well, I think we're skipping forward a wee bit.
No, we are skipping forward a bit. I mean, we talked about Polly, so I'm just going to talk about the car business.
Honestly, I think.
And where did this car business come from? We're 16 episodes in, and it's not been fucking mentioned once.
Again, it's just like, let's randomly come up with something that apparently they've been doing for a while.
Aye. Junior's like, we struck a deal in 61. Aye, well, what about season 1?
Yeah. Tony's talking about how much these cars are worth, and then he talks about his cut. It's like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem worth. He wants like 90,000.
Yeah.
Originally he wanted 95,000 for a car that is worth about 120, 130. So he wants over 66%. He wants over 2/3 of the value. And that means the Italians still have to, like, I'm assuming they'd be paying for the transportation fee to get the cars to Italy and then sell the cars on.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're supposed to take, like, less than a third. To me, I just didn't get it. Now, you could argue that Tony's taking the risk. I mean, potentially, because he's the one stealing the cars. Although he's not doing it, but he's arranging for the cars to be stolen. But I just didn't think Tony's split here on these vehicles was very fair.
No, neither did I. And I just felt like Tony's whole demeanour while in Naples, like the way he was speaking to some of them, it's like, mate, you're a small fish in a fucking huge pond here. And he's sitting here making all these demands. But yet, like back in his house when he says he's going to Italy, Carmela's a bit pissed about it, and his arse drops. He's like, it's just a business trip. See if Tony Soprano's top man, he should be telling his wife here, this is a business trip, this is what puts fucking bread on our table. So how about you know your role and go shopping? Should he not be saying that?
Well, he kind of did tell her to go when he was in Italy. He's like,
Go
hey,
get
go get some Chinese. I don't need your fucking opinion. I don't need your permission to go and get a Chinese.
Exactly, but you know, we do get the whole Italian oh Zila that. I mean, it was overdone, it was overplayed extremely. The plane takes off, we land in Italy, right? Big Sal didn't go, Silvio didn't go. It's just Polly, Tony, and Christopher, right? And the whole time we're there, Christopher just shoots up heroin, and Tony is all right with that. Doesn't even say a word to him
I don't
about
think
it.
he knows he's doing it.
Yeah, but he knows
But
it's
it's like,
not.
where
is he?
What was the fuck of Tony taking him?
Exactly. No, exactly. No.
What is the point? Like between us, like what was? I guess Tony has to go with backup. He's not going to go to Italy on his own and make him look weak.
But he may as well not took Chris.
But I mean, if he's taking Chris, then Chris is not just sitting in the hotel room the entire time doing drugs. I just don't see how Tony would question that. But as we see later in the episode, Tony was more bothered about the fact that Chris was taking extra time in the airport buying a gift for Adriana. But he wasn't pissed about the fact that Chris went AWOL the entire time they were in Italy.
I think they were there for what, 4 days?
And probably Tony never, as soon as they got off the plane, Tony probably never seen Chris again.
Exactly.
It's like, you know, I just feel like a show at times, like the writing is poor.
Big Sal's wife, Angie, basically, her and Big Sal, they're on the rocks here. They're on the verge of divorce. He does not care about her anymore, but it's more to do. I actually feel like they did it gave him a bit more development this episode. That's what I liked about this episode.
Yeah.
But again, it's almost like it's coming too late. You're giving a guy development when we know he's a rat. Should that not be done when he's not a rat? That's my opinion. He's talking.
Who knows he's a rat? Does his wife know?
No, it's just him. But he meets with Skip. He's basically talking about Tony, blah blah blah. But maybe actually he probably didn't go there. But see, that's probably another plot hole. He probably didn't go to Italy because he's not allowed because he got caught by the police and he's probably not allowed to leave the country because that would be seen as fleeing. But then again, I guess he did go AWOL at the end of season 1. But anyway, right. He's talking with Skip. Then this Elvis guy walks over and notices him, and then he's like, Skip's from this place. What did he say? He's from Denver or something?
Aye.
And then he's like, I don't know many affiliated guys for Denver. And then the guy sits there for about a solid 15 seconds. And he's like, nah. And there's just awkward silence. And then Big Sal's freaking out. Skip's like, you did good, Sal. You did good, Sal. The guy's got a lisp, and you can't unnotice it, can't you?
No.
Anyway, Big Sal freaks out. Later on, his wife gets a cancer check back. They are clear. But
Clear, buddy.
But he doesn't care because his mind is too preoccupied on taking care of this Elvis guy. So he walks over. He's like, do you need any help with the whole play you're doing or whatever? Children's party. Fireworks. Bang. Good night. Hammer to the back of the dome. Killed him. Bit unnecessary, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I thought, well, it was cold-blooded murder. I don't think this guy was on to anything, like.
But I think it's just trying to show you this is what paranoia is doing to him.
Yeah, he's willing to close any loose ends, essentially. He's not willing to take a chance.
Like, realistically, like, even if this guy run into Tony, what would the conversation? I bumped into Big Sal and I was with this guy, I don't know.
No, I don't get. How long's Big Sal been with Tony?
In this crew?
Aye.
I'd say about over 20 years. Probably over 20 years.
And how long's he been doing this whole
Ratting thing?
Aye.
Well, I don't know. There's some people say since 95. Some people have said he did it. Remember that episode he got caught? There's no actual confirmation.
Surely if he's been doing it for a long time, he would have had enough on Tony and the crew to put him away for good or whatever.
I don't know, that's what I don't get.
I mean, if he's been doing this a long time, then what is the end goal? Like, honestly, what is the end goal?
Yeah, like it's normally enough to build a case like Rico, but where is the end game? Honestly.
So that makes me think that he recently just turned or whatever, rather than been doing this for the last, 20 years or whatever, because if that's the case, then
I think at this point,
why would he still be doing it? Would he not have had enough information to put away the entire fucking crew by now?
at this point, the longest I think most he could have been doing it for is about 4 or 5 years. But that's enough, man. That's way more than enough.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you see in
He'd
other
surely have enough
you see in
incriminating
other
evidence
shows,
right now.
man. It's like it would take a week.
I know. So, again,
Opie has turned on us.
to me, that's just more poor writing.
No, it is poor writing, but you know what? Let's just talk about Naples. We meet Furio, And he's basically like the right hand man of the top man, Don Vittorio. But he won't be present at the dinner. But then it turns out he is at the dinner. This is where we get the scene we were talking about earlier with Polly and Tony. Again, this big sit down with Don Vittorio, who's just gone decrepit, let's be real, right? But where is Chris? Polly's like, he's buying something for Adriana. Was that his excuse for 4 fucking days? You almost get the feeling that once they got out the taxi, Polly and Tony never seen him again till they were at the airport. That's what it kind of seems like. But this meet goes down. It's awkward because you've got Furio translating from English to Italian for like the maid guys in Italy. And in my opinion, I think it's not a good look for Tony, who's like doing this deal and he hasn't learned a word of Italian.
Yeah. And he's in Italy. Just doesn't look good. Like, does look a bit like disrespect.
Like, and that goes back to Polly. I mean, he thinks he's the man in Italy, but realistically, if you only know 5 words in some language, and you can't be made out to be the Rock.
No, definitely not.
Because he's on about, my grandparents came here, or was it his parents? I think he said his grandparents came here in, 1910? By the time this show came out, that was 90 years ago. That's fucking ancient history.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck? I mean, honestly, that is irrelevant, man. It is, and I don't know why they think they're expecting to get stuff here, but yeah. But the Italian guy's like, Mamma mia, why is he busting my balls? And Tony's like, what did he just fucking say? Again, you're outnumbered. It's like 2 on 20. Would he really say that?
No, I think he'd keep his cards close to his chest, but nah, Tony here, not too happy.
Polly wants some spaghetti bolognese, and then they're like, this guy, he's like, you thought the Germans had no class, which I thought was a pretty good line. He then goes to the toilet, and then refuses to go to the toilet. And I mean, it wasn't in a good state, but what the fuck? Come on, you're a grown man.
It didn't even look that bad. It was more the toilet seat was hanging off or something.
I know. Honestly, I just didn't really... Paulie's just a weird guy. He's a weird guy. And then when they leave, he's like, I'm going to have to go back to the hotel here. Tony, I need to take a number 2. And then Tony's like, what are you on about? You're just in the toilet.
In there.
And he's like, I didn't need to go then. And he's like, we're just about to meet with the top guys. You can't do this. And Paulie's like, I can. And then firecrackers go off. And then they batter this like 16-year-old. And then Tony and Paulie are freaking out. He's like, he's just a kid. It's firecrackers. Another stupid, weird scene, but we get to see Furio unleash his fury. You can kind of see why Tony wants Furio, because he just seems like a big-nosed bastard, doesn't he?
Aye.
His beak could knock anybody out, but he just seems reliable, this guy. After like 4 scenes.
Unlike the rest of Tony's fucking crew.
Aye, who are just all fat out of shape bastards, like, aren't they, if we're being honest?
Including Tony.
We really are, but Tony does not like the fact that essentially the number 1 in this family is the daughter of the main guy, and because he's senile, Annalisa is essentially the top man in this family. Again, he does not like this because this would not happen in the States, a woman being in control of things. What did you think of this? This was back in 2000. Were they forcing an agenda here, or did this feel legit?
I don't think they were forcing an agenda, because, I mean, it's like the fact they had Tony to speak of his, displeasure of it, I think shows that he didn't approve and that it wasn't a normal thing, and it was kind of like, looked down upon. So I don't believe this was some sort of like a feminist push. I don't believe that at all. Or else they probably had Tony go, you're a great choice to be leader, but he didn't do that.
No, I'm surprised he didn't acknowledge the fact here that this is actually not this is all right. But
yeah,
he didn't. But they're basically right. They're agreeing these stolen car percentages. She doesn't want to give up Furio. Furio's one of her right-hand men. Oh, mamma mia, no, not Furio, no.
No.
I mean, how much is Furio worth, man? Furio's alone wiping off about 25 grand of these fucking cars.
Yeah, I know. Jesus Christ, and that's just per car.
Exactly. And this is when Paulie just goes to the cafe and then he's walking and some guy walks past him. And this guy actually greets him and he's like, are you from NATO? But obviously he's speaking in Italian, so Paulie has no idea what he says. But this guy was actually played by the creator of the show, the writer. So, weird cameo. Is what it is. But eventually we do get to agree for a deal. Furio's coming. The cars went down to 75 grand a car. And yeah, we're back in the States. Big Sal picks him up. This is where they're freaking out about Chris doing his shopping. And then we get
Then Tony arrives home, opens the front door, he shouts, "I'm home," and that was at the end of the episode.
Carmela wanted to kill herself. And yeah, I'm going to give this episode
5 out of 10 for me.
I'm going to give it a 4. And know what I think doesn't help it? I actually like the fact they went to a country, but I feel like it happens far too early in the show. I think if you're going to do this, it should be like final season. And I bet I just feel like
not building relationships for future seasons.
Well, I can
Or this thing never spoke of again.
This thing's never spoke of again.
There's just too much inconsistent. Does this Italian guy come over?
Furio?
Aye.
He came back with him.
He wasn't in the car.
Oh, I think it's the next episode he's in, but he does come into it, yeah.
I just feel like there's inconsistencies with The Sopranos, and the fact that these Italians never get mentioned again in the entire show. That doesn't. So the whole car thing never gets brought up again.
No, I'm pretty sure.
That does not surprise me.
Obviously, it
whatsoever.
might get brought up, like if they're like talking about here, how much did we make for that? I can't actually remember if that conversation takes place, right?
Just compare it though, right, to the Sons and the fact they're buying guns, getting them for Ireland, the IRA. Look at how many times that's brought up in Sons over the 7 seasons.
I know, and this has just been brought up, so...
It's like a 1 episode special. Brought it up out of fucking nowhere.
I like the fact they went to Italy. I just feel like it could have done so much better.
Yeah, why were we not introduced to this whole concept of the stealing cars earlier? Why were we not made aware of the fact that they were going to Italy? I just don't get it, man.
And then, like we said, Richie Aprile, last episode, comes in with a bang, and it almost feels like all that's been undone. All the hate that he had going against Tony, it's the only thing good about this season, and it's just like that. He's not even in the episode. It's not even like we've seen him push for power while Tony and the crew are away. Nothing to do with him. Could we not have had him and Junior interact? We had Tony and Junior interact. Junior was like, I've never been to the old country, big man. Anyway, right, it's a 4.5. Is season 2 worse than season 1 at this point?
I'd say so, yeah.
And there you have it, guys. Let's see if it gets better. But we're not at the halfway point
There's
yet.
just so much inconsistencies with the show.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It feels like you're watching a different show sometimes each episode.
The soundtrack's good. I'll give it that. But again, I just feel like they could have did a better job. It was like, oh, I'm going to Italy, and then the next scene, a plane.
Yeah.
Rather than like, could the end of the last episode not have like 5 minutes at the end been sort of like, here, we're going to Italy, we need to sort this car deal out, then this episode's like them at the airport or something.
Yeah, but no.
Something like that. That's how a show should be done in my eyes. It shouldn't just be, oh, by the way, that we haven't introduced this car deal to you. This is happening. Ridiculous, right? Ridiculous. But anyway, we're giving it a 4.5. And until the next episode, peace, Camadore, viva la race, good nighty. Just like Fergie said, big girls don't cry, but if you're in the form of Christopher Moltisanti, you will be greeting on the stage floor. Yes, we are back with episode 5 of season 2.
I'm glad you said his full name, because I don't think I could manage it, but...
Well, I know his full name, right? And I tell you what, this episode wasn't good, and I'm just going to leave that with you to linger there. It was bad.
I think it followed in suit with the rest of season 2, though.
Season 2, the only shining light has been Richie Aprile, and I actually forgot he existed.
Yeah, it appeared in this episode, and I was like, oh, there's that Richie guy.
Oh, Tony's at his door, but it's not actually his door, it's Janice's door.
Yeah, I legit thought, it's not even that, it's different. Someone can maybe not be in an episode, but didn't even get a mention.
I know, I didn't get that.
It was like the storylines don't seem to... There's like no continuality with these stories. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
And like, Tony walks into the house, right? I know we're skipping ahead, but I just want to address this. Richie Aprile, he wants to come out and make himself out to be top man. He's sleeping on a fucking mattress in the front room of a house that he has nothing to do with. Like, I know he was in prison. Maybe you say, oh, beggars can't be choosers, but what the fuck? He's supposed to be top man. He's Jackie Aprile's brother, for fuck's sake. He should come out and have a bit.
No, but that's not what I got from it. I got from it that he's purposely trying to stay with Janet.
No, that's what he is doing. I'm just saying it looks... Him just sleeping on the couch, on a mattress in the front room, looks a bit pish on his behalf, but I know exactly what he's doing, right? But I'm glad Richie's back. That's what I'm getting at. But guess what? There's also somebody else's back. Furio has arrived from Italy. And basically, the intro to this episode was Christopher Moltisanti, full name again. Whoa! Breaks it. No, I would say breaks it. He goes into this whorehouse and demands. I can't remember what the guy's name was. Was it Ricardo or something?
He demands the money, and he gives him. Even I could even tell with the amount of notes that he gave Christopher, it wasn't a lot.
It was an envelope that had his thickness. An Ethiopian man. There was nothing. There was hee-haw on it. Name it.
Name it.
Name it. And the guy's currently painting a 1996 Williams Formula 1 car, which I thought was a nice wee touch. But Christopher threatens him, grabs the paintbrush, sticks it up his nose. But you can just see the contrast here between Christopher and Furio. Like, Furio goes in and fucking means business, and his wife, the arse drops on her. When Christopher did it, she's like, I phone police now! Get the fuck out, Christopher! Christopher also accusing this guy of being a junkie. He's very hypocritical, but you know, guess he is wasting their money, their moolah.
I mean, can you not see maybe Christopher's point of view? It's like he doesn't want to rough the guy up too much because then he can't work.
I get that, but this business is going to make money without this guy, isn't it?
Maybe.
It's not like dead people can't pay money, but if Christopher killed this guy, they could still easily get money at this business.
And I suppose it's not like the first time he was short. Christopher did mention
3 weeks in a row.
Months.
3 months?
I think he said 3 months in a row.
Fuck! Tony Soprano's crew's looking a wee bit weak.
Yeah.
3 months late? Come on, man. 3 weeks I thought was bad. 3 months?
Yeah.
Damn. But Artie's restaurant.
Speaking of Tony's crew, does he not make adjustments?
This is before he makes adjustments,
okay.
alright. Tony's sitting in Artie's restaurant. He's with Polly and what's it, Silvio. And Artie's wife obviously got a bit of disdain, does not like the fact that Tony's crew hangs out and gets food for free, which I guess is a valid point. Tony then goes to Artie, says, right, I've got this guy coming over, he's from Italy. Can you have him work for you? So basically, he wants to use Furio in Artie's restaurant to get Furio's like citizenship.
Yep.
So it's like legit, which is fair enough, but also Tony says he's going to pay Furio's wages, and you can just see...
Yeah, but is Furio really going to be working, or is it just going to be...
On paper?
Yeah.
It's probably like he does like an hour every week. And he was smoking over the pasta, which I thought was funny, but...
Yeah.
Not exactly spectacular, but Furio, I think, is a good introduction to the cast. I've said this before. You look at Tony's crew, they all look fat, out of shape, or scrawny.
Furio looks like
big.
he can handle. Furio looks like the kind of guy that would take on Seagal.
Yeah. Aye.
Steven Seagal. I mean, he probably wouldn't get any offense in, like, but
Is there anyone in Tony's crew you look at and go, Furio would struggle?
No,
I mean, Tony's got a rage that I think...
Tony's a big fucking baby man-child, though, isn't he? Like, if we're being honest.
He is, and I tell you what, the scene at the phone is horrendous.
I would have to say out of Tony's crew, I would just assume Christopher, even though he's like, you know, I just assume he's the better fighter of them all. Just
Due to his age and physicality, like his
at least
physique.
he's
young.
Who's the other guy? Silvio.
It's just don't back Silvio to do anything.
Silvio, like, he's kind of about the same age as Tony, and he's in better shape than Tony. But
Yeah, he's about 8 years older than Tony.
is he? Silvio?
Yeah. Silvio's about late 40s. Tony's like late.
But didn't
30s.
Silvio and Tony grow up together, and they're kind of like same generation?
Well, I mean 8 years, I'd say.
Who's the other one? The older one?
Polly, he's a bit older.
He's like
He served in Vietnam. Although the actor died and he was like 80, so he's old enough. We Polly Walnuts, but right. So
wait, hold on. Are you saying Silvio in real life's 8 years older, or are you saying his character's 8 years older?
no, in the show he is supposed to be older than Tony.
All right, fair enough.
But yeah, in real life, he is. In real life, he would be 12 years older than Tony, because he does wear a wig, Silvio. So anyway, but yeah, he's 72 in real life. He looks alright for his age. I'm not bashing the guy too much, but essentially, like,
No, I wasn't bashing him. I just thought him and Tony. I thought they came up together. I thought they were from like the same era. Same
they
generation.
are from the same era.
Whereas I believe Polly is like the last.
But Big Sal as well is from. Big Sal, Silvio, and Polly all worked for Tony's dad, but they're obviously Tony's been in the crew for at this point. Tony's probably been in the crew. Well, they did bring out a prequel movie that I guess we'll watch after. It'll make a bit more sense watching it after than later. But yeah, right. Tony then answers the phone in his house while he's eating cereal because he's always eating, and it turns out Janice is trying to put a loan out on her house, and turns out she used the wrong security number, to which Tony has an absolute meltdown and starts greeting. He's like, that bitch.
It's weird. He takes it. He like rips the phone off the hook and throws it, and it fucking hits AJ,
And then it lands in the dishwasher.
and then what's his wife called again?
Carmela.
Carmela's just telling like AJ go to your room. Why about Tony gives a wee apology here?
And then he does attempt to give an apology to AJ, so he storms upstairs and goes, hey, that was Radio Shack on the phone. I'm checking out durability for them. I mean, come on. And he doesn't even believe it himself. He's like, fuck, I was pissed. And walks away.
AJ just looks up and he fucks off. It's like, see when that attempt at an apology didn't work, should you not have been like, yeah, sorry, son, shouldn't have.
No, but see, it's not an attempt at apology. No, it is. I don't even think
break the silence.
I don't even think it's an attempt at a joke. I think they're trying to show here that when they used to lie to AJ about where his dad worked, he was dumb and young and not able to figure out.
And now he understands.
Yeah, like why his dad's like this psycho, and like I think that's what they're kidding at. He was treating him like a kid, and AJ looked at him like, I know you're lying. So that's what I got.
Right,
and then Tony was like, well, fuck this.
No point continuing the lie if he's not believing it.
Yeah, that's what I got from it. Right, but then, right, next scene, he meets with Paul. He basically says, right, our friend's over, so he's getting promoted to soldier. You're capo. Silvio's my consigliere, but Big Sal, he's no more. And do you not feel like there should be questions the why
Big Sal is pussy, yeah?
Aye. So basically Tony's making him just a jobber. He's not at the same table as them.
What was the order previously?
I would say they were all pretty similar. Apart from like Silvio was more of Tony's right hand man.
I remember you telling me not so long ago they were all like capos and they were all pretty close to the same level as Tony. But obviously Tony's went up a gear since Junior.
Tony and Junior were capos to that Jackie Aprile guy, right? But obviously he died and then Junior was made boss, but because Junior was never really boss because Tony viewed himself as boss and Junior's in jail, was in jail, they were kind of Tony's capos, but they weren't actually capos, if you know what I mean. They were just as free men.
But they may as well be. They were capos without the title.
Yes, that's what I was. But now, officially, Paulie is a capo, so's Silvio, but he's like Tony's right-hand man, while Big Sal's nothing. He's just like a... Wait, so
has Big Sal been demoted, or has he just not been promoted?
He's just not... It's kind of a demotion, but it's not really a demotion. He's like a less level than Furio, despite the fact Furio is now...
So what's Furio?
Furio's like soldier. But sure, later on in the episode when Paulie meets with Johnny Sack, Big Sal's told not to sit at the table where Furio is. So that tells me Furio's above Big Sal.
That's great. Alright, okay.
But Big Sal's been jobbed out, right? But does no one ask the question here? Like, why is Tony doing this? We know why why do you think Tony's doing this?
He's still got suspicions that he's a rat.
Exactly, right, which he's right to think. But surely, like, Paulie and Silvio should be like, here, Tony, that ain't right. I know Tony's top man, but, like, why are you leaving him to the side? Obviously, they're making more money, so they're going to be, like, not really kept. But I thought it's supposed to be a close-knit community, and they're kind of, I say community, group, faction.
But yeah, that's what I mean, like, in the past, like, Big Sal would never have been told to leave.
Yeah, so this is the point where it's Tony's made it affect you. Like, you're below us, a wee bit below us, but I think he's done Big Sal wrong, personally.
And will Big Sal take this up with Tony? Do you think he'll call him out on it?
He might call him out. I mean, we've seen him talking to the agent, basically discussing his distent at the fact that Paul and Silvio are now better, higher ranked.
Doesn't Big Sal realise there's a reason why Tony's done this? Can he really, if he is a rat, Can he
doesn't have a foot to stand on.
Yes, I mean, can he really be surprised? Like, if anything, wouldn't this worry Big Sal and he'd be looking for a way out, or
exactly?
Shouldn't Big Sal be thinking, hold on here, the fact that I've been demoted and I'm now below this Furio guy, Tony must still have suspicions about me.
If he confronted Tony and Tony said, "Here, you went AWOL when I needed you the most," I think that'd be fair enough.
Yeah,
he's like, you're under probation, so to speak. But Big Sal is kinda on the same level as Chris. Chris ain't a made guy yet, where you get the whole ceremony and the prick of blood. But I'd say Tony trusts Christopher way more, despite him being a junkie.
Well, Tony doesn't really know he's a junkie, does he? I
guess he does that a wee bit, like a wee. So he probably has a wee inkling that he's a junkie. We have a big say homecoming party. Furio's arrived, so we've got a big party for Furio. Sal's like, you can see here that he's not too happy. He's like, Furio, what sort of name's that? Junior and Bobby then show up. Carmela opens the door and then just slams the door in their face because obviously, Junior had Tony attempted to be killed, but shouldn't Tony be the one answering the door to his house and determine whether or not these guys are allowed in?
True, but I mean, Carmela is his wife and it is her house as well. I mean,
yes, but I mean, this is like mob families where the man is the man.
Yeah, no, but Tony's busy celebrating with Furio. But Tony would have probably done the same thing, though.
I don't know, he's kind of alright with Junior now. He picked him up like a baby at his fucking shore.
No, yeah, you can say the man is the man, but I still believe in the household that the woman has a big say, the wife has a big say.
If she doesn't want Junior either, that's fair enough.
Yeah, no, I think...
But Junior just got treated like a job. Your door slammed, that was it. He walked away with his wee pie. Pie out the door.
Alongside... Who's he with? His name?
Bobby. Big fat Bobby.
Big Bobby!
Bobby Becker, sir. You know his dad's Polly? Rocky?
Was it?
He'll be in it soon. Don't worry about Big.
Dunno,
What's his name? Burt Young?
Burt Reynolds.
No, it's not Burt Reynolds, it's Burt Young. Burt Reynolds.
Sorry.
Somebody fucking completely...
Apologies.
Right.
I don't know my Burts.
And... I mean, what we've talked about here is kind of interesting, but the ranks being changing, but the episode itself wasn't good. I feel like there was too much of this Dr. Melfi seeing her own psychiatrist.
I feel like the ranks would... I think the ranks would be a pretty cool thing if they actually, like, showed that. Like in Sons of Anarchy, where there's rankings, but I just feel like that will never really be brought up again. Like, I could be wrong.
No, they do. But in Sons, it's
Does it
like...
really make that
you sit at a table, it's in the order of what it really is. And they've got the patch on them. I think it just looks better in Sons, doesn't it? Like when it says VP, I'm not saying he can walk around and says, "Oh, I'm a soldier."
So hold on. So let's say, for example, Tony calls a meeting, and Silvio comes. What's the older guy? Paulie comes. Big Sal comes. Furio comes, and Christopher comes, and they're talking. What level do they need to get to? What do they need to start talking about for Tony to go? Here, Sal, Chris, piss off.
Well, that's it though. That's exciting.
Yeah, no, but like, where do they draw the line? Where all right, only the guys with this level of authority can stay.
But see, is it a level of authority, or is it a problem with the fact I think you're a rat mate? I don't really want you knowing any of this.
Because did they not take Christopher to? Did they not take Christopher to Italy?
Exactly. Yeah. What do you think would be a big thing?
Now, could you not argue that he should only have took Capos to Italy?
Yeah, I'd argue that. I mean, Christopher's not a made guy, and he got took.
So why didn't he take Silvio? His right hand man.
Exactly. No, I agree.
Why was Silvio left in America?
The run, look after things. I don't know. I totally agree with that though.
Maybe to run, look after things. I guess you could argue that.
Yep. But yeah, right. So Tony shows up at Janice's house. Richie answers the door. He's walking about with a fork in his bare feet and like the most jobber sleepwear you'll ever see. And then basically he says, "Me and Janice have got history together." And Tony says, "Yeah, so did Israel and fucking Palestine," which I thought was a good line for Tony. And then, like, you see Richie, he's like, "I'm not going to let you slaver about your sister anymore." And he turns around with the fork. It was like, oh, is he going to stab Big? You can clearly see here there's a massive size difference between these two.
Yeah.
If push comes to shove, Tony's fucking killing him.
Yeah, I mean, could they not have got someone a bit bigger to play Richie Appeal? Or is Tony a big guy? But I think everyone in Tony's crew is pretty big, aren't they?
See, like, they're big, but they're not like... Tony's probably about 6'1". That's not big.
Well, not big, but what I mean, I think they're not that much smaller than Tony.
Aye. But Richie is. Richie's
Probably the
just
smallest.
like
I'd say the smallest guy in Tony's crew is Silvio.
Yeah, yes, Silvio would be. And then basically, Tony says, "Why are you going after Janice? There was better looking men in the can than my sister," which, again, he's fucking burying his sister here. And Richie.
Well, that was very harsh, like,
But see, Tony knows why Richie's doing it. Richie probably... No, well, he knows why he's doing it, but it's like they're never really going to admit that. Janice comes through, and then Tony basically just going ballistic here, and he's like berating both of them, and he's like, "Well, fuck this, I'm away, man. I'm not going to waste any more time here." Dr. Melfi, right, and I feel like these scenes were just weren't necessary in a 51-minute episode. She's seeing her psychiatrist like, "He was taking panic attacks while driving." Then we see Tony, he's going, his fucking face plants the steering wheel. Did you care for these scenes? Because I didn't.
No.
I just don't get this. Like, why the fuck... Tony can see a psychiatrist, right? And I actually feel like it's a good way of, like, Tony letting off some steam and explaining certain stuff to, like, a person in the outside world. And it's like there's some funny scenes and good stuff to be out of it. But I don't understand why, like, we need to see so much of her talking to her psychiatrist. Is that necessary?
Yeah, I don't really care. To me, she's a minor. I don't really care about her.
Yeah, she's Tony's psychiatrist.
Her talking to a psychiatrist doesn't advance anything. Because she's just a character that's there for Tony, in my opinion.
Yeah, no.
I don't really feel like that advances the show.
Not literally. But again, Tony begins seeing her again as a psychiatrist, so is it all good in the hood? Yeah. Who knows? But Christopher, he's in an acting class. And did you like these acting bits?
I thought they did offer a bit of humour. Like I thought they were the best parts of the show.
They were. It's weird seeing acting in acting, though.
Yeah.
Some of it was awful, but it's like, it's kind of...
Well, I think they make it awful to differentiate from the actual show. Because they don't want to do acting that... If you do acting, then you might not know what's acting and what's the show.
Exactly.
I think that they purposely make all... I think all acting scenes in a TV show, they purposely make bad.
Yeah, so Christopher gets very emotional during one scene where he's like holding on to the guy's legs and then like he starts crying. And then he leaves because obviously he's a bit embarrassed. Like, how did you make yourself cry?
He also turned up late with no pen, no paper.
Still a bit of paper off someone, and then he ends up battering a guy as well, which, like, we'll see this.
You gotta have a conversation using the letters only A and B. And the guy goes, A, and Christopher just decks him, punches him a few times, and walks out.
You dropped your fucking oranges. Like, Christopher's, like, throughout the show, he's always in.
Yeah, that scene was funny. Like, so the guy comes over, Christopher's playing a police officer. The guy's like, I've got something for you. And the guy's supposed to be, like, carrying oranges, and he reaches into his pocket, and Christopher's words are, you dropped your fucking oranges. I mean, if you're a police officer and someone's approaching you and they go into their pockets, I mean, that normally means, yo, hands up.
Put your hands where I can see it.
Not, you've dropped your oranges, like, but...
I know. Tony's psycho tirade continues because Irina is feeding ducks. I think it was like, what do you call them? Cheese. What do you call
cheese
it?
Puffs?
Cheese puffs or something, right?
And Tony cares about the ducks. You can't be feeding his little ducks harmful products.
And then there was like a Russian guy on a boat and he basically starts speaking to Irina in Russian, but turns out she's from Kazakhstan. But I guess at this point the Cold War wasn't long over and like the USSR was a big deal back in the late 90s, 2000. You know, it's like, oh, we're all broke up territory, so we all still kind of identify as Russian sort of deal. Then Tony's like, what the fuck's he saying? A lot of words for just that. And then he storms over and you think, right, what's Tony squares up to? And you think, right, is he just going to deck this guy? And then he just grabs him by the balls. Thoughts on that?
Bit gay, hey Tony, like.
I don't get scenes like this for people. I don't... Like, what if this guy grabbed Tony's balls first?
Sexual assault.
And honestly, then Tony storms off. And he's like, right, we have to get out of here. And then when he's talking to, like, he talks to Dr. Melfi about it, he's like, I had to get out of there, or else, like, Carmel would have found it. Was he talking to her or Hesh? I can't remember. He's talking to Hesh and Dr. Melfi. Then Hesh is like, well, your dad used to take these fits too. It turns out his dad's a mental health patient as well.
They're all mentally ill.
Mentally ill bastards. Hesh's like, I had my suspicions you were seeing a shrink. I like Hesh, but again, Tony just complaining about his mental health throughout this episode is basically the gist of it. And then we do have the good... I think the best scene of the episode is when Furio goes in to the whorehouse and basically just destroys it, shoots the guy in the knee, and the blood like spurts up, hits him in the face. And then he starts speaking in Italian and he just decks her like twice. And then he just smashes the plate and then leaves. I thought that was really good. I like that.
Yeah, Furio. Not a man to be messed with.
Definitely not. And that is basically where this episode ends. Not an awful lot happens. Big Sal's raging about what's going on, really. He's been demoted essentially, and even the agent he's seeing is like, oh, that happened to me, some Puerto Rican got a higher role than me in the police.
Samoan.
You almost feel like these two are like best friends.
Yeah, Samoan I think he was, but...
Samoan, Puerto Rican.
It's time for us to demote the rating of this show.
You know what? See us describing it. It didn't actually
wasn't bad. I'm going to get a 5.
Yeah, I'm going to get a 5.
Solid. Mid-card 5.
Was it better than the Italy episode?
I actually preferred it to the Italy episode.
I can't remember what we gave the Italy episode. Was it 4.5, I think?
I thought the Italy episode was pretty boring.
Yeah, I feel like important stuff happened in this episode, but I feel like half of it didn't need to happen.
No, basically the entire Italy episode was basically focused on getting a deal with cars and just negotiating the price a little bit. I mean,
see, apart from Furio coming over, that's irrelevant now. It will not get mentioned.
Yeah.
So, who knows what happens, guys. But anyway, leave your thoughts down below. It is a 5. I'm giving it a 5 too, so 5 out of 10. Tell you what, the average rating for season 2, we're 5 episodes in. That's a total out of 50. I would say it's close to about... It'd be about 28, I'd say. I'd say about 28 we're at. 30. Because I know we gave the one where Richie appeared like an 8 or a 9. But yeah, it's not too good for this show, guys. But anyway, we'll be back with episode 6. I can't remember what it's called, but we'll be back soon. But until then, big girls don't cry, but Tony greets because he's a big girl. Tony's a wanderer. He's a wanderer. He's the happy wanderer. Episode 6 of season 2, the worst intro you'll ever hear. But guess what? The T1000's here. We have got Robert Patrick, David Scatino introduced in this episode. You think you're getting Robert Patrick, this big antagonistic guy that's going to lay the smackdown on Tony's crew. But what is he? He's a degenerate gambler. Thoughts, immediate thoughts on Big Roberto Patrick?
Well, it's good to see Robert Patrick in anything because I'm a big fan of him, especially what his work in Terminator 2 will always be iconic. However, yeah, no, I would have preferred him to get a bit more of a masculine, a bit more of a badass character rather than some guy that basically is broke and has to borrow money so he can go around and lose poker games. But here, Robert Patrick, I don't know if he's going to be a full-time regular or whether it's just like a one-off appearance. I mean, knowing Sopranos, I wouldn't be surprised if we never see him again. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, we might not see him again, but I thought it was... I feel like the whole poker tournament was... It was good, but the fact that it was literally the whole episode and what had fans like Tony and Richie butted heads a bit more throughout this episode due to Big Davey, so we'll get to that a wee bit later on. But Tony, he goes to Junior, basically tells him, right, this is how it's going down. I'm taking your high-level poker game. Junior doesn't really seem too bothered about this, because I guess he can't really be bothered, because Tony's letting him live.
Even if Junior is bothered, he doesn't really have a leg to stand on.
No, exactly.
The fact that Tony has let him live and is still allowing him to get money and have a small percentage is
it's good.
It's very generous.
It's good, but
he didn't allow Mikey that.
They did not allow Mikey that. They did not, damn it. But there is a rap at the door because it's Tony visiting Junior, like we just said. But he reveals that he actually had another brother, which Tony never knew about. He was called Eckle, Uncle Eckley. Damn it. And Junior's explained, nah, he was slow, Tony, he died.
He was retarded.
He died before...
he wasn't fucking retarded.
Yeah.
He's smarter than you, fat ass.
Yeah, I mean... Tony is like that, he's kind of what's
retarded?
The word? Yeah, obnoxious, not really aware that might hurt Junior, but Junior took it bad, didn't he?
Yeah, what was his brother, I guess? I mean...
But see, what was up? When was he slow? Was he autistic? Did he have ADHD? I mean, the way they worded it as if it was extreme, they couldn't, your fucking mother and dad, man, they couldn't look after him, so they went round every care home in New York just to get rid of him. If they actually cared that much, surely they would have looked after him. It had to be bad. It had to be bad, if the parents could not look after him.
It had to be pretty bad there.
It had to be bad for Big Eckle. But we have a wee low stakes poker tournament where Davey loses a bit. This wee game is run by Richie. Richie then visits him at his shop. His son, who is in a play with Meadow throughout this episode, and damn man, Tony buried the play, and I'm going to bury the play. It just did not. I mean, it just seemed like it was. You had a 48-minute episode, and a lot of it was them singing. I get it, right? It's set up for a decent ending where Tony's just sitting there with flowers, but
I totally get. He wants to blend in. He wants to appear as normal. He doesn't want to blow his cover. He wants to try and act like a normal member of society, but it's still a bit weird to me. Tony Soprano, top mod boss, and he's heading to all these wee school plays and stuff like this, and that kind of, it does look out of place. But I get it, he that's what he wants to do. It's he doesn't want people to know what he does, so it makes sense for him to try and blend in like the average father. But I mean, it is a bit weird.
But the thing is, right? It's all an act. He does not give a fuck about any of this. There's not one bit of care in him.
No. But I feel like you could say that about Tony Soprano with almost everything. A lot of the times he's just there, but he's not actually there.
No, you're right.
I suppose that's what happens when you're fucking...
I never really thought about it before, but does he actually give a fuck about any of his family? Honestly, if you look at it, does he? I'm not saying he wouldn't be affected if they died, right?
But I think it's more like a status, like his wife. I mean, I think he obviously would do anything for Carmela, but I don't think it's out of love. I think it's more out of because he's Italian and that's his wife, yes, and that's
the role he has to play.
But I don't believe I actually believe it was Dr. Melfi. I think if Dr. Melfi died, Tony'd be more upset than his fucking wife. I genuinely believe that.
He probably would be.
Or if the ducks died, I think Tony would be more upset. So
That could be it. Richie does tell Davey that I don't want to see you at any card games while you haven't paid me the money. Because basically, right, he's no paid him. I think he owes him $8,000 or so, 8 large ones. I think Richie treated Davey pretty fair here. He said, I don't want to see you gambling. And I think that's fair enough.
it is, because if you owe him money, then...
You shouldn't be gambling.
However, I mean, I guess you could argue he's gambling to try and get him that money back. Is that a fair? But then, does that ever really work?
But he's gambling with money he could have paid him back with.
Or maybe he doesn't have enough money to pay him back in total, but he thinks he's got enough money to help win back the amount he needs. But I can definitely see why Richie Appeal would be offended.
Well, based off how much he takes off Tony later on, I mean, he technically did have enough. But yeah, Richie, you know what? After what he did with Beansy a few episodes ago, where he just run him fucking over.
Yeah, I think Richie gave this guy a pretty fair shake.
I think he did. Absolutely. And we're a bit of hype towards this card game. Furio basically was into...
Now, hold on, he might have ran him over later if Tony wasn't there to save the day. Like,
that might have happened. But Furio arrives, basically demands that the room is for the card game is spotless. Everything's happening. We've got Christopher talking to the two absolute fuds. We've got Sean and Matt. Basically says to them, right, anything these guys ask, you do. He gives them the do's and don'ts while he's making sure that the fish isn't properly weighed down, so he gets it for cheaper.
I don't get this. Is Chris not? I know I'm not. I know he's not like he's not a millionaire. I know he's not got that status. But fuck me, he's buying some fish.
How much more would the fish have been without him doing that?
I don't know, but does he really need to try and con, this fishmonger or whatever he is?
He probably saved what, $10? If that, I'd be shocked if it was that actually.
Yeah, that's what I mean. No, is that really? And he's, you know what? Christopher is a bit of a jackass, isn't he? Like, if we're being honest, he's a bit of a fucking dick to people.
No, you're absolutely right. He is. He's a weird guy, Chris. He is burying these two. But
I wonder what Chris would be like if he wasn't associated and affiliated with Tony.
You'd just be a waster junkie, wouldn't
I know, but do you think he'd be different, his attitude and stuff like that, or do you think he would still be a dick to people?
Well, he might be, but
he's got that false sense of security. I know Tony Soprano.
He's been like that though since the show begun. Like that guy in the shop when he's like, "Oh no, I'm serving him," then he shot him in the foot.
Well, he knew Tony Soprano back then. Like, I mean,
no, I know, but I'm saying like he's just but he's knew Tony his whole life because he's related.
Is he not? He's his nephew, isn't he?
Aye.
Oh.
But
it's all about the family.
It's all about the family. But guess what, guys? It's time for the card game. So with Frank Sinatra Jr., what a weird. Actually, Frank Sinatra Jr.'s here. With Silvio, Paulie, we've got the Doctor, with Johnny Sack, and that is it. That is it for now, because there will be a knock at the door later. A few funny scenes here. Basically, like Matt and Sean are warned here. See Silvio, do not fuck him about when he's playing cards, because he takes it very serious. And he does take it very serious, which Tony tells, I think it was Sean, to clean up the cheese. It's at Silvio's feet, and he goes fucking off on one.
Did Tony do it?
He did it on purpose.
Was Tony fucking with this guy? Did he know that?
Yeah.
Because, Silvio then...
As soon as he told him, Tony started laughing, because even before he did it, so I think he must have.
Silvio fucking going ape shit because this guy's trying to clean up the fucking cheese. It's not a good look. They're trying to have a professional poker game and some guy's dribbling fucking cheese all over his feet.
I mean, I get it, it's a poker game, but I mean, how the fuck's he got all that mess all over the floor?
I know, baby. Like,
grown fucking men here eating cheese, and there's more cheese on the floor.
You wouldn't think they're grown men, like?
No, you wouldn't.
They're definitely immature, like. Is this a real? I don't know if this is like a real, I'm not sure. What?
It is like a comedy, isn't it? Like, you don't. Is this all Italian men? They're just. It's almost like Insecure, I'd describe it as. It's. The wee man syndrome, small man syndrome.
Just very childlike.
It is. Davey raps the door. Chris is like, "Who are you?" He's like, "Oh, I'm a friend of Tony Soprano." He shuts the door. Tony comes out. "Oh, Davey, how you doing?" He's like, "Oh, this is big stakes,
Sir
Davey.
Connor."
This is big stakes, Davey. You're not allowed in this game. And then Davey's like, "Oh, I'll be all right, Tony. Let me in." And he actually looks like he's going to do all right. But then when Tony goes to sleep, he wakes up. He owes him 45,000.
No, I don't like. Tony knows this guy's job, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Would Tony not know, like, this guy doesn't really...
No, you're right,
have the
but
kind of money.
did Tony not warn him about 5 times? He did. What else is he supposed to do? Fucking beg him not to enter this game?
He could have said no.
He could have said no, but at the end of the day, Tony knows, well, what's the worst case scenario here? This guy
I lent
owes
the
me
money, then I forced him to pay me back.
with interest.
See, Tony, though, you'd think when you see these guys interacting, you would think that they're on friendly terms. You would think that Tony likes this guy. But as we see, as soon as you owe Tony money, then...
But that's the way you've got to be, though, or else he wouldn't pay him back. Like, he seemed like he was pally with Richie, and then Richie's like, yeah. Well, I think Richie was more fair with him than Tony about owing him money, but then again, 45 grand is a lot more than 8 grand.
Yeah, but what would have happened the second time?
What would have happened the second time? Let's talk about it. Richie walks in, and for some reason, right, he's in the room for about, I'd say a good minute. He doesn't realise he's there.
Now, see if Richie got here about, maybe 6 hours earlier? Maybe Mr. What's his name?
Who?
T1000?
Davey Scatano.
Maybe Davey could have cashed out and paid Richie his money back. He actually won the first hand and he was looking good. But come this morning, he lost all his chips and then borrowed 10,000 while Tony was sleeping.
I know, 45 grand he owes Tony.
Jesus Christ.
And 8 grand to Richie, so that's 53 grand. I mean, that's a lot of money. But Richie comes in, he sees Davey, he's like, what did I tell you? And then Tony's like, what you on about? And then he tells Davey to stand up, and he grabs Davey by the scruff, and then Tony grabs Richie by the scruff. And then you've got the Doctor and Frank Sinatra Jr. basically just bottle it because there's a wee bit of confrontation.
You're like, oh, I'm out of here, I'm done, Tony, cash me out.
Yeah, I thought that was quite pathetic.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, Tony's not going to let anything happen to these guys. It's like...
Not like anyone got shot.
Yeah, but different. I think Tony dealt with this pretty quick and swiftly. It's like, I mean, he disarmed the situation.
Yeah. No, he
relatively quick, so I don't know why these guys... I mean, I think it'd be different one if like Richie was still there and he felt like he was being antagonised and there was like, a tension in the air, but I mean, the fact Tony was basically like, right, you out, and that was it, over with. Yeah, that wasn't enough for them. They decided that they needed to escape because, God damn it, we're scared.
Richie's told to go out, and then Tony comes out and he's like, what the fuck was that about? I can see why Tony's pissed, right? But can he not see Richie's point of view?
Yeah. Well, I can see it, obviously Tony can't.
But Tony's hatred for Richie overshadows his hatred for, maybe not his hatred for Davey here, but if this was anyone else but Richie, I think he'd have been alright with. I say alright, he probably would have been annoyed, but because it's Richie, he's like, well, fuck you then. You're not getting a dime until he pays me back everything. And again, is that not a bit harsh? But I guess, 45 grand to the boss is a lot more than 8 grand to Richie. But I can see why both are pissed.
Oh, of course.
Absolutely. Janice then picks up Richie. He says, Tony's a good guy. And she's like, what did he give you? He gave you 50 grand to start up again. She's like, back in the day, Johnny boy gave each of his men 32 grand. She's like, that's like $500,000 now. So basically what she's saying is that Tony's give you fuck all. Well, my daddy, Tony's daddy, was better to his guys. I mean, Tony's gave this guy 50 grand.
You didn't have to give him nothing.
Oh, no. Like, what the
fuck? You don't have to give him anything.
But that's see in this show, they're all manipulating bastards. Janice is like Livia. Livia is like the fucking queen manipulator. But she's got dementia. She might not know about it. And then in the scenes here where you've got a funeral and she's greeting it, and Tony's like, "Fuck it, we have to leave, Carmela." No wonder I wanted to fucking leave, man.
Like Gemma manipulated people in Sons of Anarchy, but kind of done it in a good way or whatever,
A half likeable way. What?
Yeah, the people, I don't know.
Livia's nuclear heat, man. Honestly, it's one of the worst characters in TV. See, anytime she's on screen, I want to blow my brains out.
Yeah, I mean, I know people can say, "Oh, it's good that you hate a character," or whatever.
No, this is too much.
It's not hate. It's just I actually detest this person being on TV.
Yeah, and it's you look at TV shows. There's really bad villains you hate, right? And they get their comeuppance. Realistically, what's the comeuppance she's going to get? She's going to die in her sleep, probably.
Aye. I still think Tony should have snuffed her.
Yeah.
When she basically put the hit on. And Junior tried to protect her, but I mean, let's be real. She did.
Well, that's it. Then we have Davey. He visits Artie. He's like, right, Artie, I need you to lend me money. I'm going through the rocks here. I could lose everything.
Artie agrees. So I think Artie maybe thought he wanted $50 or something.
And then he's like, it's Tony Soprano. And Artie's like, and then he's like, 20 grand. And then he's like, I'm getting a new roof on the place, Davey. No can. He fucking jobbed Davey out here.
He did.
He could have just said fucking no.
Why do you think? I thought it was because he asked for so much. You think it's because it was for Tony Soprano?
I'd say a bit of both.
Why would Tony Soprano care if he was getting Artie's money? Tony would probably give Artie it back if he found it was for him.
Maybe Artie knows though, right? That here, if this guy owes this much money to Tony, he's coming to me. How the fuck's he going to pay me back? Logic.
True.
Get me? I think that would be logic. But then,
I think he was asking for too much though. 20 grand.
No, he was. Then Tony visits Davey, basically grabs him by the neck and says, "You've got 2 days." And then what Davey goes, he goes, I've just had a bad run of luck. And Tony's like, "I will just got worse," and then fucking punched him. But that was pretty funny, right? And then he gets home, and then he just jobs at his son's car. He's like, "What did I tell you?"
He's seen a little bit of dirt on it, and then he's like, "All right, master plan. I'm gonna get rid of this fucking car." Basically accuses his son of driving up dirt roads or whatever. His son says, "Nah, I was just taking some of the high school girls into the fields so they could practice their playing." His dad's like, "No, don't think so. I warned you about this."
If he showed this sort of fucking backbone, that maybe some like Richie or Tony might have fucking got somewhere.
Aye, 6 feet under.
I know, but like he bottles Tony in like the shop, and I understand, right? I mean, it's he beats up Tony. It's like you've just beat up the guy you owe 45 grand to. You're fucking dead. But yeah. Anyway, I thought this was pretty hectic on his son Eric, and then we get the play where Eric goes off on one. He basically says, "Fuck you, fuck your gangster father, and fuck this. I'm not doing this show." I can see why Eric's pissed off here, but at the end of the day, like Tony would probably batter him too.
Yeah, he's had a car hoovered off him, but I mean, I guess he was also gifted that car as well. So
Yeah,
I mean,
his dad paid for it. I doubt he paid for it.
yeah, don't get me wrong. It's still not nice to be given something then have it taken away. But I mean, it's not like he paid for it. It was on hard-earned money, and his dad's just fucking hoovered and stolen the car off him.
Yeah, but see Tony, right? Do you think he could have did a better job at pretending this wasn't this guy's car, or do you think he did that to stir the pot?
I don't think he gives a fuck.
Is that what you think it is?
I don't think he cares.
Do you think he even thought that far ahead?
Well, you think he wanted to stir the pot?
Maybe not stir the pot, but yeah, I think it's more, yeah, like you say, he doesn't give a fuck what happens here with his daughter,
I don't
which
think-
goes back to the point of, does he really give a shit about anything?
I don't think he thinks, oh, hold on, my daughter's friends with his son. He's just giving me this car. She's going to know it's his car. That's going to cause tension between us. I can't give her this car. I think he just thinks, oh, here's a car and give it to my daughter as a present. I don't think he looks at the bigger picture or anything like that.
I think you're right. But that's us done. That's the episode, right? We had a pretty fun poker match. It was good seeing Robert Patrick.
Probably the best episode in a while, I would say.
Yeah, I'll give it.
One of the best episodes of season 2.
I'll give it a 7.
Yeah, I think a 7. I'll give it a 7 as well. Poker was pretty fun. You know, the Silvio Cheese stuff was pretty funny. I thought Tony and Richie again butting heads in the poker tournament. It was pretty good. I mean, it was all right. It was maybe the best of the season.
Which
Wouldn't be
a
hard,
7 is so damn. This season, it's got a lot to do to improve on Uno. But until next time, happy wanderer. We are officially halfway into season 2 of The Sopranos, and I tell you what, it's not been that good, but we're going to kick off with D-Girl in this episode. And we've got AJ driving a car. Because guess what? We've done nothing with AJ this entire season, so why not fire him in Carmela's car for the start of this episode? Where did this come from, and what did you make of this entire start of the episode?
Just felt very forced. I mean, we haven't seen any sort of play acting from AJ. We haven't seen him do anything like this, and then it's like randomly, oh, AJ's going to start stealing cars and acting up, and I feel like The Sopranos does this with so many like one-off episodes. It just doesn't feel like it's a continuation. It does feel like very standalone-ish in my opinion. Every episode.
It does, and he does get caught. Carmela notices it because how would you not? It's not only the wing mirror that's off, the entire side of the car scraped. And then Carmela and Tony are like berating him, basically saying, what the fuck is going on with you? And then he's like, That would have been interesting if the kids would have died in the car. And he says, death just shows the ultimate absurdity of life. And obviously, Tony and Carmela, being devoted Catholics, not
What
good
the hell
stuff.
are you talking about?
And then he's like, but there is no God. And they can't believe this. Like, where's this come from?
Apparently, his English teacher.
Yeah, there's Meadow tries to pin it on. But, right, you can't just bring this, right, a character that's been in the show since the pilot, right? Oh, but he's going through puberty. No, don't fucking give me that shite, man. Well, why can't this have, like, been gradually brought on?
Yeah, introduced.
Like, why couldn't we have seen him in school or, like, talking with the people he was in the car with before? And he mentions, like one of his friends mentions, oh, I don't think God's real. And, like, AJ gives his opinion on it. And then it would make a bit more sense. But here, I don't know what's going on here, but it's a mess. You know what? The Sopranos does not do a good job of continuation, like you said. And when Tony's explaining it to his psychiatrist, it's like, fucking hell, man, what, I've got to do double duty now? AJ and Tony? What the hell's going on? But Tony, I'd say he's a wee bit concerned about AJ's behaviour, but at the same time, would you say he really gives a fuck?
No, it's not going to stop him from getting part of his day.
Yeah, and you know what? He decides, well, you know what? I don't want to be a father. I'm going to give it to the sponsor. So he goes to Big Sal's auto shop and basically says, right, you're going to have to sort him out here because you're his godfather. Also, you're his sponsor for his confirmation. Like, is this not a pretty big weight to put on Big Sal, who's already got a big weight?
Yeah, I just feel like Tony passed the buck here.
It's funny though, because Big Sal says to AJ goes, go get yourself a drink, and he comes back with a packet of crisps. That just sums this fucking retard up. I'm not saying he's not free to buy what he wants, but I know just some
I think
AJ.
he got a drink and a packet of crisps, did he not?
Did he?
I think so.
Maybe I didn't spot a drink. I just spotted a packet of Lay's fucking ready salted.
Well, fair enough. Maybe I'm making that up. I just assumed he would get a drink, like maybe he got crisps as an extra, but...
Well, there you go. But Livia is then the next victim of AJ this episode, and I absolutely hate her. She's like, oh, you don't visit. I was like, you just woke me up, AJ.
When she was awake,
Oh, I know.
and she was just pretending, like, why does she try and manipulate and just cause fucking problems that aren't there? Like, what is this? You can understand her maybe doing that shit with Tony. She fucking hates him or whatever, and he's an adult, but why is she trying to... I just don't get it.
How can there honestly be a character in this show that actually likes Livia? Actually, I'm going to go see her. Rather than, like, fuck's sake, I have to go see Livia Soprano.
You know.
Like, you see Meadow and AJ, the odd, oh, I miss seeing Grandma. Hi. She does nothing.
I don't miss seeing her. But celebrate when she's not in an episode.
I mean, we've barely got Uncle Junior this season. It seems like we've seen Livia and her fat carcass everywhere. And I'm just not a fan of this. Big Sal is then confronted by Skip and some other guy, basically forcing him to wear a wire. And I think it's about time that these guys have got, like, heavy-handed with him. Do you not agree?
Yeah, for too long they've just been... they've been letting him do what he wants, really, and he's not really providing any answers. He's not getting anywhere. So now they seem to be getting a little bit tougher, and they're like, right, we need you to up your game here. Get a wire, get us some info. And I think that's fair enough.
No, yeah, I think it's absolutely fair enough. So we see him, like, shaving his chest in order to put the wire on. Now, is that so it just sticks easier? I'm going to assume so. I doubt there's some sort of magical fucking technique, man, if we've got a clean-shaven chest that does some magical stuff. But his wife then unlocks the door. And obviously at this point, she's not aware that he's a rat, or else why would he hide the wire? Right? Which we've made a fit about earlier on the channel, so make sure you check it out, right? But how can she not be aware when this Skip guy literally interrupted him at 8 o'clock in the morning earlier in the episode? She must think something's up.
Maybe she thinks Skip's just one of Tony's guys or something.
But she knows the crew.
Maybe she thinks Skip works exclusively for
Big Sal.
He's like his minion.
Potentially, but no, not really in this line of work. I think she's just oblivious and doesn't give a fuck because she doesn't really like him. And then, like, he gets on top of her, looks like he's about to batter her, and then their son walks in. So another domestic. It was like Walter White, Skyler, and Walter Jr. over again.
Do you think is that part of the reason why? Not that we really care, but is that part of the reason why their relationship has broke down because of the pressure on Big Sal, or did they never really get along? Because I mean, she says that their marriage kind of always been shit, didn't she?
Aye, but now it's extremely shit due to this. I think we've seen it. We've seen earlier on this season that, like, she had, like, a cancer scare and he just kind of walked at the fucking door. He was like, well, I'm going to see Skippy boy. But yeah, we have the confirmation towards the latter half, the latter end of this episode. But now it's literally just Christopher, right? Christopher, this is a Christopher episode, and pretty much what happens here, we run into his cousin and his girlfriend called Amy Sapphire, who's an associate of John Ferreira. You ever heard of John Ferreira?
I'm not.
This guy's actually a legit director. He directs a lot of Star Wars. He's in a lot of movies. The movie that Christopher references, Swingers, is actually legit, and he was in it. So I like the fact
That's
that
pretty cool that they're actually mentioning movies that do exist.
yeah, no, and he's actually playing himself.
Real life stuff.
There's a lot of people in this that play themselves. So I actually like the fact to do all this pop culture stuff. And obviously back in 2000, this guy was probably more relevant rather than a movie that's now, 27 years out of date, rather than like 3 years out of date that it would have been here. But I feel like, you see Christopher backstage at the movie when they're filming it. The acting's fucking horrendous. It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think she should say bitch. I think she should say for her. What's it mean? Can't. Again, Christopher, and then you've got them in the bar where this guy's like acting the loudmouth, and then Christopher goes up, whispers in his ear. Obviously, must have just said, "Here, I'm a part of Tony Soprano's crew, so the next move you make, you're going to be dead." But is that not just shite bag for Christopher?
I know, but I mean, well, if he can handle it as easy as that, like, why wouldn't he?
Well, I guess so, but I think the guy would have battered him.
Do you think Tony Soprano gets into fights with people instead of just being like, I'm Tony Soprano?
Have you seen the temper on Tony? He'd probably wing a fucking cereal bowl off somebody's dome for looking at him the wrong way.
Yeah, but he can do that because he's Tony Soprano. Do you know what I mean? That's
Not Christopher Moltisanti.
aye.
Well, alright, maybe fair enough. But we go to a diner, and Christopher's like, I could tell you a story, but I don't really want to tell you a story. Then he goes on about some guy who's a part of like this. He does say that this guy's a part of the Sopranos crew, but I don't think we ever find out who it is. But pretty much this guy went with a woman, but it turns out it was actually a transsexual, and then because he felt betrayed, which I think is fair enough, well, maybe the next bit's not fair enough, he decided to pour acid all over the person. So what do you make of Christopher revealing this story to these two?
Well, considering this is a bit of a real life story, I mean, he's pretty much, he's not ratting like, but I'm pretty sure this should be not told.
I mean, if Tony found out about this, like, I think it would be a bit out the organisation, the mob, so to speak. And we see later on this episode that this actually gets used as part of a screenplay, but Christopher cannot get a hold of Big John. He's fucked off to LA, so he basically has to deal with Amy, who basically begins like a 3-day relationship with. And do you not think it's mad how quickly he just drops things with Adriana here?
Yeah, especially considering Adriana wants to get engaged. Doesn't look like Chris wants that.
I don't get, like, you're led to believe in this show, they're all good family men, but in reality they're all cheating bastards.
Well, yeah.
I know in most crime shows, like, not everyone's faithful, but I feel like in this, it's heightened to the fucking extreme.
Well, no, I mean, I think Tony's faithful in a way that he will not get divorced and he'll make sure that he stays in marriage with his wife, Carmela, but I mean...
But then again, Christopher isn't in that situation. He's not married and has 2 kids. We don't know what Christopher would be like with 2 kids and in marriage.
Yeah, and then you had like Richie at the beginning of the seasons, like unless you give her your last name, you can't put your hands on her. So I mean, they are very religious and like have their ways, have their own like
code.
Yeah, but apparently that's like outside of that. When they're on their own time, they can do what they want.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. We get a few cringy scenes as well when like Christopher gets like John in a headlock and he starts like scratching his fucking head. What do you think of that? I thought that was horrendous acting.
Yeah.
Get off me! It was almost like Brokeback Mountain or something. Like some sort of flirting. I don't know what. Yeah, like Christopher's drunk and the John guy's drunk. But I mean, honestly, to see if that scene ended with Brokeback Mountain 2.0, I wouldn't have been shocked. I don't think most other people would have been fucking shocked.
Looked like it could have been heading that direction.
Literally. Christopher, though, reads the script and he's very pissed off that the fact that they used this, and he basically goes off on one. He calls Amy a fucking D-girl, which is basically developmental girl who's at the bottom of the acting ladder food chain in Hollywood. I mean, I would not have guessed that's what it would have meant, but apparently that's what it means. She takes great offence to that, and she's like, fuck you, Christopher. This is the last time we'll ever see this character. So Christopher, again, gets like one of his own episodes. This time in the acting world, we've seen him get one in the music business as well. Like, how many times are we just going to get these standalone episodes that don't go anywhere? Like, this episode, right? What was this episode based on? It was just literally, yeah, this is Christopher going into the movie business a wee bit.
Yeah, I just so many times they do it. They introduce characters for like a one-off episode that you're just not going to see again, and I just personally don't really see the value in spending an episode on characters that are just not going to have any sort of.
No, literally, and you've got characters like Silvio and Polly who I think are crying out for like an episode based on them at this stage.
Yeah, I think they could do with the character
Like,
development. But
you've got Richie, right, who came in hot, came in like he was a million degrees. The him and Tony feud, and albeit right, last episode with the poker game, but this episode there's just nothing there. Just feels totally diffused.
he turns up at AJ's confirmation. He's like, "Ah, you alright, Tony?" And everything's settled. It's like they're best friends.
Yeah, he kisses like his sister on the cheek. I know I said you were dead to me, but it's all right. Big Sal enters the fray. He basically asks Tony about, here, Tony, what about this whole situation? I don't even know what he talks about, right? He basically says, here, where were you in the night of the 14th sort of ordeal? And Tony just fucking blanks him. And then he goes up the stairs. Big Sal to go take a shit. As Tony goes down the stairs, and then who's smoking pot with AJ smoking pot? Again, we've went for a kid, right? They literally sat on the couch playing fucking Mario Kart. Then now he's driving cars, he doesn't believe in God, and now he's smoking weed. All in the one episode. Nothing.
Little rebellious AJ here.
Tony basically tells the two kids to go up the stairs, and I feel like they didn't actually. I mean, they were bothered by AJ here, but I thought he would have battered him in the fucking garage. Like,
I know, Tony.
I thought he would have laid the smack down, and then he gets upstairs, Tony, and he goes to Big Sal, right, you need to sort him out. Instead of, mate, you're his dad.
Yeah.
I know it's a confirmation, right? Oh, and this is like his sponsor, but what the Tony's passing the book here to Big Sal, and
Buck.
The buck.
The book.
Big Sal heads up the stairs.
You ever read the book?
He heads up the stairs, right, and he looks better in a suit rather than the wee shirt and the bloody belt and the trousers. He looked horrendous, man, at his shop earlier, honestly. But here he looks a wee bit better. And this is a pretty good scene here between Big Sal and AJ. It's like the first like proper scene that AJ seems alright. If you see him actually talking about like his frustrations with his dad, it's like all the stuff you say about my dad seems to be about before I was born. He's not doing it now. And
Yeah,
I think it's very valid points.
Yeah.
That AJ's bringing up here. The Big Sal hugs him, he's like, it's be alright. You've got to sort yourself out, AJ, and everything will be alright. You gotta trust and love your daddy. I like this big speech for Big Sal. Throughout this, though, you do have like them listening in the fan. It's all muffled. Like the hugs are coming in. So, hey, AJ, blah, blah, blah. So all that stuff's going on. Then you've got Christopher. He walks in. Tony basically tells him, right, gives him an ultimatum. Either you commit yourself to the crime family that we are in, or else you fuck off and do whatever you want to do, but I don't want to ever see you again. I think it's a fair enough ultimatum for Tony. And I'm surprised it took him to episode 7 of season 2 to actually realise that Christopher's a fucking waster. But he's clocked on. I mean, how did he not realise this after what happened in Rome? He brings him over.
He disappears for the fucking entire weekend.
But he's more... I mean, I know all the confirmations are big. What the fuck even is a confirmation? Confirming what? AJ's a fud?
Aye.
I know it's more to confirm, like, oh, this is him becoming a man. But yeah, a lot of hype for this episode. Christopher then goes outside, starts smoking, and then he thinks about it, and then he goes back inside, basically confirming his place in the crime family as the episode ends. And you know what? This is the biggest definition of filler you will ever see. And we're past the halfway point now, and see this season so far, nothing has happened.
What is worrying though, I would actually say this is one of the better episodes this season.
Yeah.
And it was filler like.
Because no, my problem is, like, what's happened this season? What's happened to advance the plot from when it's season 1 ended?
Not a lot.
Tony and Junior have made peace. Right? And that is about it. That is literally about it. We've seen the introduction of Richie. We've seen the fact this crew's making a bit more money. Dr. Melfi's returned after Tony told her to go. But there's nothing to say. See, if you look at other shows, man, see by the halfway point of the season, so much stuff has happened. Nothing's happened here. And for people to say this show's like the greatest of all, I'm fucking at a loss to how people can think that. But anyway, I'm going to give this episode a 6 out of 10.
I am also going to get a 6. That was my rating, so.
I'll tell you what, right? I can remember a few things for the second half of this season, and I think it will be better than the first half. But what would you rate the first half of this season?
Overall, I mean, a 5, and I think that's generous.
Yeah, and you know what? See if we actually averaged out our ratings, I think it would probably be about a 5. But anyway, guys, till next time, hopefully something picks up. But until then, Christopher, stay out the fucking movie business, my friend. It's the jacket! Full leather jacket is the name of this episode, and Richie April did not take too kindly to Tony handing off his wee jacket.
It was a nice jacket, but it wasn't that nice, was it? I don't know what Richie April wanted. Did he want to get made top man because he gave Tony Soprano a dead man's jacket? I mean,
I think Richie's a very weird character, right? Because, see, to be honest, I have no fucking idea what his intentions were with this jacket, to be honest. Was it to actually give Tony a jacket? Was it to, like, give him a jacket knowing that Tony would not care about it and therefore he can hold a bit of resentment towards Tony? Or was it for some other cause? What do you actually think it was for? Because it's pretty much the main plot purpose.
I thought he was just trying to get in Tony's good books. Like, here's a jacket, get off my back. That's what I feel like it was.
That's all good, right? But what's a jacket to the top man?
Exactly, he could go out and buy a jacket if he wanted
Like, it's
to.
a jacket. It's not like he's went, here's a top of the range Aston Martin I've bought you. Or like a $1 million pound watch. I don't get this, right? I do not get this. It'd be like Walter White buying Gus a jacket. Oh, Walter, you've really exceeded yourself this time, my friend. But anyway, we have to start this episode where we begun, with the Sopranos eating a Chinese. So even Tony, I know he has diamonds and he's got millions in the bank probably, but he eats Chinese like ordinary jabronis.
There's two things I didn't like about this scene. First of all, the Chinese just didn't look that appetizing. Certainly, I would not have ordered this from a Chinese.
Right.
And second of all, he was using chopsticks. I mean, you're Italian, for God's sake.
I know.
You're at home. You don't have to show off in front of anybody. Just get a fork and eat it.
Not remember he buried the fact that we're using chopsticks last season. He's like,
You're not Chinese or Italian.
he was on about that. So, yeah, weird that he would go against that.
But it's like, I can almost understand people that do it when they're out in public. So, Christ, I need to look as if I know what I'm doing here. I'm
But even
confident.
him in public, would he really use it?
No, but it's like when you're at home, like, you would just use whatever. It's just...
Yeah, unless you're actually like used to eating it with chopsticks, you're not going to use chopsticks.
But
It's a culture thing.
Yeah, but Tony, I know.
Tony
maybe,
thinks he's completely...
Maybe it's like 25% Chinese.
Something like that. Christopher then goes to Adriana's mum's house. He raps on the door, right? And then basically this entire scene leads to him getting down on one knee, right? He proposes to her, right? Loads of things wrong with this. I think he basically forces his way into the house. I wouldn't say... He doesn't completely assault Adriana's mother, but he's rough with her. Grabbing the phone off her. Basically pushing her to one side.
If she wasn't going to phone the police initially, then she at least had cause to do it afterwards.
And you know what, right? Adriana should probably see through Chris, but I think her character's just a dumb bastard. Typical dumb blonde, and she just fucking... Oh, cause he got her.
A ring.
That's it.
It's probably stolen. I mean...
Yeah, what's your mother says? She says, well, if you come back to this door after getting hurt off him again, it's closed.
Well, even if the ring's not stolen, it's bought with, like, stolen blood money or whatever, so it's...
Exactly, so either way, like, it's a corrupt ring. It's no nice ring. Christopher's doing a few jobs with Matthew and Sean, these two jabronis who just are kiss asses to Tony. And I believe it is actually Sean, twice, when they're breaking into these safes, is just shitting in the corner of a room.
Yeah, what is this fucking freak's problem with doing shits?
Like, I know they're like, oh, Big Sal, he got nervous when he was used to burgle back in the day, and he used to take massive shits. What, right, I'm all for people getting nervous, right, and like going to the toilet, but actually shitting in the corner of the fucking room,
Yeah.
in sight of these two guys.
Then he's using fucking socks to wipe his ass. It was just disgusting, like...
Yeah,
Plus, he's leaving DNA behind.
Yeah, but even that, what the fuck's going on here?
Just a freak.
Oh, this is realistic. I bet all the fanboys are saying this is realistic.
This guy deserves to die by the end of this episode.
I just can't imagine, right, another TV show where they're doing this like big job. I'm not saying it's a massive job, right? We did a massive job, but what's going on? Imagine the Breaking Bad, right, train heist, and Walter's fucking squat down taking a shite.
Just wouldn't work. Like what?
I mean, Oh, I do not fucking get this in the slightest. Like, what one bit? Honestly, I don't like they're breaking Clay out of prison in Sons of Anarchy. Instead of one of them fucking driving one of the ice cream trucks, one of them's taking a fucking dump in the back.
Yeah, just
I thought this was just stupid. All these scenes. I mean, you do get a couple of funny scenes with like Matt and Sean when like the hype each other. Like, oh, let's go speak to Tony, and they just talk too much, right? Tony's taking a piss, so Sean, he goes and washes his hand. Matthew goes basically starts speaking to Tony about Christopher. You can clearly see that Tony just resents these two, hates them. And then Sean walks over to Tony. He's like, oh, we did a great thing, T, with that job with Christopher. And then he's like talking about percentages and like proper details. And then Tony just fucking grabs him like, ever heard of a wiretap, you shit-eating twat? Which I thought was a pretty funny line. But like, yeah, how stupid are these two?
yeah. I mean, these guys, they're never going to be made men.
Never. Couldn't make a bed.
Two fucking lackeys. Or Christopher's lackeys, or not even Tony's lackeys.
And Christopher's not even a made guy. It's not like they're lackeys or like Richie or like of junior people who've actually got a bit of a role in this. They're nothing, essentially. And even the scene, right, where Furio and some other Italian guy like shows up and basically demands the money that they owe Tony is percent. Like, they're just like two bums. They're sitting there getting high in their fucking underwear, and like Furio makes a joke that they're both gay, and like, do you know like that's the exact vibes you get?
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, two guys sitting in their fucking underwear.
Gay to me, like.
Pretty good to me. And Furio's the man. I like Furio in this episode. Tony, though, what else does Tony do in this episode? He has like a meet with like Richie, Uncle Junior, and Big Fat Bobby. And this is when Richie gives Tony the jacket. It's the jacket.
The jacket.
This is the one I killed him. The Demio. I killed him, Tony. The jacket never fit me, Tony. It might fit you. And then after a bit of persuasion, Tony like finally puts the jacket
Fine,
on.
I'll fucking try on the jacket.
Yeah, and you know, also you've got the whole beef with Richie this episode where Paulie and Silvio, again, like these two are supposed to be like the top guys now, just behind Tony. And they go to Richie like big shitebags. You're going to have to build Beans your ramp.
Yeah, why are they not just demanding?
Yeah, and then he's like, yeah, I'll build a ramp right up to your fucking ass and drive a Lino right up it. It's like, what?
Richie is funny, like, but it's like, I just don't know how you're supposed to take these people seriously when, like, they're taking this sort of disrespect.
Yeah, no, literally. And it's not like they're the age of Chris, right? They're like very similar age to Richie.
Yeah, so it's not like you can
They've been
argue.
there, done that.
It's not like you can argue.
And there's
oh,
two
maybe,
of them.
Yeah, it's not like you can argue on maybe, like, intimidation or something, or, I don't know. No, not for me, like.
To me, Tony is the only guy in his entire crew that's actually capable of like getting through to Richie.
Yeah, I feel like when Tony speaks,
And it's got nothing to do with,
listens.
title or level. It's just what happens. And again, if we want to talk about Soprano inconsistencies, last episode we end the episode with Big Sal greeting in the toilet. Where was he this episode? Just another continuity error. Where is he?
Yeah, because like I said in the last episode, I actually felt sorry for Big Sal.
And now it's like
But now you don't even see him.
Forget he exists.
Yeah, it's like I just don't. I think the flow. I don't think it's a bad show, but it absolutely baffles my mind that people can say this is the best show ever made.
Yeah.
That fucking I do not get that.
No, I get the argument.
I can see people. I can see parts of it when people go, oh, you know, it was groundbreaking or it was like ahead of its time. I can definitely see that, but it's a consistency thing. Like,
it's got far too many bumps to iron it, doesn't it?
yeah, there's too many. There's too many flaws for me. Like
I get it, right? See stuff it's firstly its kind that it's not going to be the polished article, but see by the time this show ends in like 2007, 8, shows are coming out. Shows have happened. So that, and to be honest, I don't think the show changes that much within the next couple of years, personally. We then see Matt and Sean. They show up at Richie's place. Richie doesn't even acknowledge them. He actually just faces the wall the entire time, basically saying, I'm better than you two guys. They're undoing Christopher. He says that how funny is it that Christopher is the only guy who can smoke outside because his nose is a natural canopy, which I thought was fucking brilliant. Obviously, because Christopher's got a massive fucking beak on him.
massive trout.
He does, so his nose is fucking gigantic. But again, bury him. But then they're like, oh, we're not burying Chris. He's all right. And then these two leave. Right, may as well get to the really shit bits of this episode. I'm not saying the rest of it was great, but essentially, right, Meadow is trying to get into college. She wants Berkeley, but Carmela.
Carmela's not happy with Berkeley. She wants
I can't even remember what the other one's called.
some other place that's better than Berkeley, apparently.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what it's called. Can't actually remember.
Doesn't
what it's
matter.
called.
It's not really
Georgetown University. That's what it's
Georgetown
for, right?
University,
So
that's the
basically, she wants to acknowledge her neighbour for the only to get something here, and it's so fucking obvious. Her neighbour's like, I'll speak to my sister. So her neighbour speaks to her sister, and I don't understand, right, why her neighbour feels so pressured about this. Because, like, realistically, right, I know, Tony's like top man, but what was he gonna do?
Yeah, I highly doubt he's going to take it too bad. Like, I mean,
And then, like,
plus I kind of think Tony would probably want Meadow to like earn her way in more than anything.
yeah.
I don't think he'd want you to be sneaking in through the back door.
No, yeah, exactly here. And then Carmela actually goes down to Joanne's office herself and just like practically fucking demands it. And Joanne, who was acting the big one, their sister.
Because we see earlier where he's like, it might have been in the last episode when AJ wants to say he want to go to Harvard, and it's like, well, you need to fucking start reading your books in.
Only way you're going to Harvard, so you see it on TV.
Yeah, it's like Tony could have went there. Yeah, don't worry, I'll make sure you get into Harvard. I'll pull strings, but you know it's not the case. He was like, you need to knuckle down. And you actually need to fucking learn and stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, yeah, Tony wants probably Meadow to go to a good school or whatever. I'm not denying that, but I can't imagine Tony's going to hold these people at gunpoint and be like, here, you get my daughter in or you're dead. Like, it doesn't really strike me as Tony Soprano.
Exactly.
I mean, he's a lot of things, but I don't think he would like threaten to kill someone over that.
No, probably. But do you not feel that her sister here talked the big game and then Carmela showed up and she just fucking... I know, she kind of stayed tough for a bit and then was like, oh, no, I'll do it. No, yeah. I guess there is an element here of, is she actually going to do it? And she's
I thought she wasn't going to do it, but then when her sister turns up and tells her it's done, I was shocked.
But then she did...
I didn't see the point. There was not one point where Carmela was like, do you know who my husband is or anything like that?
Yeah, I know. I guess they're aware. But then again, she didn't have a copy. And her sister was acting a wee bit weird.
Well, see, that is the only thing. Now, is she lying? Did she not do it?
But let's be real, right? Is she lying? Did she not do it? This is a show about the fucking mob. Who gives a fuck about this college application?
Very true.
Honestly, like I don't get what's actually going on here. Richie then shows up at Tony's house. And then, like, the maid brings her husband to collect the TV. And what's he wearing?
The jacket.
The jacket. And this breaks Richie's heart.
Yeah, Richie's not happy. Richie.
He almost breaks down like Big Sal last episode. He just storms out. He throws the head. And he goes back to his hideout. Then we see, like, Matt and Sean discussing that they're basically two jobbers. They've got degrees in, like, the Wall Street broker stuff, all that good stuff. Best of gear. Like, what are we doing here? We're wasting our time. And... when they were talking here, did you think what were they going to do next?
No, I actually thought they were thinking about getting out of this game.
Yep.
And doing something legit.
And no, that I don't get, right? Why did they kill the guy that was actually... I'm not saying Christopher Tree.
Well, you know, Sylvia, not Sylvia, what's this guy? What's the Italian guy called? Furio?
I've already mentioned this.
Did you?
I mentioned that about 10 minutes ago.
Sorry.
He went to the hush show, we said they look gay.
Oh, so we did.
Right, anyway, right. Christopher walks out.
Yeah, they pull up on Christopher.
He walks out. I don't even know where he walks out of. I think it's the strip club. He walks out and he's like, "Oh, how you doing?" And then he's like, "How you do?" He's just fucking. So Christopher gets shot in the stomach, and then when he goes to raise his gun, he gets shot in the arm. But then when he falls, the other Sean can't get the seatbelt off, which just sums these guys up. And then Christopher gets
How phony is that though? He can't get the seatbelt off.
And Christopher
Why
shoots
not drive away?
No, literally.
Can't get the seatbelt off. Christopher shoots him and he manages to get a headshot.
Yeah, I know.
The guy's literally been shot twice. He's lying on his back. You never get the sense that he's a sharpshooter anyway.
Yeah.
You know, his first kill was basically it was point blank range, but now all of a sudden he turns into this great marksman. He snipes this guy from lying on his back, kills him, and then the other dude runs away.
No, I don't get Matt here, right? Christopher is done. He is lying on the ground here.
He could finish it.
Exactly.
And then no one would know.
Oh my, exactly.
He finishes Chris, and he's the only witness left.
Exactly.
But he decides to leave Chris, and Chris is more or less passes out.
Yeah, no, this show has like ridiculous shootouts. The
I mean,
one,
the one with Tony and Orange Juice is bad. Like, don't get me wrong.
yeah, this one, no,
It's
I
up
can't
there.
get the seatbelt off.
Like, what? Why do they? I just think the goofy stuff ruins this show.
No, it really does. Like, I think sometimes TV shows and movies, like the shootouts are like overkill, but I think in this it's underkill. Like, how can you be so fucking bad at shooting? Like, right, so how can all these shots be off, but Christopher, like, he shoots like one bullet. The first bullet he shoots is a fucking clean headshot.
Yeah, unbelievable.
And also, right, the pacing's off, because just before this, you've got Tony talking to the psychiatrist, right? And literally the next fucking scene, Christopher walks out. This happens, right? This happens within about, what, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Then the next scene, Christopher's lying in the hospital, and Tony's like, how could this happen? And the episode fades to black. We also did have Matt going to Richie, and Richie's like, what the fuck did you do? And he chases him for a bit and throws the baseball bat, which I thought was funny.
It's
But,
like, yeah, it's like, when did Richie tell him he wanted Chris dead?
you know, he never. It's just these two taking taking the initiative, but he never said that. And again, like, at least you could argue the plot is advanced to a point of, well, fuck, is Richie going to get the blame of this? But again,
But who knows that those guys work for Richie? They don't even work for
I
him.
know they don't even work.
They met him once.
Exactly. He didn't even look at them. Does he know what they look like?
Exactly. Because they know who the dead guy looks like. Yeah, they think this guy didn't even acknowledge him, didn't even look at them, and they got from that, we're gonna go and kill Chris for you.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Again, like I was going to say earlier, and then we kind of got sidetracked, but like they actually shot the guy who was like good to them.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah.
The guy who was like under their wing the whole time.
No, I thought maybe the reason why they would do this is because they were pissed off that Furio took more money off them. Was it like they thought it'd be $750 and he took an extra $250?
Aye.
But like, wouldn't you go and say to Chris about it first? Like, yo, do you know this guy came? Their first thought is, no, let's go kill Chris.
Yeah, like well, say they
Why
killed.
wouldn't you confront him first and go, here, Chris, you said it would be 10%, and he took more off us?
Say they kill Chris, right? And like, well, what's the end game? And they both survive. What
How does that make them money?
I know.
What's that do for them?
I don't get
Maybe
this play here.
maybe they thought Richie Aprile would give them some sort of promotion for killing Chris. Even though I don't know how they possibly come to that conclusion, but they seem to think they were doing a good thing for him at the time.
Know what happens, right? Is see if they kill Chris and they go to he kills him. The simple reason is, why would he keep these two guys alive who you just cannot trust, and plus Richie and Tony aren't on good terms, right? But
Well, why has he kept the other
they were
one
actually
alive?
on decent terms until the jacket.
Well, why did he keep the other one alive? You could argue if he caught him, he would have kept him
Yeah,
alive.
well, that's my point.
He gave up though pretty easily, didn't he? Like, I mean, it was a lot easier to kill someone if you're chasing them with a gun rather than a bat, but
Exactly, but yeah, that is where the episode ends. You know, I mean, a decent enough ending to the episode, but literally the whole plot of this episode is a jacket and two guys trying to up their stakes. But to me, I remember watching this the first time, and this shootout just catches you completely off guard. Like, did you think these two guys were going to shoot Chris? He's the
No,
last person
no.
I thought they would shoot.
no. And if something's going to happen for them to turn their back on Chris, surely that's a couple of episodes build up.
Yeah, literally.
Not a very next fucking scene out of nowhere.
To me, the two people they probably should shoot is Furio, the guy who was with Furio, or Tony, because I felt like Tony just completely different. And he's also, yeah,
Oh, but let's be real, like that's a sign you're on death warrant shooting fucking Tonio.
I know, but shooting Chris is also a death warrant.
True, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no point trying to figure something out from it because
Anyway, yeah.
we're not going to get anywhere.
And yeah, we have to rate this episode out of 10. I'm going
I'll
to
give
give
it a 6. I mean, I thought it was entertaining, but I mean, from if you're being constructive, like, I mean, it's all over the place. It doesn't make any sense that they would try and kill Chris. But it was a pretty entertaining episode. You know what? I think the last couple of episodes have improved a little bit. After a slow start to season 2, I think things are beginning to get a little bit better. Wouldn't say it's great by any means, but you know what? 6 out of 10 for me.
Exactly, but anyway, guys, I'm giving it a 6 too. Yeah, will the second half be better? I mean, based off this episode, will there be retaliation? Is Richie going to be in deep shit? Who knows? Will the jacket be given back to somebody who will want it?
I'll tell you what, it's a bit shit, man, if Richie gets any blowback from this because he didn't do anything.
Exactly, and will Beansy ever get that ramp built?
Oh, I don't know. Well, Silvio and Polly want it built, so I guess we'll have to see what happens.
Until then, though, peace.
Where's Christopher going? Heaven or hell? We're finding it right now. It is season 2, episode 9 of The Sopranos. From where to eternity, and we are here at Fog Entertainment, ready to review it.
Goddamn right, Christopher Moltisanti's clinging for his life in a hospital ICU. Did you think he was going to die here? Did you think with the removal of his spleen, we were going to see the removal of Christopher Moltisanti?
Well, I tell you what, I didn't even think he was going to get shot last episode. And again, I think it just sums up how this show's pacing is completely off. 1 minute, Christopher and these guys are tight as fuck. You know, well, Christopher's our man, and we're running together, we're doing jobs together. And then Furio takes like an extra, 20% from them, and they automatically, the conclusion they come is, right, we need to kill Christopher.
Yeah.
I mean, where's the logic here? Why wouldn't they even hash it out with Christopher first? It just made no sense to me. Like, would they not say, yo, Chris, you said we're guaranteed this, then this came out of our end? Then if Christopher gave them like a backhand comment, yeah, well, use our smucks or whatever.
Aye, maybe something
Then
like
you
that.
could maybe understand it, but without even trying to talk to Christopher and go, here, do you know this guy came and took more money off it? The attempt to kill him. And what would that have got him? Considering Christopher was the guy setting all this shit up for them. Would have got them nowhere.
I know, say Christopher's dead and both of them are alive, what? Was Tony's crew not going to hunt them down? I mean,
Yeah, they want to move up in the world. They want to work for Tony, and they think the way to do that is killing Christopher. When Christopher's their way in.
Exactly, and the door now is closed. Big Matt, he's the only guy left. Sean couldn't get his seatbelt off again.
The deaths are so fucking phony. I mean, you've got this guy running away when he could have just killed Chris there and had no witnesses. He could have put an end to it. You got the other guy who literally gets shot through the head because he couldn't get his seatbelt off. And then you look at the failed assassination attempt on Tony last season, where Tony's just sitting there ready to be shot at, big fat Tony. I mean, it's a big target, yet they miss him and hit the fucking tiny bottle of orange juice.
The OG.
You know, I mean, come on.
The OG shot the OJ.
It is pish, though, isn't it? Like, if you actually think about it, man. It's...
Yeah, Tony's this big fat bastard and the bullets couldn't hit him. But anyway, right, that's last season. Right, we need to move on. Because Christopher went to hell. He says he saw Big Brendan Falloon and Mikey Palmas in an Irish bar.
No, but like, see, before we get into this, right, see if we make a comparison. Let's take The Walking Dead season 2. See if The Walking Dead, see if that was in, see the Save the Last One episode, see if that was in The Sopranos. I feel like Shane, where it says, sorry Otis, he whips out his gun, goes to shoot Otis, but he ends up shooting Otis's rifle, and the bullet ricochets and hits Shane in the forehead. Or hits him in the knee, and then Shane's the one that's left to get eaten by zombies, and Otis fucking, you know what I mean, drags his fat ass back to the farm. I feel like something like that. It's just too goofy. And it's like, I feel like at times this is like fucking, I get it, it's, you know, you can have comedy elements, but I feel like when you're supposed to take something serious, I mean, these are murder attempts, these are assassination attempts, yet they come off as comedy.
Yeah, he couldn't get the fucking seatbelt off. Like, come on.
I mean, that's how he died, because he couldn't get his seatbelt off. I mean...
Sounds like Final Destination.
And then it's like Christopher's been shot at twice, and he's bleeding out, and he's lying on his back, and he somehow gets a headshot.
I know. Literally.
And it's not like we know Christopher is some great fucking shooter either.
And he's using his weak arm, because he actually goes to shoot them with his left, which they shoot. Then he switches his hand, and he shoots them with his other.
I actually think that one's maybe worse than the Tony one.
There's elements that are definitely worse. But guess what? Christopher's went to hell. Maybe after such a bad shootout, God went, you know what, this guy deserves to go to hell. He says he saw Brendan Falloon and Mikey Palmas in an Irish bar, and they were playing dice or whatever, and he said they had a message for Tony and Polly, 3 o'clock. Tony obviously not really buying any of this, but Polly buys it. He's like, oh fuck, 3 o'clock, I'm gonna die. Which, is this not just stupid? Like, I get it, right? People can be paranoid or whatever, but this is supposed to be one of Tony's top soldiers, and he's fucking paranoid about a dream that Christopher had.
I don't know, Polly does strike me as weird though. In that whole Italy episode, his head was up his ass.
No, he can't. No, he is weird. Absolutely. We see him. He goes to like this psychic thing, and the guy starts like reading out all these messages, and he starts naming people that only Polly would know. So what is this? See, I mean, I know people talk about this in real life, but is this legit? Like, can people actually just fucking go into this guy's mind, Polly, and be like, I remember that kill you did, mate?
They just keep mentioning names till something sticks.
I
Like.
bet first and second name. And it says he was your first, and it was his first kill. That's just, I mean, no wonder he grabs the chair here and loses the fucking plot. But again, I felt like Polly this episode. I mean, it's funny, but it's ridiculous. I think it crosses the line of like,
A bit far fetched for me, like.
why? And then like also when you've got the FBI or the police trying to talk to these guys, it just comes across as cringy. Like they're just fucking blanking them.
Don't you want to help your friend? And they're all sitting there, like, no, not really.
You see other shows like Sons where they're getting interviewed by the police, not the corrupt police, but the actual
I
police.
feel like in Sons they would just like deny it and say, nah, we didn't see nothing. And this is almost like they're afraid they can't even answer.
They're all looking at Tony for an answer.
Are we allowed to say anything, Tony?
Exactly, Tony. But guess what? Tony's about to bury AJ. But before we get to AJ's burial, Carmela wants him to get a vasectomy, which he isn't happy about. He's like, any women I'm with, I get them tested for AIDS. Was that a fair enough response for Tony, or should the Dawn of the family be getting the snip?
So that's fucking. It's like Carmela's just openly admitting, yeah, I know he's sleeping with all these other women.
Their marriage is a fucking joke.
Tony didn't even deny it. I mean, what good is it? Oh, we're staying married, so it looks like we're a strong family. It's just all fake. I mean, you're supposed to get married for the right reasons. You're supposed to love each other. There's not a bit of fucking love or romance between these two. Yet they think they've got some. They think they're doing some great job.
They've got the moral high ground over other people.
They've stayed together or whatever, and oh, look at this. We're staying together for the sake of the kids, and it's like, no, I mean, it's just fake.
I'd argue the sake of the kids in this example is actually worse with them both in the house. I think it's far more toxic.
Yeah.
It's fake personas, which we see. Tony loses the plot because AJ drops some dinner that he's going to stick in the microwave, and he's like, how am I supposed to get a vasectomy?
What you doing, you fat fuck?
How am I supposed to get a vasectomy when this is my male heir? And AJ, obviously, 2 episodes ago, he's praising Satan. This episode, it seems like he's back to season 1 mode. Just an innocent little shitebag kid. So
yeah.
What is it? Would it not have been better if Tony said this and he went, I don't believe in God, Daddy. Or some shit like that.
Aye, well, maybe.
Well, what do you make of this, though? And then Tony apologises to him. Like,
Yeah,
I didn't mean it, it was just anger.
You want some pizza?
Oh,
He magically just gives him a slice of pizza.
You're the best son I could ever ask for.
So what?
No, it's fucking AJ's pish.
Did Tony order a fucking full pizza and eat every slice but one? And keep one slice for AJ? He just magically whipped out one slice of pizza here. You want a pizza slice, AJ? I mean, I thought he was going to say, let's go and watch a movie and we'll order some pizza. See, he says to him, you want a pizza slice? He fucking just whips out a slice of pizza.
No, but see, in this world, right?
I know that's probably not really
No, it's
a
not
big
really.
thing, but I thought it was weird.
There's so many examples, right, in these like TV shows, like, well, the son will just follow in the father's footsteps and join the crew. What's this guy doing apart from getting a job at McDonald's?
No, but I mean, I think you also need to take into consideration this AJ guy is a bit young. Like, what do you expect? Him to be running around fucking shooting people? And...
No, but I don't know. Like the way he gets on like an absolute Mongol.
I know, but again, what age is he? About 12, 13?
I'd say he's about 14 this season. Maybe 12 when it starts. He's a big fat square-headed bastard, isn't he?
Alright, so you think he's not the man to follow in Tony's footsteps?
Well, it does, right, I mean, there's 14-year-olds who are big and look like they're going somewhere. What's this guy doing? Well, he is big.
Right, back to playing video games. We see Big Pussy, and he's meeting up with one of his, his main...
Skip's like, you gotta make Tony love you, boy.
You gotta make Tony love you again. Pussy thinks that Tony doesn't look at him the same way. And it's like, is there any way for Pussy here? Can he do something to... Or is he fault?
Like he says, right, he thinks Tony's working, he thinks Tony knows he's working with the FBI because of a sandwich order, which, I mean, very fucking weird. But if Tony actually thinks that he is working, right...
Would you not kill him or cut him loose?
No, it doesn't matter what he does to try and get on his good side.
Yeah, he's still going to think that.
Because either way, right, if he doesn't do enough, Tony's going to think, well, he's obviously the rat.
And
if he does too much,
he's
it's
gonna
going to
think...
think, well, he's just doing too much to get more information.
Yeah.
The end game here is to flee. There's no... I don't see what you could do. Especially if you think he knows. But he's then getting meat, and then some guy comes in, he's like, I know you're wanting info on that Matthew kid. Well, guess what? He's living beside the Huckleberry State Park. And guess what? I want $20. Do you know I've asked for a bit more than $20 for this key bit of fucking information?
You think so, like?
$20 is it. But Furio and Big Sal are going to do it. And Tony's like, nah, fuck Furio. Me and you, Big Sal, we're going to do it. So this is
Cut
actually...
Fury or loose.
This is played into Big Sal's advantage. His hands. His big, massive hands. But is he wearing a wire? Who knows? And then we're thinking, right, we're going to get this scene where Tony and Big Sal break into this house. And do they break into the house? No, the next scene is them already grabbing an already bound and gagged Matthew.
And beating up Matthew.
But what's this about? Why couldn't we get a scene where they bust into the house?
Yeah, it's not very fucking good, is it? Like, I mean...
Like, I'm not saying we're going to expect this Matthew guy to drop these two, right? But at least it would add something to the fucking episode.
Yeah, it gives a bit more action. Gives the chase. They interrogate him a little bit. He blames it all on his friend.
Sean.
He says, "Oh, Sean." And I thought he was going to mention Richie April.
Well, he did say they went to Richie. And then Richie was like,
He never said that sitting here.
He did?
He never mentioned Richie April.
Well, you need to rewatch the fucking scene then, he did. He said, he says I went to Richie after, but he chased me because he had nothing to do with it. That's what he said.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I must have missed that bit.
But he didn't actually need, because Tony's pressing about who else was involved, he said like, oh well, Richie knew about it because I went and told him afterwards, but that's all he said.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's kind of not really throwing Richie under the bus, but now maybe Tony thinks fuck Richie's in on this sort of deal.
Maybe,
but then
he asked for a drink. Yeah,
Diet Coke is what you're best at getting here.
he wanted Fanta, but he got Coke instead.
Diet Fanta's bogging though.
Tony said he's sure you want to drink that sugar free. You don't want to drink with sugar, and he's like, "Nah, this is good." And he went, "Because the last drink you're ever gonna get."
You sugarless fuck.
Tony shoots him in the head, and then Big Sal looks at Tony for almost like for permission, for an approval, and then he shoots. He shoots him multiple times in the chest.
But see, every shot he looks at Tony and then shoots him again.
It's like they're acting gangster here. I mean, you're shooting a kid that's already fucking dead.
And he's pissed his pants.
Yeah,
His piss was dripping down his leg. And then they go have a wee meal. And they toast the best years. Because this is the same restaurant Big Sal took Tony. When Tony got his first kill. Do you think they're doing a bit of marking out here for killing?
Matt is a fucking bum.
Yeah, it's not...
At the end of the day, like
realistically, it looks like Christopher's pulled through the worst and it's literally had no effect.
Yeah.
And they're marking it like they've killed this guy that's like, brought havoc to their front door.
Top man, when in reality he's just
a guy that pissed his pants on numerous occasions.
Yeah,
Sean shat his pants. And that's pretty much where this episode ends. Not that good.
Yeah, no, not a lot else happens. You see Paulie waking up at night. Sometimes he's waking up, he's having bad dreams, I guess.
Like, what's Silvio doing in this episode?
What's Silvio doing in any episode?
Well, no, exactly. He's supposed to be Tony's right-hand man.
We are coming towards the end of season 2.
22nd episode, this was.
And honestly, I don't think I've seen any solo Silvio stuff. No. I don't think I've seen anything with Silvio where he does something where no one in the crew's like there with him. I don't think he's had a scene.
He needs him to hold his hand.
On his own. I mean, at least Paulie and Big Sal and Chris have had some stuff to do themselves. I see a Silvio guy. Haven't seen it.
Is that because he wasn't actually an actor? They kind of just hired him, but again, like neither was Paulie, so that argument doesn't go.
Would you not say Silvio was supposed to play
Tony? Aye, they wanted him, even though he had no acting experience. Which is fucking mad to think they would do that, but anyway, guys, that's us done from Where to.
I tell you what, though, we talk about shows and how they would have struggled if you had a different actor. Now, we can say that Clay not being played by Ron Perlman in Sons of Anarchy would have been a big blow to Sons. Wish he would have, but I think if James Gandolfini didn't play Tony, then this should be shit.
And San Defente, or whatever his name is, played. It would have been Stephen Van Zandt.
But maybe that Silvio guy's good and we've just not seen enough of him. But I just couldn't imagine if he was the main guy and all the screen time on Tony this guy is getting. Because I've just seen...
And then they pull me back in.
I'm pulling this episode off.
What are you rating it?
A 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10.
I'm gonna give it a 5. I feel like it started promising, like it was like direct aftermath of like Christopher getting shot, and then it just went really shit. I don't know. It just turned like the whole Matt thing. I feel like could have been done so much better. Instead of like, here, the first time in the show, like they've caught up to these guys that have tried to kill him, and but it's the same like when they tried to kill Tony in the first season. they just started killing Junior's guys with like no build up. It was just bang, fish out the fish head, boom. Mikey's going for a run, kill, and then they go to kill Junior, but the FBI intervened. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get a 5-2. Next up is episode 10. Don't even know what the name of it is, but who really gives a shit, man? Christopher, will he be at a hospital? He probably would, but he's minus his spleen. Do you know you don't even need your spleen?
Well,
The liver can do all the functions that the spleen can do. Kind of fucking pointless, isn't it?
May as well take it out and sell it.
Exactly. But anyway, till then, peace. Five of the year will not be going to Tony Soprano because when his son AJ refuses to go to the cinema with him, he puts his fat ass down and says, "Well, I'm not watching you swim, big man." And let's dive straight into this episode that is Bust Out, episode 10, season 2. We've got the return of Robert Patrick, and the episode title does refer to his business, which just goes bust, I guess. But Tony Soprano could be going bust. He could be going inside because a witness...
There's a witness, Tony.
Has identified Tony as one of the men who murdered Matt. Tony, of course, is panicking because he's going to jail potentially.
Imagine the prospect of going to jail for killing this bum. Like, this fucking nobody.
I know, absolute jabroni.
All the things Tony's done, yet he could go to jail for killing this guy.
I know.
That's crazy. Like.
And the witness couldn't actually see who the other person was, but he described him as a bit husky. So who do you think? Who in Tony's crew looks a bit husky?
Gotta be Big Sal, buddy.
Yeah. Because see, apart from Tony, they're the only two that are a bit out of shape and fat, aren't they?
Yeah.
Unless it's Uncle Junior's like right-hand slave bitch, Bobby, but he doesn't really run about with Tony. But yeah.
Or the guy that killed in the finale.
Jimmy. Jimmy Altieri. Is Jimmy Altieri still alive? But Big Sal is then confronted by Skip. He's fuming. He's like, why the fuck didn't you tell us about Tony, who he killed? But Big Sal's argument, right, is I'm not close to Tony. You know that. Therefore, I had nothing to do with this. I'm not even aware. And then Skip tells him, well, you know what? I don't really care. I need you to get Tony to admit on tape that he, in fact, killed Matt. And there has to be no ifs or buts. He has to go, I killed Matt Bilzawakwa, whatever he's called.
How does he... See with the way they talk in code, though, and stuff, how does he expect to get that from Tony? That revelation?
Like, at best you're going to get, right, is Tony going, I do not want to do 20 years for killing that kid Matt, which... But the way they word it, right, in the FBI and the rats, it's almost like he literally needs to go, I murdered Matt Billawankwa at 210 High Street. That's what you need to word it like.
Yeah.
Which I think's ridiculous, right? I get it, they've got these rats under their thumb and they can basically just tell them to do anything, wear a wire to it. But there has to be a bit of leeway. Because if Big Sal just goes in and goes to Tony, here, what about us killing that Matt guy? Well, more of you. And then Tony's like, well, it was me, actually. I guess I pulled the trigger first. I shot Matt Billawankwa right between the eyes. Come on, Tony is not that stupid. And you kind of feel sorry for Big Sal because, of course, he was there. I mean, he actually looked at Tony for a wee bit of permission to shoot these guys. But is what it is. Tony, though, he's loving life because they are basically just hoovering all the money out of Davy's shop. What do you make of Robert Patrick in this episode? He's kind of going in a mental breakdown, isn't he?
Yeah, his store's done.
It's done. So, because he can't pay them back, Richie and, well, more or less Tony, they are basically squeezing everything out of this company. They are essentially getting him to order stuff that he just cannot pay, but they are taking all the stuff that he's ordering and then they're just going to sell it on and make profit, which, from Tony's perspective, this is smart, but it's absolutely shafting this guy.
Yeah, it's killing his business.
Like, we get the whole airline tickets deal as well. I mean, that's going to obviously set this guy back a lot. He kind of like loses his temper, and then like Tony's like, well, it's all right, Davey, it's all right. But is it all right for Davey? Because it's not. We see him on top of his car. He's about to. He actually, so it must be a case of like Russian roulette where he's got one in the chamber. He pulls the trigger twice. And then his wife comes home, in which...
It was a pool table.
Was it a pool table?
Yes.
Right, well, wait, does it really matter what he's lying on top?
It does, because then she argues about him. Oh, get off that. You tell people it'll wreck the velvet. Me?
Is that what she said?
Yes.
Fuck, you pay attention,
Cloth.
don't you?
I do, aye. Pool table he's done on. Or maybe a snooker table, like, it was definitely a table.
Well, it wasn't going to be a 147, was it?
No.
It was going to be a Colt Magnum 44 to the skull. But Big Davey, things aren't looking good, but he has a brother-in-law who's doing some papering in the Soprano household. His name is Victor Musto. And you know what? I don't even think this guy appears in any other episodes, but does this guy not give you like the most like nicest guy down the earth sort of vibe? But he's like a big tough guy at the same time.
Yeah, he does seem alright, like, but he does, arseholes at the same time, like.
Exactly, but yep, him and Carmela end up kissing in the back room, to which she's like, "Oh my god, I met sweet
Oh my
Mary,
god,
Jesus,
don't tell Tony.
sweet Mary, mother of Jesus, I never thought I'd do anything like this. It's fucking, I don't know how this bitch, right, got so many fucking Emmy nominations, but do you not think she fucking sucks? Yeah. I feel like there's so much overacting. I feel like with Tony, right, and James Gandolfini, it just comes naturally. I feel like with her, it's so put on, and the screeching voice. She's literally just Livia, but like 40 years younger and not senile.
40 years?
I'd say so, yeah.
Fair enough.
What do you think Livia is?
Not 40 years older than Carmela.
Aye, she is.
Do you think Livia's about, what, fucking 85 or something like that?
Carmela's about 38. Tony?
Alright, fair enough.
Tony's about 40.
Fair enough.
Well, there you go, guys. You learn something new every...
So you think Livia...
Well, the actress that died when she died was like 80.
Right, okay.
That's just my logic. Right, well, 40 years, man, does it matter?
Doesn't matter, not really. I mean...
Because, honestly, man, it really doesn't. And the only time we see Livia is coming down the stairs. Oh, why don't you turn that off? Can I smell marijuana? Fucking, why see Richie, man? See, instead of pointing the gun to Janice, fucking point it to her head, man. I am so glad, right? Spoiler alert, but she dies in between season 2 and 3, and we do not get to see her. And like you said, we don't even get to see her coming out of hospital or whatever.
Yeah, it's just like 1 minute she's in that old folks' home, and then the next minute she's coming down an electric fucking stairs.
Exactly. What is going on? You could have thought she died or something, but I don't even think there's that many more scenes of Livia going forward. We see Richie and Janice, they head over to Junior's, and I think Junior's just came accustomed to this bum life, sitting on the couch watching daytime television. He's like watching some like romance drama, isn't he?
Yeah, I think we need to see the redemption arc.
A Junior Soprano. He's absolute pish, and Richie's like, I think Tony needs to go. He's like, watch your tongue, that's my nephew you're talking about. But
wasn't that last season?
That's what Richie says to him, and then he's like, well,
time's changed, buddy.
His kid's sister stole a $20 bill out my wallet when she was 10, so you need to watch it. It's mad that he remembers that and brings it up, isn't it?
Yeah, totally, I know.
But what is the plan for Junior? Is he just going to sit on this armchair for the rest of this season and see it out?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, maybe he'll end up in an old folks' home.
I feel like with Junior in this season, I know he could have just spent it in jail, which would have been, we could argue, worse for his sake, but is it not a waste that he's just sitting here under house arrest doing nothing?
Yeah, if they were going to do nothing, why not just leave him in prison?
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's sitting in house arrest, getting visited by a bunch of jobs. Like, when was the last time Tony went to Junior's? The last time we seen them together was when Richie gave him the jacket like 3 episodes ago, which of course...
The jacket.
He fucking disrespected the jacket. Tony then goes to his lawyer, gives him 400,000, says that every time Carmela comes, you give her basically a stack of things, and she wants to take it all at one point, then fair enough. Where's he just pulled this 400 grand from?
Could be a surplus.
And then he goes to Beansy, he's like, there's 50 grand, donate to a charity. Is it not mad like he's just literally giving 50 grand to this Beansy guy?
Okay, no, I wish you give me 50 grand.
He gives it to this guy though, like it's a big pile of warm dog shite.
I would take 50 grand. Like,
honestly though, it's insane. Tony then comes down the stairs. He sees AJ. They go out to have a wee swim. AJ then goes to like turn the pool temperature up, but there's a spider and he shites it. Tony pretends he's got it, and AJ then runs and jumps in the pool. And I tell you what, right, this kid, the actor, can't even remember, Robert Ayer or something, whatever the actor, he must have put so much weight on this season. Do you know he's put on about 4 stone?
Yeah, from like a couple of episodes ago, so I don't know if they took like a decent amount of time out between filming episodes, but...
I think it's because he doesn't appear every episode. Right. So obviously like an episode could take like what? Like a month, but even then, like it's weird to think how much weight this kid's put on. Tony then suggests wanting to go to the movies, but of course AJ's like, no, I'm going to the mall with my friends, which then he goes to the psychiatrist. But is Tony really pissed here that his son's like growing up and having friends, or is it kind of Like, he's not doing what I tell him to do? Or do you think he really gives a shit?
It's a hard one to take. It's hard, like, I don't know.
You kind of get a mixed emotions this episode of, like, Tony's like, does he really love his kids, or is he doing this for them, which he claims to do? I actually don't know. I think he's a sociopath who's just been in this life and he's got kids while being in this life. Do you really think he's in this mob doing what he's doing for his kids, giving them the best life?
Well, that's what he says he's doing.
Do you buy it, though?
No, I don't know.
I don't really buy it, if I'm being honest. But
His kids have the best life. If that's what he was wanted, he could walk away. He's got money. Got that house.
no, exactly. And then he gives it the whole talk of, oh, once they're 18, the government can do what they want. They can arrest me. He talks a fucking good. Are you trying to tell me as soon as this kid AJ turns 18?
Tony's just going to walk in and be like, yeah, put the cuffs on me.
Put the cuffs on me. It's time to go. But he is camping out in Davy's store because he doesn't want to be at home in case the police show up, so he's got time to escape. And then, as Polly leaves, he hears somebody coughing, and he turns around, and Davy is sitting in the tent, and Davy's got a bit of stubble. He's just looking rough. He's looking like the most generic gambler addict that there is. Tony basically starts speaking to him about back in school when he got moved into the same class as Tony in 10th grade. And then when Davy tries to speak of when they were in school, he's like, here, Davy, don't get fucking reminiscent with me, old boy. He's like, alright, fucking shoots him down. And then, Davy's like, what's the end game of my business? And he basically says, well, we're going to milk it dry, then you're going to go bust. Davy then starts crying. And then Tony says, here, seeing that big game, everything was fair. You could have easily won a lot of money as you lost it. But is that really comforting?
Hard truths, into it, but it's
And he
not
also
really.
says here, the only reason I let you in the game because I knew we could do this to your shit store. It's a fucking proper heel turn for Tony.
So it's almost like Tony actually fucking shafted this guy. It was almost like Tony knew this would happen.
No, yeah, literally. And then I think we get the scene of the episode, which is weird because it's between David Scatano and his brother-in-law. I like this scene in the bar. It almost did feel like The Sopranos, though, didn't it?
No.
When these two are talking to each other, he's like, oh, don't tell me you blew Eric's college fund. And then this Victor guy, Victor the Saint, goes, oh, I'll pay for Eric's college fund. And he's like, oh, you're a good man, Gamblers Anonymous. But Davey trying to pin the blame on this guy. Oh, where were you during my first round of Gamblers Anonymous? Well, fuck you. I mean, honestly. And then because he finds out that it's Tony who's basically run the business into the ground, he doesn't go back to paper the house at Tony's house, brother. And Davey's house then goes into bust. The witness has
Shop.
His shop?
My store wasn't his house, it was in the bust.
Ah, well, the storehouse. It was a big fucking 14,500 acres.
I'm sorry, big store.
That's a
They
massive
blew it all in a poker game, crazy.
retard, man. Honestly, retard. The witness then pulls out because they see that it's connected to the mafia. Kind of shitebag tactics, isn't it?
It is.
It is. And then Tony, obviously loving life, he goes into the same bathroom earlier that Carmela and this Victor guy kissed in. Then he's laughing about how lucky he is. And then the next scene, we basically just get him and AJ in the boat. And this is just very cringy, isn't it?
Yeah.
We also do get scenes before where AJ where he actually says to Carmel, well, it wasn't that the other day when he blew me off. How fucking childish is that?
I didn't go to swimming because he wouldn't go to the cinema with me.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Tony, what age are you? 6? And then she tries to hit Tony. He's like, what are you doing? And she just runs upstairs.
Then he feels sorry for himself. Has a drink. Meadow comes in late at night. Why is no one questioning? Why is he not saying, where the fuck were you? She comes in, he says, I did everything for you. And she's just saying, go to bed, Dad. You're drunk.
I think you can clearly tell, though, he loves Meadow more than AJ.
No, maybe
I don't know, I just don't feel there's a connection between
possibly.
AJ and Tony. I mean, we do get them on the boat, which you thought was weird because the two guys in the canoe just jumped off, even though Tony's already moved the boat. But yeah, that's pretty much how this episode ends. A canoe capsizes, and has this show capsized?
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like every episode's just going to be an average episode, a decent episode.
I don't feel like the best scene of a show should be two guys who have barely featured talking about gambling.
No.
And I think it was the best scene.
One of the best,
Anyway, guys, that is us done What do you think's going to happen next? I mean, basically, they bring this whole witness hype in, and it dies within an episode. Would it not be better to carry that out like the last couple of episodes?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they just killed multiple things off.
We didn't see Christopher. Christopher looks like he's all right. Matt's dead. That case is going
That's what I
nowhere.
mean. If Christopher was really...
His Davy's shops went bust.
The fact that we don't see Christopher just kind of makes you feel like, well, he can't be that bad. It's not life or death. Because there's no follow-up with him.
Yep. Anyway, I'm going to give this episode...
Yeah, 5.
I'm going to give it a 5 too. Can The Sopranos get better?
I hope so.
I hope so. Will it though? Probably not. Till next time. Peace. We are under house arrest, and you know what? It feels like that sometimes watching The Sopranos. It's episode 11 of season 2, and this one's titled House Arrest. Boom! Can't wait for it. Guess what? We get some of the worst CGI I've ever seen to kick off this episode. Garbage is piled out front of some shop, and you know what? Why did they use CGI for this? Because in the initial tipping, it's legit. And then when he's standing in front of it, it's CGI. What was the point of this?
Maybe they
we wanted to show the
less
extent.
Rubbish, so they be easier to clean up or some shit. I don't know. I mean,
Oh, come on. It's a big TV show with a massive budget. I don't see why.
No, true. I mean, I'm
You could literally just use the garbage truck you used to clean it up. Anyway, that's not the biggest.
I'm trying to come up with a reason why, okay? If you don't like my reason, then I don't know what to tell you. But that's, in my opinion, why it happened.
Yep, and basically the gist of this is Junior and Richie are selling coke on these garbage routes, which Tony is obviously not too happy about this. So he basically tells Richie, shut it down. Richie's like, how am I supposed to end? Tony, the jacket. And Tony's like, none of my tits you don't, brother. Sort of that ordeal. Tony's then tipped off that the FBI are going to attempt to indict him due to Matt's murder. Of course, though, in the last episode, it kind of got thrown out, but now it looks like it could be going up a stage to the FBI.
Do you think Tony gives Richie Aprile an unnecessary hard time?
Yes, I think he does.
I think he's a bit hard on Richie.
Although, I will say, though, it seems like everything Richie does brings heat to Tony's table, so to speak.
True.
I don't see like Paulie or Silvio doing any side stuff. It's like bringing heat to him. Like here, this coke stuff is clearly bringing heat. But I would still say that, yeah, he does bring on this.
But is that not more up for Junior to, like, take care of? Or
yeah, like it definitely seems like that Richie's taking the brunt of this rather than Junior and Richie. Even though it's both of them. Which, so, again, should Tony not take it up with Junior? But again, Tony doesn't really want to... I mean, it's weird. It seems like the Tony and Junior relationship was
guy that
mended.
tried to kill him
It seemed like it was mended in early season 2.
just because he fell in the shower and couldn't get up.
Exactly, yeah. And talking of that, right, let's may as well wrap up the Junior stuff really quick. He's getting like a breathing tube apparatus thing connected to him for his apnea, his sleep apnea. And then he ends up getting stuck in the garbage disposal unit for 6 hours, which again, this guy, I mean, I like Junior. I think he's probably one of the funny. I think behind Tony, he's probably like the second funniest, but he's just a frail old man, and I just can't take him serious. I feel like this whole house arrest gimmick, him lounging about a house in a white vest.
But he's been under house arrest for basically the whole season.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they're just kind of having an episode now called House Arrest or
No,
whatever.
but I think people can be old and still like pull off like the top man look, and I feel like in season 1 he did, but then like there was elements of like where he just looked a bit weak, like with Lydia, like she's manipulating him. It's like, come on, Junior, mate.
Then you see him fall in the shower and he can't get up and he's being carried by Tony places and it's like, what the hell is happening
Age
here?
comes to us all, but I mean, maybe you could say that's what they're trying to show you. He's like for that generation, but I don't know. I feel like Junior's been dealt the short straw here personally, and yeah, things aren't looking good for him because he's getting money hoovered off him via Tony, and he's getting stuck in pretty shit situations, whether it be the shower or the garbage disposal unit. But as for Tony, due to the whole link with the Matt's murder, he goes to do his quote-unquote normal job that he's been titled as his waste management consultant job. So basically, he's not going to spend as much time at Salteri's, the headquarters, or at the Bada Bing Club. He's going to be here. And I don't know what's going on with Tony, right? But see in this episode, what was the obsession with him, like, cutting himself with a ruler? Like he was in fucking school?
Yeah, it's weird.
Like, this just screams ADHD disorder or, like, autism. Like, fuck me, Junior's decrepit and this guy's got something wrong with him. Like, I am all for, like, if they want to, like, they've went down the shrink route, right? Oh, he talks about this and it's, like, a good way to, like, elaborate on the show. I feel like it's a good way to talk about certain characters. Like, you see other characters from Tony's perspective, and I actually feel like it's a good thing to do. It's very unique, doesn't really get done before. But, what the fuck's this, man? Tanning his wrists in with rulers? Honestly, I do not get this. And then he has like 3 different panic attacks this episode. He's at a banquet for the company. This is where he like basically lectures Richie. He says to him, "Why the fuck do I have to keep riding you?" And Richie just gives him this blank stare of, "Next time you confront me, I'm going to kill you," sort of deal. And then he starts like clutching at his chest. Tony starts looking around, there's like 80s music playing. Looking like a knot in my hand. Go, go. Always believe in your soul. And then it is like the chorus drops, Tony hits the deck. And yeah, I mean, this feels like it's about the 20th time this has happened to him. The doctor then says to him, we don't know what it is. Tony says, no, you gotta find out what it is. Yeah. You gotta find out what it is. And she's like, you could maybe lose some weight. Then he fucking looks at her. And you feel like, damn.
What do you mean lose some weight? I'm not a fat fuck. Well, you aren't a little bit, Tony.
A little bit. Is he? Yeah, he's overweight. I wouldn't say he's a fat fuck. Like, I wouldn't say he's like Junior's right-hand man, Bobby.
I'd say on a scale of like the obesity scale, he is obese.
He's got heavier since season 1, hasn't he?
Now, is he morbidly obese? Possibly. But I'm not entirely sure. Although he's not a fat fuck, but I would say he's definitely obese. Like, what range, what scale, what severity? I don't know.
He's not obese, he's overweight.
You don't know what obese is, mate, right? He is obese.
Obese?
I'd say he is obese. Tony Soprano is obese. It doesn't actually take that much to be obese, you'd be surprised. There's actually not that much in it.
Aye, but Big Sal's obese. He's
he's morbidly obese.
Fair enough.
There's a difference between being
Wait till you
overweight.
see Tony by the end, fucking hell.
Or maybe he'll be morbidly obese.
Get the wheelbarrows out. Right, probably the worst scene of the episode coming up next. We've got Dr. Melfi and her son. The guy's in the office, right? And this was back in 2000 where you could smoke in restaurants. And I just didn't really get this scene. You could maybe argue, right, she's stressed out over Tony, but it's her patient. And they're having a meal, and the woman beside them is smoking a cigarette, and she's like, "My son is getting your secondhand smoke. Would you mind going outside?" What was the gimmick of this? You're allowed to smoke in restaurants back then?
Yeah, if that's the case, just don't go to a restaurant. Or go to, there must be some free smoke ones.
Yeah, smoke-free zones are part of the restaurant. I feel like there's just episodes, though, where they just try and shoehorn her in.
Yeah. I don't mind her when she's doing Tony's, like, shrink.
Psychiatry?
Whatever. But anytime she gets all her scenes without Tony, I'm not a fan of.
Yeah, like, why do we
I just don't care, because when Tony's not, nothing she does benefits the Tony character.
Like, I'm not saying we can't see our family members, right, in the odd scene, but it feels like recently it's been, like, getting...
No, I would say that. I don't see what introducing side stories for her. I don't see how that helps her elevate Tony Soprano.
Like, Tony seeing a shrink works, but see us seeing her see a shrink? Why do we need that?
That's no different from Tony visiting his hooker, and all of a sudden she's got stories and the hooker's going out with her son and all this shit.
You could maybe argue, though, that Dr. Melfi is a bit more important than his Russian hooker.
I don't think she is, like...
No, I don't think the level of importance matters. I feel like if anybody should be getting extra time, it should be a member of his crew. Not his fucking shrink.
They really are underdeveloped at this point of the season, because if you take Sons of Anarchy, for example, there's a lot more people in a charter. I mean, in Sam Crow, there's 9 people? Maybe 9? 9? Let's say 9.
First 9. Current 9.
And I feel like by the end of season 2 in Sons of Anarchy, I feel like I'd say the member with the least amount of screen time probably has more time than anyone in Tony's crew.
Which is mad.
Yeah.
Which shouldn't happen. I get it's the Tony Soprano show, but...
The Big Sal's had a bit of screen time and his character been developed. But Silvio? Couldn't tell you anything about him. Apart from the fact that he wears a really fake fucking wig.
Yeah.
What else has Silvio got?
He owns the Bada Bing. That's his business.
Is that the strip club?
Yeah.
Well, what do they do?
I know.
Apart from that one.
Yeah, like, do you not feel like the amount of screen time Tony gets, though? It's obviously that he's going to be top dog. Like, no one else gets a chance to shine. Like, Chris gets his wee side missions, but see, at the end of the day, there's episodes that goes missing.
Oh, well, Chris, I didn't count Chris as Tony's crew because he's kind of like a hang-on.
Aye.
Like a side character at the moment. But, like, Tony's legit crew, I mean, they don't get any... They don't do nothing. They are literally just background characters. It's actually crazy.
No, literally.
Especially Silvio. Paulie gets a little bit more screen time, and Big Sal, obviously, because he is currently a rat, he gets more screen time than the rest of them. But Silvio, unless I'm wrong, is he not like Tony's
Consolari, second Sergeant at Arms, pretty much.
He is Tony's right hand man.
Yeah.
Now I get it, Paulie and the new guy, the Italian dude,
Furio.
I get it, they're close, right? They're made men or whatever. They're, I don't know, sergeants or whatever. But Silvio's supposed to be the. Am I right? If something happens to Tonio, Silvio's stepping in.
Aye.
Well, what the fuck? What's he going to step in?
Exactly.
Do you know who he is?
Silvio, we didn't know your name. There was a funny scene. Tony was talking to his shrink. He's like, I'm watching that movie Seven the other day with Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman. And he's like, I got halfway through. Then I thought to myself, why the fuck do I care what happens at the end of this movie? Which I thought was pretty funny. I like the fact they do reference like actual stuff that happened.
Yeah, I thought that was fun. That does kind of sum Tony up. Like he's watching something, then he's like, yeah, I know, I don't care.
Fucking wings the TV remote off the telly. Fuck this movie. But, I mean, then he walks in, right, this Salataris, and Chris is there. And it's like, 1 minute we thought Chris was dead, in hospital, getting his spleen removed. Next minute he's up my boot.
Yeah, I don't like this story arc. Like, I mean, this guy did actually die. He fucking died for like a minute.
He's clinically dead.
And all of a sudden, you literally go from, they revive him, and then literally next time you see him, he's up walking about. It's like, where's the transition from being dead to getting out of hospital, to getting home, to getting better, to being on the mend, to bringing flowers, to bringing chocolates, to visiting him in the hospital, having conversations, asking him who done it, asking him this, asking him that. No, you just go straight from Chris laying there, almost dead, to Chris being back in the crew at home. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, and this is pretty much where the episode ends. Like,
and again, you look at Sons of Anarchy, anytime someone went in the hospital, you always had scenes with them lying on their bed, and whether it be Chibs, whether it be Happy.
Like we did at the start of episode 9 get that with Chris, but since then, he's just it. Nothing in episode 10.
Yeah, it's like...
How could they make, like, the start of episode 9, they make such a big deal of it, right? You've got, like, Adriana crying, you've got, like, Richie appearing, like, oh, this is where Matt is, right? And then Matt, they go for hunting Matt down, next scene, he's already tied up, it's like, right, so, okay, that's just forced. Episode 10 is all back to Robert Patrick's character, whose name is effacing me right now. And then there's no Chris.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen how they lured Matt, how they captured him, how they tracked him down.
Because without that, it just doesn't feel important.
Now, you could say, oh, that's filler, that's not... But it does feel... I think the best way to sum up Sopranos is, it's like Sopranos is a game, and someone's just uploaded, like, all the cutscenes without the gameplay.
Yeah.
You know, like in games, you actually do the gameplay, then you get to the cutscenes.
No, but like, let's be real, right?
No, but that's kind of what that felt like to me. It's like, alright, you've got him captured, but where's the part where you go after him and capture him?
There are scenes in this episode, right? And let's just go this episode solo, right? There's scenes where you've got Tony and like his family will be eating dinner, right? And it could literally take up 6 minutes. You've got Junior who's lying there sleeping with his apparatus hanging around his
snoring like fuck.
Right? So how's that not filler? Why can't we get stuff like where Matt gets captured? What? I get what you're saying, right? But I feel like there's almost too much emphasis on the stuff that doesn't fucking matter.
I agree, I agree.
Like they're giving Junior a bit of time with this old woman that he knew for like 60 fucking years ago, and her husband was a police officer. Was my Gerald on the take? No, your Jay was a good man.
Well, like, see if you're watching The Sopranos, like, you could be forgiven for thinking that you've missed an episode, or you've maybe fallen asleep and missed 15 minutes of the show.
Yeah.
It literally just goes from something to... It's like it jumps several parts.
I feel like most shows, the timeline's easy, right? I'd feel like if if you didn't have a Wikipedia page to look at and you had to place The Sopranos in a timeline like week to week, you'd be fucking all over the place.
Alright, but let's say, let's take The Walking Dead, for example. We're currently watching that, season 4. The governor, he's spying on the prison. He knows that he needs to capture people, hostages. He sees Herschel and Michonne. I'd be like going from him seeing Herschel and Michonne, the very next scene, he's standing outside the prison gate.
Rick!
With him captured and handcuffed. No, it shows you how he captured them. It shows you explaining to them when they're captured, like, I don't want to do this. I put what happened in Woodbury behind me. No, it shows you, like, pieces of the puzzle, how you got from A to B to C. I feel like with Sopranos, you just go from A to D, and you miss it important parts.
Most of it is a D rating. Like, see if it was that, right? Tony would have went down to the gates where the governor is, had a panic attack and fucking dropped. Liar.
He did
Fat
drop.
bastard.
He did drop, but when he fell, the gun would have ricocheted off the ground and went up and smacked the governor on his other eye and killed him.
I know. Fucking, it would have went down the actual turret of the tank and fucking blew them all up. Anyway, guys, the episode ends, like we said, Tony, like, reunites, I guess, with his crew. He, like, hugs Chris. Chris is a wee bit sore, obviously. And then they go outside because they hear a bang. Turns out there's been a car crash, and then he talks to Agent Harris, the FBI agent. And then the episode just fades to black. You've got Paulie doing his suntan. Silvio argue in the middle of the street, and then they all sit down like business is back to normal. Tony's back with the crew, and it's like, hold on here. This gimmick of him going to his legit businesses is lasted about, 35 minutes? And they're making out that him coming back and sitting outside is like a big deal. It's almost like you would be mistaken to think Tony has took 5 years off and went legit or something. What was the big deal? Honestly, I didn't get it. But anyway, guys, I thought this episode, I wouldn't say it sucked, but there's nothing to it. There's no substance.
Average.
I want more.
It was average.
It was like the most 5 out of 10 episode you will ever get.
Yeah, that's the rating I'm giving it.
And I feel like this show's getting...
I'll say that about every episode. I don't think there has been a really bad episode of The Sopranos, but at the same time, I don't think there's been a really good episode. I feel like every episode is within the 5, 6, maybe 7 category.
Yep, literally, guys. But anyway, that is where we're going to end. We have 5 out of 10. Only 2 more episodes to go this season. I think we've actually flew through it. And it's not because it's been good. But until next time, peace. The best thing about Season 2 is dead. The knight in white satin armour has arrived, and it's took one of the best characters this poor season had to offer, because Richie Aprile is sleeping with the fishes, or should I say with the dishes, because he got absolutely put through a meat grinder and is no more. It is Fog Entertainment back with another Sopranos review as we edge closer to the Season 2 finale of The Sopranos. Thoughts on this episode before I dive into it?
I can't believe this is how they decided to off Richie Aprile. You bring him in, you basically spend almost an entire season building up a feud with him and Tony. There's friction, there's... I don't know if hatred's the right word, but there's obviously... There's a dislike for each other. The animosity's there, and you think that something's going to happen, something's going to go down. Richie Aprile is pretty much saying to Junior that he wants to off Tony. The build-up isn't great, but you can see where it's going, and you expect to get something between these two characters, and in the end, you get nothing. By the time Tony arrives, he's already in the kitchen floor with a couple of bullets in him. Garbage. Absolute garbage. I mean, I just couldn't... I just couldn't imagine this show.
Soprano fanboys defend this by saying the show pretends to give you what you want and then takes it away from you because that's the sort of stuff that happens in the real world. Thoughts on that? Is that a good defence, or is that a, here, we've got shite writing?
If we wanted the real world, we wouldn't be watching TV, we'd just be getting on with our real world stuff. If we wanted to get booted in the nuts, man, we would just deal with the real world. We wouldn't watch The Sopranos. You watch TV shows because you want a payoff. Are WWE going to use this argument? Well, we give you crap wrestling now because we want to remind you that the real life ain't fair, ain't all sunshines and roses. I mean, that's a garbage. That's just basically a way... You know what? Anything we do that's bad, any bad writing we do, any bad decisions we make, we're just going to blame it on trying to be realistic and making you remember that life's not fair. I mean, what a load of shit that is. I'm not buying that for a second.
I know, I mean, imagine actually trying to make that an argument. Anyway, let's move into this episode. Tony's helping move stuff into Richie and Janice's new house. And we meet Richie.
What a waste of time that was.
Yeah, Richie April's son. He's dancing. He does ballroom dancing. It's not actually confirmed if he's gay or not, but obviously ballroom dancing is considered gay, which you can clearly see that Richie's not happy with, but Janice isn't really bothered by it. Then we get introduced to Jackie April's son, who Richie would just prefer as his son because he seems just to be a bit more into the sort of mob life rather than ballroom dancing. So again, like where's this Jackie April guy been? His son, Junior? Been nowhere. Literally been nowhere. Could this guy not been introduced at a later date? Or an earlier date, sorry. And like, no, the thing is about this episode, Tony isn't even in the main plot. He's doing some side mission with his side piece. Honestly, like what? Right, I've no problem with like Tony having like side missions, right? That ain't like the main plot of the episode. But why so much time given to this fucking hooker, escort, whatever you want to call her? Is Gumar.
Oh, Tony.
I'm gonna kill myself,
I can't live without you, Tony.
Said Lana, she has one leg, and the other one, well, she's going to tan her wrist.
I felt like this was unnecessary, right? He's Tony fucking Soprano, and it's like almost like this whore's dictating his fucking life. He's like, oh, you deserve a better life. I mean, it did lead to some funny scenes with Carmela, and she's like, you're actually getting me to feel pity for the whore you fuck. I mean, I think that was quite funny, but come on, man. You've got a beef in this episode. Like, Richie's making moves to try and kill Tony, and Tony isn't even in the slightest bit involved in this. I thought that was shit. Thought it was very poor. And again, Junior, we'll get into it. So, Richie has basically had enough of Tony, like, hoovering money off him, breaking down all these garbage routes, stealing money. So he decides, fuck it, I'm going to make moves to try and sort him out. So he goes to the acting boss.
I don't agree with him, but I don't agree with him thinking that, you know what, I'm going to come up with a plan, I'm going to devise a plan, take it Tony. But I do think Tony was being extra hard on him. I think he was giving him shit. But then again, I mean, he did cripple one of Tony's good friends. So, well, I say good friend. Acquaintances.
Oh, no, exactly. No, I do get that, but
maybe that's why he was unnecessarily hard on him and basically dictating how he earned money and how much he earned and all this stuff.
He does visit Albert Barisi. He's the acting capo since Larry Boy got indicted with Junior like previous season. So, yeah, and he does. What do you think? Seeing he was talking to this guy trying to like hype up like we should take Tony out. Do you think he sold it well enough? Or do you think it was like a half-arsed attempt?
Half-arsed attempt.
It was, wasn't it?
He didn't really make it.
He didn't believe that he could do it.
Yeah, he should have put. He didn't really get his point across that great, like, in my opinion.
And we did get a scene.
It was almost like a suggestion rather than we need to do this.
But see, I can kind of understand it though, because if he fully sells him, this guy on the idea, then like, and this guy's like, then goes no, then he runs the risk of this guy going to Tony. But then Richie, you can't be half in or half out, mate. You need to go in.
You need to be fully in.
And when he tells Junior about this, Junior's like, "It's all right, Richie. We'll wait on this." And then as soon as Richie leaves, Junior's like, he couldn't sell. His inability to sell the plan to Albert reflects upon his lack of respect and influence. So Junior's like, "Fuck it, Bobby. You're gonna learn a few things here, big man. I'm not going with Richie. I'm going with Tony." And do you feel like Junior just dobbed Richie in the shite here?
And that's what it seemed like to me.
Like Richie's been golden to Junior this entire season.
No loyalty though.
I mean, Junior was stuck in the garbage disposal, man, for 6 hours. Richie came in, lubed him up with Fairy Up liquid, man, sorted him out.
Yeah, it wasn't Tony that helped him, it was Richie.
It was big Richie April, and yeah, I think this is just a backstabbing move. Actually fucking lying to him, saying, no, we'll wait off on retaliation on Tony before we make any move. And then what, like literally 3 seconds later, he told, yeah, we're going to wipe him out. I mean, come on. I like people who actually have morals.
Yeah, why didn't he just say to him straight up, no, I don't like that's a bad idea, we ain't doing that.
Junior and Richie have been getting screwed by Tony, and like the fact that Tony's like doesn't want this whole coke stuff getting done in garbage routes, and here he is just shafting him.
I know.
Like, I get it, right? I've made a fid about it, like what if Junior actually backed Richie, but at the end of the day, Junior's the guy that wanted to kill Tony in the last season. And here he is, throwing Richie completely under the bus here. Anyway, in my opinion, I think Uncle Junior went down in my estimation here. I like people with morals, and I feel like he jobbed himself out. Talking to a guy with no morals, Big Sal, of course he's a rat, took his wee job as an FBI informant here too serious. He tries to get information about Christopher and this other guy stealing a shipment of Pokemon cards, and then he decides to follow him, and then he crashes his car. And I thought this was just a very cringy scene. Did you not think so? He crashes the car, his legs bust open, then he runs away through the car. And then Skip visits him in hospital, and he's like, Thal, you're not a government employee, Thal. You should just remain solely on providing information on Tony, Thal. You're not in the FBI, Thal.
So.
Thal.
So.
He's like, he thinks he's fucking one of us. I kind of feel sorry for Sal, because... But again, is this not, like, shit writing? Because when has he shown any scenes in previous episodes that he's, like, completely in this, like, FBI mode? He's not.
None.
He seems, like, reluctant to do it. And then all of a sudden, he's like, fucking, Skip, I'm going to retire in Arizona, and I'm going to become one of you guys. I'm going to help you here. I'm going to be one of the other guys on the case. What?
Yeah, he's not one to. Previously, he's not one to do it. You feel like you feel like he's like really guilty.
Breaking down
what he's doing to Tony, and now it's almost like, yeah, let's get that bastard. I want to be on your guys' team.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to AJ as well. Like, we see nothing of him, then all of a sudden he's taking Carmela's car for a ride. He's smoking weed, and he's like, I don't believe in God. I mean, where'd that come from? No reference, no build up, no nothing. Honestly, man, Jesus Christ, disgraceful, honestly. Carmela then runs into Vic Musto, the guy who was dead in the painting and decorating. She says, I'm glad we didn't do anything. I'm glad you didn't no-show. Is she really glad, though? Because I think you can clearly tell in this episode she has ran out of patience with Tony. Things are on the rocks. Junior then calls for an urgent meeting with Tony, and then this is where he tells him about Richie's move, and he's like, how do I know you're not in on this, Uncle June? He's like, you're my nephew, for God's sake. I mean, you're my nephew, mate, but you tried to kill me last season.
Short memory there. Has he got Alzheimer's or something like that?
Yeah, you cannot use that logic here. Tony then, like, we finally get a scene with Silvio. Also, Polly wasn't even in this episode, and Christopher barely featured. But yeah, Silvio, Tony then tells Silvio, and then I feel like this was awful acting for him. Do you not think so? He tells him, Silvio then, like, walks towards the camera, does, like, a deep breath, and goes, I don't think anyone would have a problem with him going away. It was fucking cringy, wasn't it?
Yep, 100%.
Did not like this one bit. And then you're thinking, right, so what's going to happen here? Is Tony going to send Silvio as consigliere to wipe out Richie? Is he going to do it himself? Is he going to send Chris? Is he going to send Sal to, like, up Sal's, like, loyalty bar? Is Polly going to have something to do this episode? No, because we cut to a dinner scene. We've got Richie and Janice. Janice wants to buy all this stuff for the wedding, and Richie's like, how about you hold up on that, because finances ain't the best right now. Then she's on about, like, well, but you gave $5,000 to your ballroom dancing son. He's like, hey, stop saying that. And she's like, well, what's wrong with it? So what if he's gay? Then Richie, big right hook to Janice's jaw. Bang. Good night. She can't believe it.
On Pride Month of all months.
I know. God damn. Battered him. Little Ricky is battered. Well, little Janice is battered, right? And then he sits down with his meal, and he's like, Janice, I'm in no fucking mood today. She whips out a gun. And what are you thinking at this point? Are you thinking she's going to threaten him? Or are you thinking she's going to lay the smack down and shoot him twice?
I don't know what I was thinking. It just happened too quickly. And then the next minute, Janice pulls the trigger. Boom, boom. Shoots Richie. And it's like she shoots him once and then just decides, you know what, screw it. I've already done it. I'll shoot him again. Gets the kill. And it's like, this makes no sense to me whatsoever. It's like, it almost felt like their relationship up until this episode was absolutely perfect.
Yep.
Now, see if, like, he was being, like, abusive, and I know he punched her here, whatever, like, or slapped her, but, like, see if there was, like, a history of it, and they were showing signs, and, like, they were constantly doing it, and it was an unhappy relationship and all that. I mean, maybe you could see this happening, you could see this making sense, but this came completely out the blue.
No, literally, it did. And I just don't get why. I mean, I think the only explanation I've got, I think it's kind of to show you, like, here these Sopranos have, like, a real burst of temper. But Janice is, like, a woman who's not involved with the mob. And it's always, like a hippie sort of vibe to her.
Yeah, her pulling out a gun and shooting him just because she got socked in the mouth like doesn't really.
No, yeah, I mean, maybe if she was like cooking dinner and he punched her and she turned around like slashed at him, maybe that would be alright. But to actually whip out a gun and fucking just shoot him, cold blooded murder. Come
And
on.
like I said, maybe if it was like, a build of things, if it was like multiple attacks, then possibly, but I mean, up until this point, there was like no signs of friction or, her being unhappy. She was loving life with Richie Aprile. Then she says about his son. She gets punched in the mouth, and then basically because of that, shoots him twice and kills him.
Tony then comes into the house, he's like going in like solid snake stealth mode, and then he sees Richie's body, and he must be thinking, oh, what a sigh of relief here.
What a assault.
What an assault, and it is, and it's like, this is like the penultimate episode, and this just takes the sting out of the next episode. Like, what's actually, like, you've never seen it before, right? But what do you think's actually going to happen in this season finale?
Not a lot, because I thought...
Because the only guy in Richie's corner ratted him out.
Yeah.
So, no,
It's
there's
not
not
like there's anybody going to get vengeance for the death of Richie Aprile.
Exactly. He then calls Christopher and Furio. They basically dismember the corpse of Richie at the meat cutting equipment from Saltier's. So a pretty gruesome way for Richie Aprile to go, but I mean, I guess it is pretty smart for them to do it. We then get Tony buying Janice a bus ticket to Seattle. And she's like, what did you do with him? He's like, we buried him up on a hill with a little painted fence. And he's like, of course we fucking didn't. Which I thought was kind of funny, but he then like forces her onto the bus, basically tells her to fuck off. He returns home. Carmela's sitting there and she's like, oh, what about Richie and Janice? And Tony's like, Richie had to go away. And she's like, what do you mean? He's like, he had to go away. And she's like, what do you mean? He's like, Richie is no longer here. And she's like, oh. And she tells Tony, oh, me and Rosaline April are looking to travel to Rome for a few weeks. And he's like, what? And she's like, well, you can drive AJ and Meadow a bit. And he's like, what? And she's like, well, if you don't let me go, I might just commit suicide. Oh, sick wee burn, but we just had a character like Richie die, and this ends the episode. Her announcing she's going to fucking Rome.
Wouldn't it have been better just to end it on the second shot for Richie Aprile? Or even the first shot?
Aye, the first shot with him falling back, clutching his chest.
And then the second, you can start the next episode with the second shot.
The next episode, right, could have begun with Tony arriving and him going into the house, not knowing what's happened, and therefore you might think Richie could still be alive, or he's like whipped out his own gun and shot Janice or something. I don't know, something like that. But instead, we end with Carmela announcing she's going to go to Rome, and then you've got Tony doing some deep breathing on the couch. Whoop-de-doo, guys. Anyway, the episode ends. You know what? I actually thought it was an alright episode in terms of build-up for the finale, but then the final 10 minutes completely undid it, so I'm going to give it a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, I'll give it a 6 out of 10 as well. I thought it was good in parts, but the way Richie Aprile dies, so disappointing. I feel like the entire season has been wasted now.
Yep, and next episode, guys, called Funhouse. Will it be any fun? You'll have to check out the review.
I mean, if we're just a quick comparison, this would be like The Walking Dead season 2, where you're basically hyping up Shane and Rick all season, and then in Shane's last episode, he gets bit by a walker and just dies.
He just dies.
Then Rick turns up and Shane's already laying there dead.
That's diffused.
You know what I mean? Like, what the hell's happened here? The whole season 2 build was between Rick and Shane, and it ended with Rick and Shane, and it's like, this season 2, the build was between Richie and Tony, and it ends with Richie dying because he punched his soon-to-be wife because she said it doesn't matter if his son's gay. It's like, I mean, come on.
Come on, damn it. Anyway, guys, you get a 6.
I'll get a
2
6,
6s, so it's just a 6 out of 10. And we're back for the finale, and I tell you what, I don't think... What's the highest rating an episode's got this season? I think it was the episode Richie got debuted in. I believe it was an 8 we gave it.
Mate, I think it was an 8.
And I think the rest have all been 6s to 5s. And there's probably been a few 4s maybe in there. Just not good enough, man. Honestly, looking back, this season sucks. Really bad. But anyway, guys, till next time, peace. Welcome to Big Tony's Funhouse. Strap in and enjoy this finale of The Sopranos Season 2, because we sure as hell did not enjoy it. Well, it was alright, but you know what? I feel like things could have been done better. execute it better. And in general, I don't feel like a big fat bastard getting revealed as a rat should be done in a dream with talking fish heads. But we'll get to that a wee bit later on in the review. But what did you think of the finale? Did it live up to expectations, or did it go out with a Peter after Richie's death?
I felt like it was one of the better episodes of season 2, but that ain't exactly saying much because I think season 2 has been. I'm not going to say it's been awful. It has just been the most average season
It never got going.
of a television show I can ever remember seeing. Like, I think every episode I've watched, I've either gave it like a 6 or a 5, maybe apart from like 1 or perhaps 2 episodes. It was like everything has just been bland, bang average. Bang average.
It never got going.
I felt like this episode was a bit better than bang average, so there's that. However, there was like literally no follow-up with Richie April's death. It was like given the odd mention by Tony, and we've seen a garbage truck that might have had parts of his body in it, I guess, leaving the Indian shop or the whatever shop it is, in Italian pizza kebab. Aye, whatever.
Pizza kebab.
Aye, well, I don't know what it is, but the point
I think that
is,
was just to show you that the garbage business is back on track rather than he's actually in that. But you could take what you want because the fanboys will try and defend this to the moon. So you take that way you want to go. But the problem with this season is, right, each time it got started, it was one step forward, 2 steps back, like the GTA San Andreas song.
Yeah, I agree with that, but a big issue for me is it's like they teased little by little. The build-up was so slow, but we realised that Tony and Richie were going to clash at some point, and they spent the entire season building up to it, and it just never happened.
Yeah.
Richie gets wiped out by Tony's sister, and then Tony's like, it's a good thing for Tony. It's like, oh, that's pressure off my back, and it's like, I mean, really, it's like you think of another show. Could you just imagine another show where they're teasing a feud between someone for the entire season, then in the penultimate episode, like somebody else takes them out? It's like,
but it's a consistent theme of this season. You kick off, Junior's in jail. You think, oh, there's going to be a big aftermath. He gets out. Him and Tony make peace. All right, fair enough. Richie gets introduced. Next episode, Italy. Right. Christopher gets shot. After that, they find Matt within like a change of scene, and then next episode, Chris is up and about loving life.
I hate to do this, right, but I always compare all the shows to Sopranos because how else are you supposed to compare?
It's a TV show.
But let's take The Walking Dead season 2 for example, since we're in season 2 here. Now, a lot more shit happened between Shane and Rick than it did Richie and Tony. Yes. Imagine, and Shane also says goodbye in the penultimate episode, so I think there's a lot of similarities here, right? And there's a lot of tension, blah blah blah. But imagine we get to the penultimate episode, and instead of Shane going out at the hands of Rick and them having that like last final showdown, Shane's just like walking about the woods and gets taken out by like a random passerby who's trying to loot his goods or something like that. That's what this is like, or Shane's just taking a piss out in the woods and a zombie bites him.
But no, the problem is the fanboys will say, "Oh, but it's supposed to be realistic, real life." But that's boring. We want some larger than life, but in the realms of reality.
So some woman that is in love with a guy and she thinks it's the best relationship ever, and she's so happy, gets one punch to the face and goes and shoots her husband dead twice. That's realistic.
Well, that's what the fanboys will say.
No, I mean, I think if like Richie had a history of maybe continually beating her up and stuff, that would have made more sense.
And she had enough.
But this was like, everything was great until she cooked this dinner that Richie wasn't really interested in. Then she made the gay comment, Richie with a punch, and then she goes and gets a gun and shoots him. Like, out of the blue. Feels so fucking forced looking back on it.
I know. I think it was forced. I feel like it was like, here, how do we diffuse this without like Richie and Tony coming to blows? Because we don't have the budget for it. That's literally what the sort of vibe you get. But anyway, we have to dive into Funhouse and let's break it.
See, when you actually think about this show, though, there's very little action. There's very little scene. It's literally a lot of fucking Tony just looking depressed.
Yeah. See, on a show that was basically someone else's depression, how can you like properly get invested into it when it's just depression?
I don't want to see depression.
I don't mind it for an arc, but the fucking 6 seasons, come on, guys, give something a wee bit different here. But anyway,
No, but it's supposed to be a show on a mob, but where's all the cool mob shit?
I don't know, fucking sitting in a house coat greeting.
Like the Godfather and all that shit. Do you not get shouts in that? Guy comes in with like a fucking mini torrent or whatever.
That's
Scarface, whatever.
Scarface.
Point is, I mean, you had stuff happening in those films. Nothing seems to happen in The Sopranos, and when they do give you something, it's like the phoniest, fucking fakest shootout ever.
I know.
And
Oh,
what's it? Every time they shoot somebody, man, it's like they have to unload almost an entire clip while they're like shaking their hands, shooting like a gangster, man. Like, what the hell is this?
is it like a gangster or is it like a FUD? I think it's more like a FUD.
I know, but it's like, yeah, what is that?
It's not a kickback. I don't know. Like with Christopher, they're trying to like he's angry, so he's trying to like let out some strength when he's shooting. What's this guy's name?
I can't remember his name, but it's
Mikey.
I just feel
Mikey
like,
Palmas.
I
There
don't
we
know.
go.
I feel like The Sopranos. It's like it's out in the like mid '90s, late '90s.
Well, this is
It honestly,
90s.
I think The Sopranos feels like it's from a lot further back than that.
Well, when it ends, it's about 2007, so we'll find
But
out.
there's no excuse for this. Compare movies that were out in the '90s, legendary movies. Like, how can it just seems very fake and phony? I mean, The Terminator 2 came out in '94, for God's sake.
92, mate.
Or whatever, 92, 94.
Well, if you're going to make a wee comparison, get the facts right. 92.
No, but this just seems like a cheap something you'd expect in the '70s. I don't know.
Well, let's go to the 2000s, big man, because we've got Tony. We kick off the episode. Him and his younger sister, Barbara. Janice is left. So Barbara's here to sort out Livia's living arrangements, but when she starts making comments, Tony loses the plot. He's like, "Come here, I want you to come live with us." And then
Right, Arnold.
Well, you mentioned Terminator 2. So he goes and grabs two of the dodgy airline tickets and tells her to fuck off to Tucson, which I thought was funny, but again, just showing that his anger here. See, at the end of the day, right? He's had nothing to do with this entire season. Basically, why now? Because Janice is left. Does he have something to deal with? Can his younger sister no deal with it?
Yeah.
Kind of just like forcing like another story arc in here, about her getting arrested later on this episode. Then we're at Artie Bucco's restaurant, and this is after eating at an Indian restaurant. We've got Big Sal explaining to Furio about this calling card scheme. And did you not, the credit card scheme thing, did you not feel like when Big Sal was breaking this down, though, it was like blatantly obvious that he was just dragging it out as if he was on the wire?
Yeah.
No, I don't actually think he was. I feel like he's almost got accustomed to being on a wire. He just sounded like it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I took that wrong for that. But Tony looked at him here for the first time in ages and thought, is this guy ratting? But again, it's like, when was the last time Tony had suspicions about this guy? I would say it was probably about the time when he made the promotions and he didn't call this guy up. And that's about 8 episodes ago.
Yeah, you kind of felt like, I just don't get it. Because you feel like Tony's suspicions on Big Sal, you feel like that's been squashed.
Yeah.
But yeah, for some reason, Tony gets sick in this episode, he gets food poisoning, and that somehow makes him suspect that Sal's ratting again.
Yeah, well, we're going to get into this right now, actually. Well, no, just before we get into it, he buys Carmela a dress, right? And she's had this, like, problem with Tony for the last bunch of episodes due to him and his, like, Gumar. And here you think this woman could have, like, morals and, like, actually, no, fuck your dress, Tony, you can't buy me. And then she just fucking sells out. So I think any sort of respect you could have for Carmela's out the window with this scene. So what, he bought you a dress? I think so.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't know, I feel like I was weak for Carmela Soprano, but talking of weak, why the fuck's a mob boss needing help into the toilet for diarrhea and sickness? I have 2 people.
Yeah, I mean...
I've had it, you've had it, I don't need 2 fucking people to carry me to the shitter. So why's Tony need it?
Yeah, when you're going to shit your pants, you can quickly carry yourself in. That's what I'm going to say.
I don't get this.
No, but Tony, he's a big fucking... He's like a man-child, man. This guy ain't a mob boss.
He's a big mob.
Like, this show's got like a comedy element, and there's some things that you just can't help laughing at. But I don't see... I genuinely don't see how anyone says this is the greatest show of all time.
Benjamin, man, I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of people that think it is. Know what I think? Know why I genuinely think people think this? I feel like Italian Americans are going to think it is. And I feel like around this time period, there was nothing to rival it. Nothing.
I feel more like
the
Italian...
peak of its ratings was in season 4, which is 2001. And then season 5 comes out in 2004, and season 6 is 2006 and 7, and the ratings go down, not by an insane amount, but they go down. And I just feel like by that time, people care about other stuff.
And yeah, because I think by the time we started getting past the mid 2000s, that's when a lot of good shows started to come on.
You've got Lost, Prison Break, Sons of Anarchy, Breaking Bad,
Supernatural,
all that stuff, Wong in there.
Dexter.
Yep, aye, big Dexter. I'll be on the channel soon probably, but I don't know, I feel like with this show, it's like one big fucking joke. It is, it feels like a joke half the time. And let's get into his dreams, so...
Plus, by the way, I think Italians are pretty loyal, so I think... Well, they are. I think with the culture, though, I think, like, Italian Americans would religiously watch this show. Even if it is pish,
They can relate to
I
it.
think they'd have a connection, so they'd watch it.
Like, because there's a lot of times they're sitting eating, or they'll make off, like, they'll make remarks that
it's-
we don't understand.
Yeah, it's kind of like when people say, well, you know, we need a black superhero so black people can feel like a connection, feel represented. I feel like a lot of like Italian Americans would watch this
Aye.
simply because it's The Sopranos and that's what it's about. That's like the whole premise of the show. They might not think it's good, but it's like, I'm watching this because it's about people like me.
Yeah. So, disaster class here, but any one of his dreams, we've
But
got...
I just point out, I don't feel the way about Scott. I mean, just because something's Scottish doesn't mean I'm going to watch it. If it's
Exactly.
shite, it's not getting watched.
That's it. But he has a dream. So we see Polly, Silvio, Christopher, Hesh, and Big Sal. But Big Sal's not engaged in conversation. He's just staring out over the pier. And we're introduced to Philly Parisi, who this is the twin brother of the guy that got killed in the premiere of this season. But then when Tony says to him, it turns into his twin who's actually shot. Which again, is this not a weird way to introduce a guy?
Yeah.
Like, there's been no mention of this guy having a twin until the season 2 finale.
Just randomly.
Just
blue.
for, is this going to be a beef going into season 3? No, I'll probably fucking squash within 2 seconds.
Squashed like orange juice.
Christopher asks Tony, he goes, what if these doctors are wrong? Because of course in this dream they're referring that Tony's 6 months to live. But do you feel like this is more a case of what if these dreams are wrong about Big Sal? Or do you, I think it's an innuendo about that. He's like, Chris asking, what if these dreams are wrong? Because obviously Tony doesn't have anything wrong with him, he's just a fat, depressing bastard. That's all he's got. He then has another dream about Polly and him playing cards, and then he just shoots Polly.
I mean, you say that, like, but none of these dreams have... At this point, the dreams haven't gave away anything about him suspecting Big Sal.
Big Sal was staring off in the distance, not engaged in conversation. And also, you had that thing at the start of the episode where he's explaining the whole credit card scheme. So I don't know, I feel like at this point it was your Uncle Junior walking about a factory site. Just weird. The call over the doctor, Bruce Casamano. At this point, Tony then gets up and runs, and you just start hearing him fart and shit. And the doctor guy's like, it'll be alright after a wee bit. He then goes to Dr. Melfi's, and he's going on a racist rant about Indian people.
By the way, how defensive did Artie get when
Artie was good this episode.
his food was getting possibly blamed?
He's right though, everything he said is true, and Tony's sitting there trying to bury him.
And I'm always trying to blame Artie. Means I always wanting Artie's food, then all of a sudden Tony gets sick and Artie's like the worst chef ever.
Exactly. Tony then has one final fever dream, and it is in the form of a bunch of big fish that are dead, and one of them talks.
Like, I'm not denying this scene's really funny, right? You can't deny that. But see when you actually break it down, and let's say someone's now watched The Sopranos, right? And you explain what it's about, and they go, oh, what happens to that big guy? And you're like, Tony kills him when he finds out he's a rat. Says, oh, how does he find out? What happens? And you're like, well, Tony has a dream and there's a bunch of fish talking and they're dead, but one of the fish is talking and is Big Sal and it reveals that he's a rat. I mean, come on. It was funny, like, but so Tony kills Sal literally because he had a dream where some fish was Sal and admitted he'd been the rat.
I know.
That's what he kills him.
He's like, I'm sleeping with the fishes. That was a funny wee reference, of course, because it's fish. But yeah, you know what? This is just an absolute disaster. And I feel like it was so obvious at this point that Tony was going to kill him. Why did they not have it that Tony took Silvio and Polly and Sal to the boat, and Silvio and Polly didn't know until Tony revealed it on the boat? Would that not have been better? And you could see their first reaction of it, rather than like all three of them knowing they're just going to kill him. That's the way I would have done it. You could have seen that. I feel like, because this whole scene, like, it's just dragged out, and obviously, right, it's the final moments of a big-sized character, right?
Well, he is pretty big.
He is pretty big. But see, at the end of the day, it was so obvious. Like he finds the wire in his cigar box. They then get onto the boat, and you just know it's coming. But I just feel like it would be better if Tony confronts him. Then you've got like 5 minutes of Silvio and Polly like, "Well, what the fuck? What do you mean he's a rat? How do you know this?" And he's like, "Oh, I was tough." Oh no, that's the thing, right? See when Silvio goes, "Well, why are we going to his house to check out if he's a rat?" And Tony's like, "Well, I had this dream, and a fish was talking to me." What? I think Silvio would have probably thought Tony was a rat. There's a fish talking to him? Oh, come on, man.
And they're taking orders for this guy. This guy's the leader. A guy that has dreams about dead talking fishes that reveal rats. Come on, man, what the fuck's happening here?
Literally, man. And then at this point, they basically tell Big Sal to sit down. And he sits down, he pours a wee bit of tequila, and they're like, "How long have you flipped?" He's like, "Come on, what do you mean?" He's like, "Tell us how long you've flipped, you bastard." And he says he's not gave anything major to the feds. Tony doesn't believe him, but see, to be fair to him, he hasn't really gave anything major.
Let's say he hasn't gave anything major, right? Does that keep him alive?
No, but no, it's weird though. Tony doesn't even ask him about the Bella, no, the kid they killed, the Matt. Surely that would be like first protocol here. Like it was the most recent thing. It's a murder. He was with you. Surely he should fucking ask about that. I think that's a wee bit poor for Tony. Silvio excuses himself, claiming to be seasick. Do you think he's sad here about his big fat pal?
Yeah, Silvio seems to care more. Polly, in my opinion, does not. I don't really like Polly. Fucking weirdo. Goes to Italy, talks a load of shit, then just kills one of his members here like it was nothing. Stole his watch.
Yeah.
So
literally, and then Big Sal, they all like do one last cheers and tequila, and he's like, then Big Sal's bragging about this girl he knew at the clinic in Puerto Rico, and they all laugh, and then Tony's like, "Hey, puss, was she even real?" And I don't mean, was she real? Because Big Sal's reaction here is like, you got me. It was literally like, you got me, and I think this was actually a nice last scene. It's like,
you're full of shit.
yeah, it's like you're full of shit, and we finally caught you out. And it's like everything you've been saying for like this entire show has been fucking horse shit.
That kind of makes me feel a bit sad for Big Sal. Like,
Yeah.
his whole fucking life's a lie.
Yep. And then he goes to sit down. He's like, "Hey guys, can I take a seat?" And then they just fucking all three of them shoot him at once. And yeah, they honour his wish. They didn't shoot him in the face. Polly then like hoovers all his jewellery off him, and then they just wrap him in a bin bag and fuck him in the water.
Yeah, no funeral or anything like that. Just...
But how would they get his body back? You know what I mean? I understand. And also, they'll probably just go for, I don't know, he disappeared like he did the last time. And also, how would they? You're saying no funeral, but how would they explain that?
No, I get that. Like, I just thought maybe they felt like they owed him a funeral.
Maybe. Right now, this is where the episode. I think just nothing really happens at this point. Livia gets arrested. We do not care. What do you mean? Stolen airline tickets? Carmelo receives the phone call, and then because of this, the FBI agents arrive at Tony's house. Bagger. And Tony is under arrest for these airline tickets. Just as this happens, like Meadow walks through the door with like her friends, and Tony's like, "Oh, it's alright, I'll be back in a few hours." And then like Meadow breaks down, and Carmela's just standing there, clinically depressed. What was this all about?
A life in the day of the Sopranos.
I know it's not ideal, like, but it's like Meadow's like reacting here as if like he's fucking murdered about 20 people. We've seen him get arrested plenty of times on bullshit charges, damn it. And then we have the following day at Meadow's graduation ceremony, and then Chris appears out of nowhere. Tony tells him that he is gonna get his button and he's finally gonna become a made man. But like, do you not think ever since Chris got shot, he's done nothing? He's absolutely done nothing since he got shot.
Yeah.
He's like, "No spleen, Gene." What? Absolutely garbage, man. And then we're back at the house. We basically see like a montage of all his illegal enterprises, how he makes his money. Carmel looks at Tony. Tony then lights up his cigar, one big puff. The shot then fades into the ocean at sunset with the waves crashing on the beach, obviously to like show you like that's where Big Sal was buried. And that is how we end season 2. And looking at this, right? Give me a reason to check out season 3.
I don't know. Like, there was no cliffhanger going into season 3. I don't feel like
Who's going to want revenge for Richie? Who's going to be like, what happened to Big Sal?
I mean, even season 1 didn't really leave in a cliffhanger. They kind of wrapped it up, eliminating.
I know, but at least Junior was arrested, and it's like, what's going to happen there?
No, but he took out all Junior's crew and he took out the rat.
Yeah, here he's took out Richie, who was kind of a part of Junior's crew, and then he's took out the rat again. It's just very, it's just, there's not an awful lot to say. I'm going to give it a 7. I don't think, I just did nothing. It's just a bland. I mean, some good stuff in it.
I'll go with a 7 as well. I mean, it was one of the, like I said, probably definitely top 3 episodes this season. But it still wasn't great.
Yep, guys, and hopefully season 3 will be better, set in the year. Well, that episode's come out in 2001, I believe, so maybe I was wrong about that earlier. Season 4 came out in 2002. But anyway, guys, that doesn't matter. 7 out of 10. Episode 3, episode 1 is called Mr. Ruggio's Neighbourhood, I believe. So, until then, there will be a bit of a break where we rank all deaths, all episodes, and all characters. That shall be fun. What death do you think will be top of all deaths?
God, maybe the Sal one.
I think it'll probably be the Sal one. I can't really. I thought Richie's was poor, and I can't really think of anyone else. I mean, the Balankwa kid kind of just shot him, and then the guy Christopher shoots in the shootout. It's not exactly spectacular. So we'll do that, guys. We'll rank all that. But until next time, 7 out of 10 was Funhouse fun. I wouldn't call it fun.